we go. Hello, hello. I believe we are live. Welcome, everybody. Just give it a second here, let the numbers catch up, make sure that we're flowing. All right, here we are. Hello, everybody. Welcome. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. So happy to be here with you all today. We have an amazing event. Welcome to the Great Awakening Conference. And there's a good energy with this event today. We have over 1,200 people signed up for this experience. We're also live on Alan Steinfeld's New Realities. We're live on Portal to Ascension YouTube. And this is going to be very fun. We're going to have a good couple of days together. And I want to get into how this event manifested and why we're here today and what we're celebrating today. But first of all, as always, I want to introduce my really good friend and co-host today, Alan Steinfeld, for being here. Brother, how you doing today?
It's great. Neil, Portal to Ascension is in a huge renaissance. It's in a huge comeback, kind of been finding your way with live events and online. But this event is really a coming together, which represents sort of the new energy I feel that's coming on the planet. So I know you picked a lot of people to be here who haven't been on Portal to Ascension before. So I think that's a great move too.
Yeah, it's going to be good. And we have this three of us emceeing today. So Alan's one of the MCs, myself, of course. And then we have Ashley, who's going to be coming on. She was on the Lemurian conference. So another person that we're going to introduce you to very soon. She'll be on in about an hour. But let's just go ahead and spend a moment here saying hello to everybody checking in. Go ahead and leave in the chat because we're also live on our Facebook. We're reconnected to our Facebook. So we're on there as well. So let us know where you're from in the chat. Say hello. Where are you hailing in from, on or off planet, on Earth or from outer space? Love to just get some energy flowing and just put all of our frequencies into the field today. Jen, you're asking about closed captions. As far as I know, StreamYard doesn't have closed captions. I believe that's just a Zoom feature. Maybe it does. I have to look into it. We got Sharon from Sirius coming in. We got Sage. Welcome, welcome. We have Shelby. And if you want, if you would like to, go ahead and let us know what you're excited about today. Is there a specific presenter you're excited about? Is there specific frequency, or what is going on in your life? What are you excited about, and what we're going to be creating? Because we're going to spend the next 2 days together in this experience. Yeah, go ahead, Alan.
No, I was just saying, Neil, you should talk about the big concept behind this particular event and why it's such an important thing for everyone in our community and Portal to Ascension. Yeah,
definitely. So the reason why, like getting into now why we're doing this event, why we have the Great Awakening Conference and did it for no charge as well, is because over the last years, actually for many years, really, well, definitely probably almost a decade now, but definitely for the last few years, I've been having many speakers contact me weekly. And I feel kind of bad on some level because I want to like incorporate everybody that reaches out to me, and I want to interview them and put them on events and look into their material. But with all the events that we're creating at Portal to Ascension, all the webinars and productions that are constantly going on, it's very challenging for me to incorporate all the people that are always contacting me. So what I decided to do is create an event specifically for those individuals. So not only are we going to have, there'll be a few people here that are regulars at Portal to Ascension, but over 75% of the people here are completely new to Portal to Ascension. Some of them I've never even interviewed before. I've only communicated through email. I've only seen their website. So it's going to be cool because not only are you going to get to experience some new energies in this field that we haven't had on this platform before, but you're going to be getting to know these people at the same time as us. So what this event has become now is kind of a catch-all for all these speakers that I really wanted to work with, but I never had the opportunity to. And not only is this an introduction to Portal to Ascension, but we really get to celebrate so many different diverse perspectives and what we're bringing here. It really represents what we represent at Portal to Ascension.
Yeah, I would just want to add to that is that because, I mean, it is a sort of renaissance of spirituality we're in right now. It's emerging. There's so many people with more to say, different perspectives, and they need to be given a voice. And Portal to Ascension is one of the greatest platforms for speaking out to this widening, broadening community. So we need to incorporate these new
Yes.
voices and give them an opportunity to be heard by this amazing audience that's joining us today. So it's a great thing you did here, Neil. Really
Thank you.
smart.
Thank you. And that's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking. Every year, I'm going to do something like this specifically for new. I guess the best way to put it is new talent. Even though they're probably doing it for a while, but new talent to Portal to Ascension, and it'll be just a good gift to the community. So, because you know that I've always wanted to incorporate new people and give people a platform, and then it's so challenging for me not to be able to do it for some people. So I think this is a good solution for us to continue with, to be able to
Right.
do that.
And you know what's good about new information? We've both been around for a while, but sometimes somebody or everyone says something that you haven't heard or haven't thought of, and it's like, oh, that's new. And you start to incorporate this bigger worldview, this more
Hmm.
expanded consciousness, because someone has said something that sparks an idea or makes a connection for things we haven't thought of before. So I'm
Yeah.
always listening to new voices and new ideas and people that are coming forward, because everyone has their own frequency that they're bringing into this collective consciousness, and
Yeah.
everyone adds to who we are. That's my philosophy.
Yeah,
So
100%. Because we are all pieces of the puzzle, right? And
yeah,
and it's
and
it's fun to explore it because it's same like the Rig Veda said. The Rig Veda says there are many pathways to the same destination. Okay,
mhm.
and basically all the different pathways is all the information that we're into, whether it's ancient history, consciousness, extraterrestrial life, UFOs. What is the eventual goal for that? It's all to
Mhm.
get to a level of awareness and empowerment for all of humanity. So we get an opportunity to see what you resonate with and what your pathway is to that oneness, to that truth.
Right. And it's also about respecting, I feel, the new information that's coming through. So a lot of people are shy. They're getting this thing no one has gotten before. Well, this is the platform to speak it out. Maybe people will agree,
Yeah.
maybe they won't, or maybe you'll wake someone up to something that they hadn't thought of before. And this is why this sort of opportunity for these new emerging voices to come forward and just share whatever's coming to you. There's I don't think there's anything off base. I mean, I might not agree with everything, but also it's an
Hmm.
opportunity to honor the downloads that is being activated on the planet right now. And that's
Yeah.
really exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to get into it in a moment here, but we want to speak about the Galactic Origins cruise really quick and let you guys know about that. But first, before we do that, I want to also say a couple of milestones. And if you guys want to give me some feedback on this after the event, please do. As you can tell, we are live streaming on our website right now. You guys are watching this and communicating on Portal to Ascension website. This is the first free event we've done on our website. This is the third event we've embedded on our website. Whole new experience for you guys. Really trying to keep the energy on what we've created there. So, as you're navigating, keep in mind anything that comes up, any issues, and do let us know, give us feedback, because this is completely something brand new. And then also, we're using StreamYard. So we're in a slow shift now from Zoom to StreamYard, just because of the production quality, really. So we're going to be using StreamYard as well. And so you guys are here, part of this as well. We're experimenting with it and testing it out. So if anything comes up, any feedback on how it goes for you, please do let us know. All right. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be the first speaker, Alan, but go ahead, jump on.
No, I'm just saying. So, if they're watching it on YouTube, let's say, would you recommend going to your website, or doesn't matter?
Well, YouTube is it's always great if you guys could sign up. That's awesome because then you get replay access. And
Mhm.
something that I'm going to do this time, and we're doing for the Awakening of Humanity conference, which is another like huge event that we're going to tell you about shortly here, is that anybody that signs up and donates for this event and for or the other one, anybody that donates for this event, you get 1 month. You get put into a raffle for two people to be drawn for 1 month of free events at Portal to Ascension. Okay, that's any amount. So if you want to donate and contribute and be put into the raffle, what we'll do is on the last day, right at the end, probably I'll go ahead and do a random generator for all the donations, and we'll go ahead and pick a couple people, and you guys will get free events on there.
Great. Okay, let's get to
All
what's
right.
coming up for all of us. Me and Neil, we're organizing this Portal to Ascension cruise down the Atlantic coast into the Yucatan let's show people what this is all about, because this is going to be a fantastic journey. Anyone watching now here is totally welcome to sign up for this Maya Riviera Yucatan. We're going to be actually going right through the Bermuda Triangle. Don't worry, we'll all be there together if we happen to be like taken into another dimension. And then we go to the Yucatan, where these amazing ancient ruins are here. So, okay. This is some of the speakers, right? Do you want to talk about Laura Eisenhower, JJ and Desiree Hertog, who we went to Egypt with last year for a fantastic journey? Anyone else you want to single out here, Neil?
We have Paul Williams, who he has a show on Gaia. He's a QHHT practitioner, studied under Dolores Cannon, so kind of one of the people that's really moving forward with Dolores's work. And so he's going to be there. We have Vivian Chauvet, who is the ambassador from Arcturus, hybrid from Arcturus. She's going to be bringing her frequency.
Susan Shasta. No, Susan is a really great, she's like a shaman for the soul. She's able to clear away old energies and start to restore the original being into your embodiment. She's quite original, unusual. It's really deep shamanic work. And then we have Marilyn Genevig, who channels Zazar. We're going to do some great channeling there, along with Deborah Solaris, who's also bringing through a lot of ET consciousnesses. And who else, Neil?
We have JK Ultra, who is also a speaker this weekend, so you'll get to feel her out. She doesn't have good service where she's at, so she's sending a pre-record, and she's just doing some amazing work, incredible breakdowns of information, also bridging the worlds, I would say, with conspiracies, science, consciousness, and all of that. So she's been around for a couple of years, but she's gone very, very much viral and spreading a lot of awareness in those 2 years. So we'll be spending time with her on the cruise for 7 days of vacation, experience, adventure, all of these things combined in one, and awareness at the same time.
Do you have a video of this, Neil? Do you have a video?
I do. Yeah, let's just go. Okay, Debbie Dashinger. I'll just mention a few people here. Lori Spagna, who's been on PTA a few times.
This woman, that Mayan woman, she was married to one of the elders, Elizabeth Arugo. I met her. She came to the Crystal Skull event, and she is really deeply connected to the Mayan tradition. So, okay, who else?
We have the Mantis Being Channeler, Tony Ghazi. We have Vincent Cassius, goes by King Cash, who's also just coming up with amazing breakdown videos. He's an astral traveler, has been visiting many planets, and not only teaches people how to astral travel, but speaks about the different beings that he interacted with. We have Ashley Pfeiffer, who's going to be an MC today. You'll meet her as well. Soltara, Alan Steinfeld, of course, and myself. So 7 days at sea, and the dates, December 14th to 21st. And you can go ahead to galacticorigins.cruise.com to take a look at it. And see
definitely sign up. It's going to be our whole community. I mean, there'll be other people on the boat, but we have our own little section where we can network, eat together, go on excursions to some of the Mayan ruins and do ceremonies together. We're going to do a CE5 on the top deck of the ship when we're out to sea, as we're moving down the Atlantic coast. So I think it's going to be a great gathering, and we kind of end right there on the winter solstice. And then there's going to be an excursion to Cape Canaveral, where we're going to go inside some of the workings of Cape Canaveral. That's after the cruise. So be a part of this. It's really, really, I think, going to be fun. And it's great to kind of live with eat with them, spend 7 days with our community. I went on one of these a couple of years ago. It was fantastic to just live and be in this kind of elevated energies when you meet and connect with people in this level. So it's a real great opportunity.
The biggest production that we've ever done at Portal to Ascension after thousands of years of events. So massive experience. All right, so we're going to get into the flow for today, but I kind of want to know whose first time is it at Portal to Ascension? Go ahead and drop 1111 in the chat. I want to know how many of you have not been to a Portal to Ascension before. So drop 1111 in the chat. Let's take a look here. Always love to see who's experiencing this for the first time. Beautiful. Welcome everybody. And as we're doing the going through the flow of the weekend, we'll share a little bit about us, our mission, what we've been doing, and what other things we have in store. But for everybody who signed up, and if you are on YouTube and you do want to sign up because you're not on a newsletter, you have a username and password, and there's thousands of hours of free content like Netflix for consciousness on our website available for you right now, sorted very beautifully with categories, subcategories, and all of that. For example, ancient history has Asian history, has Earth history, galactic history, Mesopotamian history, those kind of breakdowns. So please do use everything that's available to you and our website as a resource, because we are, in essence, a one-stop shop for the awakening. And so not only do you get this event, you get a lot of other things available to you as well. All right, Alan,
Great.
anything else you want to share? Should we get into it?
Well, do you want to just go over the schedule, or we want to just jump into it?
We can
You
do a
just
schedule and let everybody. The schedule is also available on the
okay.
Great Awakening page. We have a schedule area there as well. And do you have the schedule in front of you, Alan, or should I just go through it?
Let me see. Do I have the schedule on my? Yes, on my website. I actually my YouTube broadcast of this. I put the schedule. So let me just see
All
if
right.
I can find that. Okay, Neil's going first from 11. This is all Pacific time. Are we on a little behind? No, we're a little behind schedule right now,
Yeah,
right?
but we're fine.
We're fine. All right. You go first, Neil, Gaur, and then followed by at 11 a.m. Oliver Huntley. I'm not sure who he is. Do you have any idea who he is?
Oliver
No.
Huntley, he's the one that did the Avalon tour in Glastonbury.
Oh, right. Fantastic
Mhm.
historian of Avalon. And then we have Alyssa Rushton is I'm not familiar with her.
Someone new.
Okay, and
Let's
then me, I'm doing one at 12:40, followed by Dana Makuchi, who I know who travels around the world activating sacred sites, followed by 2:20 with Adena Kumara. I'm not sure who that is. Do you know
Yep.
Adena?
Yeah,
Oh, we.
she's in
Oh,
our
yes, Adena. Yeah,
Telegram group.
yeah, yeah.
So
And then one of my favorite
like,
astrologers of all time, a real evolutionary astrologer, Raquel Spring. She is fantastic. She always has something new to predict for this coming time. And because she really not only studies the stars, she embodies the signs. So she is one of the best I've seen. At 4 o'clock Pacific, we have Hillis Pew, who I don't know. And topping off the day is Ashley Piper, who we're going to see coming in here soon. So that's
yep.
today. And
We'll
yeah,
talk about tomorrow. And
yeah,
so let's do it. Alan, do you want to do a quick intro for me?
yes. Neil Gaur has been studying ancient civilizations for the last, I guess, 10, 15 years. He understands the workings of time and time periods and this intersection of this now time, how the past has influenced this present and the future, and how we are returning to a great consciousness of awareness that the ancients knew about, but we need a map of that past. I think you're going to be talking about some of the past civilizations, right, Neil? And
A
so
little bit.
with a map of the past, we can plan a better future. Neil Gaur, founder, creator, host of Portal to Ascension, one of my favorite people, and a great
Brother.
prophet in his own time. Neil, thanks for being here today.
Thanks, Alan. All
Okay.
right, let's do it, guys. So today, my presentation. So welcome once again. And what I wanted to do is the way that I'm starting this presentation today is something that I'm still adding to and contributing to this PowerPoint. And it's kind of like, how do we get practical with this information? And sometimes I close out conferences with this presentation, but I want to start with this because we're going to be going through a lot of information over these 2 days, from ancient history to, I mean, starting off with Avalon and Glastonbury in England, and the Druidic history to light language to deep esoterics to the Essenes. So much awareness, all contributing to what one factor is. And what is that factor? Why are we sharing this information? Where do we want to head with this? And is there, an end result? And even that's kind of a weird thing to say, an end result, because ultimately what I feel we need to do, or what is a good way to look at this, is not focus so much on where we're going to end up, but enjoy the journey of how we're going to get there, right? And it's Another quote is the destination. The destination has already been chosen. It's the journey that counts, right? And as we're on this journey, are there certain things that we're working towards? I'm curious. Have any of you guys heard of Vipassana meditation, to 10-day silent meditation retreat? And I've done a few of them, but I just got out of one. And I see Nouvel, you said you're in Thailand. I just moved from Thailand. I was living there for the last few months. This is the first event in 5 months I haven't had to do at 2 a.m. because I was in Thailand. And then I went to Bali. I went to Vipassana over there. And um, as I was in Vipassana and doing the work and getting to a level of equanimity, I started realizing and hearing in the discourse at night that Buddha, the life of Buddha, he was teaching how to be equanimous, something called maybe divine neutrality, and at a place where you observe the good feelings, you observe the negative feelings, and you don't create craving for what's good, and you don't create aversion for what it feels bad to you, but you observe it all, right? And by doing that, you get to a level of equanimity. And the understanding is, to put it in a nutshell, is how do you get to an ascended world? Do you get to an ascended world by craving ascension? For example, nirvana, right? Nirvana is a state free from craving. Nirvana is a state free from craving. So do you feel that you will get to nirvana by craving to be there? Isn't that doesn't make sense, right? How are we going to achieve an ascended world if we are so much craving it? And why are we craving it? For our sadness for the world right now, for our disappointment for what's going on right now? When are things going to change? When are things going to be better? We can have a better life. There's a level of saying that from a place of equanimity, place from inner peace. We can have a more beautiful life. We can have a amazing world. We can have a better educational system. We can have a better society. But then there's a place of saying it from neediness and craving. Oh my God, everything's so terrible. When is this going to be better? When is it going to be better? But the universe is one big Xerox machine. The universe will just give us what we put out. So if we keep putting out that we're not enough, nothing is enough, everything is terrible, we may continue to experience that. But when you get to a place where you can observe and feel the sensations of what it is to be feeling good, what it is to be feeling bad and sad, and not be attaching ourselves to it, we don't set ourselves up for disappointment. We don't set ourselves up for crashing from that. And we are able to create that reality even more so. And to me, that is the paradox. That is the paradox. We will create an ascended world by not craving to be in an ascended world. We'll create an ascended world by finding the beauty in what exists now. And part of that is, politics is a great example. Part of that is, how do we see the beauty in the others, especially for people that we inherently disagree with, right? Hatred seems to run rampant around the world right now. And it's become us against them beyond anything else. And divide and conquer has been the name of the game since time immemorable, right? And we're literally seeing it right in front of our eyes, the divide and conquer. And guess what? For the most part, it seems to be succeeding. A lot of people feel divided. And many of those people are within this world, within the conscious world, ascended world as well. And but by continuing this divide and conquer mentality and reality, we stop seeing ourselves in the other, and we inherently feel that we are different than them, or they're evil, or they're bad, or they're demonic, or something like that. And that moves us away from where we want to head. Where we want to head is a place of unity, right? We can all agree upon that. And even the people that have been divided, you ask them that question, what do they want? And most of them want unity, and they want to feel connection. But trying to portray our belief systems on others, when all these belief systems are imposed by us, by those who actually have an invested interest in corrupting us and making us more separate from the other and parroting lies, that doesn't seem to be what I feel is the way to unity, right? So I want to start this presentation out or this conference out with a whole new world, no holding back. And we're going to get a little grounded here and with some of these components. So this time, everybody, This time has been prophesized, right? We have it in so many ancient civilizations and cultures. Hinduism, of course, says describes cycles of 4 yugas, right? And that this is a lot of you probably heard about the golden age or the yuga cycles. We have the Satya Yuga, the golden age, the Treta Yuga, the silver age. We have the Dvarpa Yuga, the bronze age, and the Kali Yuga, the iron age, which is the age that some say we've already left, some say we're leaving right now, some say we left 200 years ago. The dates are up for discussion here, but we're shifting from that age into a higher octave. We have Greek mythology. In Greek mythology, it comes from Hesiod's Works and Days, a Greek poet, and he describes a sequence of 5 ages: golden, silver, bronze, heroic, and iron age. Heroic is between the iron and the bronze age. Technically, we're in the heroic age right now, the age of heroes, the age of us awakening to the heroes within. It's interesting because in Greek mythology, in the Hinduism, they actually speak about the dates, right? And in ancient Greece, he spoke about the type of human that existed in each age. So it was a description of the type of person and what kind of traits that person would embody. We have, of course, the Norse mythology, ages of the world. They speak of cycles of ages known as the ages of the world. We have the Romans that spoke of the ages of man, similar to the Greeks as well, also spoke about the traits, had the same breakdown. Aztec mythology. The Aztecs had cyclical view of time with a series of suns or eras. Each sun had its own set of gods and was associated with a particular element. The current era, which is the fifth sun, is believed to be associated with the god Tonatiuh, which is considered the age of movement and change. And then Buddhism doesn't have a strict division of ages like Hinduism does, even though Buddha was Hindu and it came from that. It acknowledges the impermanence of all things and the cyclical nature of existence. The concept of time in Buddhism is often discussed in terms of kalpas, which are vast periods of time and awakening. And if that isn't enough, guys, here is 100. Okay, I got to give it up to ChatGPT for this one. There's 100 ancient civilizations speaking about time being in cycles and the rises and falls of civilizations, right? So, is it a coincidence that all these cultures around the entire planet, all corners, all places in the world, had very similar, if not almost the exact same kind of stories with different characters involved based on their traditions, that is speaking about time being in cycles and us evolving and devolving in consciousness? And some of these go very deep, where they explain things to a point where it's almost like a metaphor for advanced quantum physics, right? If you read some of these descriptions here, are they just making up stories and someone started the story and it went around? Or is there something going on the planet, and are we actually able to ascend to higher octaves and higher dimensions of experience? When I first started waking up to all this stuff in 2001, 2002, I thought that higher consciousness was connected to higher technology. And when I was looking into ancient history, for many years, I was looking at the technology. Where is the technology? And now it needs to be said that there are ancient civilizations like Egypt, in Peru, many places in the world, in Malta, that obviously must have used some advanced technology to create that, even though it's interesting that we can't find the tools, right? What kind of technology did they use? But now I've got to a point that we've gone through so many cycles. Question for you: how many times do you think we've evolved in consciousness and devolved in consciousness, right? So we've if it's happened so many times, could there, and we're just talking about the last 13,000 years ago, what about 13,000 years before that, 100,000 years before that, 200,000 years before that? How often has it happened, and how many amazing civilizations have been lost to time, completely wiped out, or left the planet, you know? And now I've come to an understanding that many of these civilizations, technology, higher advanced technology, doesn't always correlate to higher advanced consciousness. For example, if you get to a point of elevated consciousness, it's almost like it's not really a cliche, but kind of like a saying. You might have heard this one, like a guru wants, so a person wants to become a guru so he can levitate, right, and do all these tricks. But at the point where he's advanced enough to be at the consciousness to levitate and do all these tricks, He doesn't want to do those tricks anymore because he doesn't need to do those tricks in order to get approval because of the state of consciousness that he is in. So now correlate that to technology. When you're at a level of consciousness, when you feel connected to everything, you have inner joy, you don't have a need for external stimulation, you don't have a need for distractions that we've created in this world. What types of technologies would be created in those realities? And would we even recognize them as technology? And just to drill home the point even more here, that we are going through some shifts in consciousness, is kind of like when you get into the science of what's happening in our galaxy here, that there are many things, and I have a whole presentation that's on our website, Galactic Origins. If you type in Galactic Origins on our website or on YouTube, you'll find it, where I go into like the science of the universe and space, and how it shows that there is some sort of shift going on. But this is one of the slides from that. And you can see here's our galaxy, and this is Earth rotating around it. And all these different components of where we are, depending on where our solar system is within our galaxy, creates different types of experiences for us. And I'm just going to read a few of these here. First we have the one in top left. Passing through the interstellar dust clouds could have altered Earth's climate, perhaps leading to episodes of global glaciation. Okay, so some just from the position of our galaxy in from our solar system in the galaxy could contribute to mass climate change. This other one, the sun and planets may have originated closer to the galaxy center and surfed out towards its spiral arms. And the solar system wobbles up and down 200 years either side of the galaxy's disk. When it wobbles above, Earth may be exposed to more cosmic waves. So it's very interesting. This one and another one I'm going to share is the most interesting here, that there is some sort of cosmic waves that are emanating above our galaxy. And when our solar system takes the 200-year plunge above our galaxy, the 200-year dive, it actually gets exposed to these cosmic waves. What do these cosmic waves do to us? Now, you've heard of waves coming from the center of the galaxy, frequencies hitting the planet, higher concentration of ether. This is the science behind it actually is occurring, and we know it's occurring because we can observe space and what is happening to us. And this other one here, as the entire galaxy moves through the cosmos, its bow shock sends a deluge of cosmic rays raining down. So, from what I'm getting here, is our galaxy operates kind of like a drum, that when you bang the drum, a specific type of tone or vibration goes below the galaxy, and there is another frequency. If you could see the waves coming off it, that is kind of what's happening to our galaxy, where there's a specific type of frequency going above it, another type of one going below it. And then this graph here is showing the trajectory of Earth. So this is the trajectory of the 200 years above and the 200 years below our galactic disk. The galactic disk is technically the milk of the Milky Way galaxy, the flat plane, if you can call it flat at all, of our galaxy. And you can see this line that's going below and above. That is actually the trajectory of our solar system. So each of these trajectories are around 13,000 years, which is connected to the precession of the equinoxes, the zodiac cycle, um, and also the rise and fall of civilization, which we see something happening every 13,000 years on the planet. And the first 13,000 years, right here, we're below. And you can see if you go back to the last time that we were at the center of the galactic disk was 10,000 BC, which is around 12,000 some hundred years ago, which is also one of the datings for the Sphinx and the great civilization of Egypt, and also one of the datings given for the fall of Atlantis, happening right when we hit this galactic disk and when we started falling technically from grace. And then we go back up and we get to the flat plane again. Now, where is that? Well, that's actually right now within this period. So we've been going through the photon belt, the milk of the Milky Way galaxy, and now we're going above it, and we go into this other frequency where we're receiving a different type of cosmic rays onto our planet. And here is the Yuga cycle graph from India. And this is one of them. Again, as I said earlier, there's like three different versions of this. And just a shout out to Bibu Misra, who just came up with a book on the Yuga cycles. And on my YouTube channel was one of the most amazing conversations. We did one 2 months ago where we specifically did an interview on the Yuga cycles and his dating of it. And his information seems I resonate with quite directly. Um, so here we go. We have in ancient India, we have information that alludes to dates, right? And you can see here as well the Kali Yuga at the bottom, and each of these around 13,000 years, right? Plus like just under 13,000 years each side. And then 13,000 years we have all the ages. The other 13,000 years we have all the ages. The every age is twice as large as the age before it, right? Kali Yuga, Dwapara Yuga is twice as large, Treta Yuga is twice as large, Satya Yuga is twice as large. And every age, the age of humanity also doubles. Kali Yuga, 120 years, Dwapara Yuga, 240 years, Treta Yuga, and Satya Yuga, and so on. Lucky for us, the Kali Yuga is doubled up, but lucky for us, it's a shorter one, I guess. And the Satya Yuga is also doubled up, right? So these are the thousands of years in revelations, basically, of the golden age. Each of these ages have a theme, and you can kind of see this and look back at it, take a still shot later, or find it online and look at the dates and everything, and do your own research and see the different types of datings here. But I feel a lot of people have come to the understanding now that we are right at the end of this age or already in the Dwapara Yuga. If you look at these calendar dates and you look back at the specific things that happened on Earth at those times, you'd be very amazed that some of the biggest wars, some of the biggest shifts, the shifts in consciousness, the rise of monotheism from polytheism, all are right at those periods of shifting. Now, what I want to go into here as I'm almost done with this presentation is I want to speak about what I shared in the beginning, the practical changes here. Why are we doing this, right? What is this world? What can it look like? And yeah, for us, we're into this deep esoteric information. We'll listen to some channeling, some light language, and go deep and be open to the metaphysical nature of the universe and how incredibly magical everything is, right? And I guess a beautiful thing is that through quantum physics, understanding the quantum world and the fact that you and I, we're not solid matter. We're vibrating frequencies. We're constantly vibrating frequencies. And the fact that I see you as solid, this computer is solid, this table is solid, goes to show that there is something within our brains and our consciousness that is running a program that is not allowing us to see reality as it truly is. But now we have broken through the veil. We're able to see, using technology that we've created, we're able to see what everything is made of on the subatomic level. There was a time not too long ago where we thought the atom was the smallest particle. And now we're like, oh well, the atom is actually made out of subatomic particles. And those subatomic particles, they are constantly vibrating. But they're not just vibrating. Guys, this is a very interesting point, is when you get to see these subatomic particles, they're vibrating in and out of reality. They're phasing in and out constantly. Now, what kind of questions come up here? Well, if they're phasing in and out constantly, are we being renewed every single millisecond that is phasing in and out? And if we're being renewed every single millisecond, why is it that when we come back into this reality, cancer still exists, tumors still exist, sickness still exists? Is this some sort of code or program that is being reflected and affirmed every time we phase in and out? Right? That's one question that I have. And another one is, if we're sparks of light on the subatomic level, vibrating in and out of reality, what else does that exact same thing that we know of? A hologram. What is a hologram? It's a light refractal that is basically creating this illusion that something exists there, right? And I think this is as real as it is an illusion. I don't think it's one or the other. This is real and an illusion at the same time. So are we kind of like really organic holographic projections of a higher consciousness? And is this some sort of simulation that we've been created for, that we're now within. And so this information here, this is like obviously a whole other presentation just to go into, is the information to back all this up. But that in itself is the beginning phases. If people had time to really think and contemplate what that means for the magical world to start becoming a part of normality and conventional world, and for us to start validating and affirming a lot of things within metaphysics. And what happens as we're doing this? What are things that we can do? So kind of taking, this is connected, but kind of taking a U-turn here, is these systems are ones that I feel are able to shift, and we're able to bring harmony into, able to create them so they're better for all of humanity. And so they are, and I'll go in through each all in a second here, is the educational system, right? We have the economic system, we have the healthcare system, political system, environmental stewardship, technology and artificial intelligence, and more. And we'll go into the other ones as well. This, what I'm about to share with all of these and things that we can change, there's nothing new. A lot of people have already spoke about them. A lot of people are even experimenting with different types of ways of governing. Intentional communities exist. But the question is, if we have these solutions and we know that they work out for all of us and that we can have a better life if we did it this way, why haven't they shifted yet? That goes into so much more, right? Like, why are we here? What is the role of the darkness on the planet? Why is there so much corruption? What has money got to do with it? In greed and corporate greed, there's so many different factors that are keeping us from implementing truths that aren't too far away. We're not ignorant as humans. When we get to a level of peace and compassion, and we really willing to assist ourselves and others, the truths and the policies and procedures of what we need to do are pretty much there. And there's books written about it and all types of things. So the educational system, as we're awakening, we can move towards a holistic education that emphasizes not only academic knowledge, but also emotional intelligence, right? Something that I wish I was taught in school and I'm having to teach myself now. Creativity. Creativity is not inspired any as much as they used to be when it comes to the school and educational system. Critical thinking, where we're told to follow, we're not told to think for ourselves. And mindfulness, we can also shift the way we communicate to children. Instead of creating limitations, we can create belief systems that empower them to tap into the innate abilities and cultivate a world where they do not disconnect from who they are. Why do we, if we're in this quantum reality and we are the directors, we are the script writers, we are the coders, we are the actors, if we're all of that, how come we can't just change the script right now? If we're this quantum reality and levitation should exist because I can rewrite the code, why isn't it able to happen right now? Well, there's two things. There's collective belief systems of the civilization of humans. And then there's also personal limitations that we've been indoctrinated with since we were born, right? If we were to able to cultivate and let the youth and children know who they are, what they're able to do, what's possible, what the quantum reality is, quantum physics for children, right? And all of this, imagine being knowing from an early age that this world is created in such a way, and we have the ability to shift that code ourselves, right? And innate abilities, telepathy, and so much more will be able to come online. Now, I often say that the solutions are very easy, right? Tell the children, educate them from childhood. But getting all 7+ billion people on Earth to agree to it, that's the challenge. The economic system. Explore alternative economic models that prioritize well being, sustainability, and equality over relentless growth. Gross domestic happiness, like Bhutan has gross domestic happiness. Prioritize people over profits. Econ 101, what did it teach you? I remember that the first thing I learned in ninth grade in Econ 101 was that who do the corporations, um, who are the first level of people that they owe something to, right? Or that they need to um, look out for, if you will. And the answer is the shareholders, people that have a share in the profit and the growth. The The planet, happiness, all those things don't even come secondary. They come way down there. So the system has been designed in order um, to give value to things that really aren't for the betterment of the planet and to others. And what happens after hundreds of years of us doing that? We get so disconnected from it, and that's where greed manifests and corruption happens, and we start destroying our our relationships, the planet, and each other and society in general. And we're getting to a point now but we're getting to a point now, like, and what happens with humanity a lot, I feel, or with humans, is that until things get bad, we don't make any changes. And I feel like a lot of people are realizing that things are not the way that they should be, and we're actually corrupting and destroying so much on this planet. So the new economic system, and there are those that exist. There are people that have, proposed new ones like Ubuntu with Michael Tellinger, who we had on Portal to Ascension many times. Um, and then there's also intentional communities that are running their own models of how to operate. The healthcare system, integrate traditional and alternative healing practices into mainstream healthcare. Man, we can break the healthcare down so much. I mean, come on now. Like, the fact that it is so profit driven and greed driven, and that people that, like, for example, the family that was connected to the opioid crisis and was marketing the opioids and responsible for so many deaths and so many people being addicted to these opioids, they just got a fine and smack on the hand for what they did, and the fine was not even a fraction of what of what they were worth. It didn't even affect them. So the regulations don't support the people, right? So that's just one level, the corruption within big pharma. But then also, there's so much technology out there, quantum technology, vibrational medicine, sound healing beds, that don't have the funding in order to be able to research even more, so that we can start implementing some of these technologies into the world. And what is going to be happening soon, we haven't even mentioned here UFO disclosure and the technologies that are already being used, because with those technologies, a lot of this stuff is already out there. And we're just talking about what's coming out conventionally as we're moving forward in this reality. And then we have the political system, collaborative decision making, limit re-elections. This is something I'm kind of passionate about. Limiting congressional re-elections to 2 terms. These guys get into office, and what did they do? They just try to focus on making sure that they can maintain their power and stay in office, and they're just continuously campaigning, right? Look at the elections right now. Like, these candidates, they should be focusing on running the country and really helping people out. But what are they doing for plus year plus? Nonstop campaigning, nonstop donation creation, right? Making more money so that they can go out and that they can convince other people to re-vote for them. Did you know this? That if a campaign candidate who's running for president goes ahead and stops their campaign, right? Say that they raise $400 million. Say that they raise $500 million. They get to keep all of the money that they didn't spend on the campaign. Some candidates, they could go ahead and just run and then drop out very quickly, make a few $100 million, and they're left with half of that money, right? So the system, what I'm getting at here is there's no sides I'm taking here. I'm getting at how inherently backwards this system is. Environmental stewardship, shift towards regenerative practices in agriculture, energy production, and resource management. Prioritize sustainability and conservation. Many technologies currently exist, but due to profits and the need for efficiency and cutting corners, corporations do not see the advantage in them. Technology and artificial intelligence. Develop and implement ethical guidelines for the use of emerging technologies. Okay, doesn't matter where you stand on AI, and I feel AI is inevitable, and there's a lot of good it can do, but there's also no regulations on it where it could create a huge um, shift in the system without us transitioning to something else. And then technology in general, explore ways to ensure AI and automation contribute to human well-being rather than exacerbate inequality. What is the next step for the inevitable conscious consequences of these new technologies coming out into the planet? And then these last few ones here, energy systems. Invest in and prioritize clean and renewable energy sources, not the stuff that they create that really creates more pollution and is also corrupted and controlled. But there are systems, quantum technologies, pulling energy out of space time, water engines in cars. All these things have come about and been suppressed, been taken out. And unfortunately, a few times, these people that have invented it, they were so the corrupt and well, they wanted money so much that they did not release their own technologies, and before they could release it, they went vanishing, they went missing, or the technologies and their information had intellectual property was gone. So there has been these technologies come out, and we've done some of this, some presentations on Portal to Ascension. You also have access to where we speak about some of this stuff. Justice. Shift. This one's a huge one, right? Oh man, I'll just let you guys know right now that I'm creating a course called the Shadow Workers course. It's going to launch in February of next year. It's going to be a 4-month course with 8 weeks where we're all going to work together and do some deep dives into darkness and what darkness is, and integrating and the shadow. And after being in Vipassana for the last 10, well, just got a little while ago, but 10 days, I started seeing the darkness as a little wounded baby in the corner hiding. And when they say like the light goes on and the darkness runs away, I saw in my mind's eye the darkness, a little wounded, like little wounded kid in the corner, hiding from the light because it did not recognize itself in the light. And now this plays into justice so much. Hurt people hurt people. You know how many people are thrown in jail and prison for things where they literally did not hurt someone else, but they hurt themselves, right? So we need to have a reform and look at things as a mental care issue and trauma issue and a psychological issue in order to rehabilitate people into society to be better versions of themselves, not throwing people away. And there's one thing on throwing people away, but the amount of private prisons that exist where they are literally throwing people away that shouldn't be put into jail or prison just because they get this amount of money per inmate that comes from the government, right? Another thing that's so corrupt. Shift our perception on criminality and go to the root of these situations. Rather than offer punishment, find ways to rehabilitate, create harmony, make sure someone is seen, and create a system that does not make an individual feel the need to resort to disharmonic expressions, right? And I don't know if you guys ever heard of this tribe in Africa. And when someone in the tribe does something that they don't agree upon, right? I'm not sure what kind of crimes happen in this tribe, but when something happens that then they consider maybe out of alignment or criminal to us, they get the person in the middle of a circle, and no, they don't stone them. They they literally shout affirmations of why this person is incredible and good things about this person. Why, like, basically making them remember and know who they are. They don't shame them, they don't throw them away. They reaffirm the beauty of this person. And a lot of times, crime and hardcore crimes, though most of those people were shamed, were never considered that they fit in, were outcasts in their own family, right? And yes, people need to be held accountable for certain crimes and things that they do, but there's a completely different way that we can look at this, and a way that we can realize that we're all in this together. And a lot of us, again, hurt people, and there are ways to mitigate crimes and these types of things by really seeing the root causes of what causes this. Because what's happening in the world is we keep putting band-aids on top of things. That's literally it. We keep putting band-aids on top of things, and very and big pharma again is a good example of that. And very rarely do we get an opportunity to go to the root and figure some stuff out, right? So corruption. One of the main resources, one of the main reasons many of these initiatives have not been implemented is due to corruption. We have created a system where the bottom line has become money and greed. Okay, that's partially bottom line. We can get into like archonic energy and what's going on the grand scheme of the cosmos and infiltrations and all that stuff. But for the most part, a lot of greed and corruption is involved in this. To say it lightly and to oversimplify the actual situation, By focusing on well-being, expanded consciousness, and what unites us rather than divides us, this will be a step towards the end of a corrupt society. And then, of course, last but definitely not least, and I had to put this here at the end, personal development and self-discovery. It's not cultivated enough in the world. Encourage lifelong learning and personal development. Create systems that support individuals in discovering their passions and purpose. Imagine a society where organizations existed for free that provided people with healing, sound frequencies, therapy, authentic relating practices, right? The system's also designed again where a lot of people not only it's not even in their world to know that these exist, that these solutions exist, but they can't even afford it or they're in the rat race in order to and provide for themselves and their family that they're not even able to spend time and energy on this. Well, the reason why I say for free here is because this should be a part of society. Just like a military is a part of a government, just like the US spends more than the top 5 countries on military, and the fact that they've gone to every single country they've ever visited and created a base and never left, take 1% of that money and put it into this, right? The funds exist, the energy exists. Can we create a system and a government that we can trust, right? Where it's not based on hierarchy and authority, but it's based on the fact that we're all humans and that we all want to help each other grow on this planet. And then to close this out here, mindfulness and conscience practices, putting that in society, putting that into our educational system, schools, having that available for everybody to tap into, right? And that is, I feel that is the end of it. Yeah, so I'm going to have one more slide here, but this is just scratching the surface. And I wanted to start this conference out. And this presentation is getting bigger. And it's going to be in Glastonbury. I'm going to do a bigger version of this. You guys can join us in Glastonbury at ascensionglastonbury.com. And just to start out with, why are we here? What are we doing this for, right? Is it just to preach to the choir, just to have fun? Is this just a hobby for us? Or is there something that we're working towards, and what does that world look like? So I invite everybody to envision that reality. And as I started in the beginning, not from a place of craving, not from a place of desire, neediness, or the fact that this world sucks, right? Not from a place of equanimity and divine neutrality, from a place that we know that there's something more beautiful possible for us on this planet, and it's time to step into that full expression of who we truly are. And I'm going to just sing this right here. I'm not going to sing. I'm going to read it off. And I think all of you guys know where this is from, but I'm not going to let you know. You can just for fun tell me in the chat. But I feel like this song here kind of goes well with what we've been sharing. A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But when I'm way up here, it's crystal clear. Now I'm in a whole new world with you. Unbelievable sights, indescribable feeling, soaring, tumbling, feeling, freewheeling through an endless diamond in the sky. A whole new world. Don't you dare close your eyes. 100,000 things to see. Hold your breath. It gets better. And that's what we're going to move towards, guys. So thank you all for tuning in for this first presentation. And I just have the closing here on Portal to Ascension. We do all these events, but I'll be sharing it over the next few days, couple days with you. And that's it from me. So I don't know if Alan, are you there? You want to jump on for a second before we bring Oliver on here? He might have stepped away. All right. Okay, thank you, everybody. Let me take this out here. All right, moving on. So now I'm excited, everybody, to be bringing on our next guest here on the Great Awakening Conference. And Oliver, I was introduced to, seems like I introduced him years ago, but actually it's just like a year and a half ago, because I was told that a really amazing individual lives in and around the Glastonbury area that would be able to assist us in doing a tour of Avalon. And if you guys don't know about Glastonbury Avalon, maybe Oliver will be sharing that today in his presentation. And so I connected with Oliver to have him do the tour of our conference that we're doing the second year for today. And since then, had him back on the platform a few times here, because what Oliver offers in his insight into the ancient past is also a very unique perspective. Especially recently we did a conference on the Essenes and what he brought through there as well, ancient Druidic and Celtic practices and traditions, the life of Yeshua, Mary Magdalene. And one thing that really stuck out to me and resonated with me was how Christianity was taken to England and the UK, and the different way Christianity was implemented in the Glastonbury area compared to when the Romans took hijacked Christianity and by force converted people. People started being by force converted to that tradition. That was very interesting. So you guys are going to get to experience him right now. Oliver is a wisdom keeper, author, storyteller, sacred site guide, currently deepening his connection to the land and mysteries of ancient Wales. He is on a soul mission to bring back lost mystery school wisdom and initiations from the Druids, Essenes, and Celtic Christianity. With 10 years experience holding land-based retreats all over the world, he has the rare ability to take you on an adventure, uniting the worlds of spiritual initiation, historical knowledge, and the wisdom of nature. Guiding individuals and groups through sacred journeys, Oliver weaves together sacred stories, ceremonies, and teachings long forgotten, helping you remember and reconnect to the ancestral memories of this land. Let's go ahead and bring Oliver on. Hey, brother, welcome.
Hey, Neil, it's great seeing you again.
Good to see you too, brother. How you been?
Been really well. Yeah, it's getting used to dad life. I've recently become a father, so it's, a whole new chapter opening up right now, and it's been really beautiful and exciting to go through that initiation.
That's so beautiful. I'm gonna get to see your baby, right, at the
You will,
conference.
yeah.
I
He'll
can't
be
wait,
there.
man. Yeah, excited. All right, brother, it's all yours. What are you sharing with us today?
I appreciate it. Well, first, I just want to honor you, Neil, so much for the things that you do. And that's one of the, I feel you don't get enough credit for just creating this incredible platform. I mean, Portal to Ascension is something that is so needed on the planet right now for all of us, for the collective community. And it's something that I've told you before, I tend to call it portal to descension versus ascension. Not that ascension isn't important, of course it is. But what I love most about this platform and this portal that you've opened for all of us is it just allows, new wisdom, new ideas, new energies to literally descend and come into the planet, come into all of us, into our spirits, into our souls. Really, it helps open our hearts. And I'm so profoundly grateful, one, just for the opportunity to be a part of all these different gatherings together, but just for the shift that you're creating. Like I said it last year during the Glastonbury conference, it's like you're literally creating a landing pad for something to come down, whether it's extraterrestrial, cosmic, galactic, you name it. This is a place in which so many people get exposed to revolutionary ideas. And they're not even necessarily revolutionary new ideas. They're almost like ancient ideas that we're now bringing back. We're making accessible for so many people. So thank you for all the work that you're doing and for this incredible platform that you've created.
Wow. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that so much.
And I was really captivated too about the presentation you were giving, especially about the educational system. And before I kind of go into what I want to talk about today, I just want to, just share what I feel is happening also on the planet is there is a complete transformation in the education of humans on the planet. And it's going to be so beautiful when this new educational paradigm gets grounded in and really anchored to all of the new souls coming in. I mean, obviously, this is very ripe and important to me as a new father, starting to really think about and feel into how do I want to educate, my beautiful son as he's coming into this world. And this is perhaps one of the most powerful ways we can transform the current paradigm that we're in today, where we can recalibrate the ways in which human beings grow and develop, and even more important than that, the ways they interface with the world, with reality, and the ethos, the morals, the ethics that we're instilling into them. It's truly incredible and something that's going to be groundbreaking. And I remember when I was in university, there was a quote that I came across that says, paradigms only shift tombstone to tombstone. And it kind of, what they meant by that is every generation essentially has a collective, perspective on the world. And those collective perspectives don't tend to shift very much generation to generation. So that quote was kind of saying, like, once the current generation dies out, the next generation comes into positions of power and influence, and they help spread their worldview to the planet and to the collective. But there's something I feel different. Maybe that quote doesn't apply anymore, because one of the biggest things that's transforming is our educational system. And I think enough of us, are on this spiritual path, on this path of awakening and exploring spirituality in whatever way feels right to us. And we're calling in, we're literally magnetizing a new way of education for both ourselves. I mean, I consider myself a lifelong student, but also for, the next generations that are coming up. We have seen the ways in which past paradigms and past worldviews, they don't work anymore. They absolutely don't work anymore. And you brought up so many incredible points about what's needed, what can be done, and really what's going to bloom from a new educational system. And it truly is through the ways in which we're educating people and children now that will shift this paradigm. And when paradigms shift, when we become educated, our field changes. The vibrational resonance within who we are changes. We then become emitters. We are emanating this new wisdom, or really maybe it's ancient wisdom again coming back. We become emitters of this so critically important wisdom, and the whole world will shift, perhaps in less than one generation. So thank you again for bringing up all these important parts about the educational system. I'm sure a lot of people who are tuning in today are really seeing and feeling that. And it's never too late. That's the other thing I hear so often from people as many of us are on the spiritual path, and so many of us don't get on this path until later on in life. And they might feel, oh, I wish I'd done this earlier, or maybe it's too late. It is never too late. You can start exactly where you are. And the more people begin this re-education, right? We get to kind of compost what we've learned in the past, and we get to re-educate ourselves in a way that truly is more aligned to spirit, more aligned to a holistic worldview, more connected to nature, more connected to the ancestral wisdom of the places in which we all love. This is such a powerful and important topic. And it really brings me back to, all the things that I love studying, that, my passions, my service in life, which a lot of it has to do with the Druids and kind of earth-based wisdom, especially in the ancient British Isles. There was a term that was used when the Druids the Druids are the ancient peoples of this land, when the Druids would gather, especially if it was to gather as a form of worship, worshiping the divine, worshiping the spirit, worshiping the earth, or it was a place to gather for education, right? For learning, for the receiving and transmission of wisdom. It was called a grove. They would gather in the groves. They would come together in the groves, and groves were places where it was like a sacred woodland, if you will, a sacred forest. And so they would come together in these groves. It was like their churches. And this, in many ways, is what we're all doing right now. I mean, we talk about the Great Awakening, right? This great transformation that's taking place. In order for this transformation to take place, I know I'm kind of going off on a tangent here, but your presentation really inspired a lot in me. What we're doing now is we're gathering together in these groves, and sometimes we're blessed enough where we can physically gather, as in later this year we're doing the Glastonbury conference, and that's going to be an incredible in-person gathering, which I'm very excited for. But also we're gathering etherically, and even more importantly, especially in today's age, we're gathering digitally, like we are now for today's conference, for what people are going to be receiving over these next 2 days from all these speakers. We are coming together, uniting in spirits, uniting in our heart, and something truly magical happens when people intentionally gather, as all people throughout all time, throughout all the mystery schools, as they did before us, we're doing again now. We're coming together. We're open to receive. We're ready to give, and truly powerful and beautiful shifts take place through that method, through these gatherings. So again, thank you, Neil, for all that you shared. And also, I'm so excited for all the wisdom that you'll be receiving today from all the speakers that Neil has magnetized in, because that truly is my prayer, for this event, over the next 2 days, is that my prayer is that we all get to receive the wisdom and true spiritual nourishment that we're calling in, that all the speakers here have something that is so important for your soul to hear, for your heart to receive, and that in order for us to bring about this great collective, planetary transformation and awakening, the key to it all is that we're doing the work ourselves, and that we're allowing these transformations to happen within ourselves. And so that's my prayer, that each of you receives what you need to receive over these next 2 days, that your spirit is fed with the most amazing wisdom, and you could say ascension-based nutrition, and that you are truly transformed and even more on your path at the end of this conference. So it is. So it is. So hello, everyone. My name is Oliver Huntley, and I'm, again, so honored to be here with all of you and getting to share today a little bit about Christianity, because that's one of my passions that I've been working on for almost the last decade, is getting to explore Christianity. And I know that kind of can be triggering for some people, can be off-putting for some people, and I completely get it. I think a lot of people, especially those of us who maybe are on this call, I like to call recovering Christians, because oftentimes what we're told is Christianity, and what we're told is the teachings of Jesus, and all these things that perhaps Christianity really meant. It's never felt truly accurate. And that's why one of my life's missions, one of my life's service, is to help bring in, or maybe bring out, the true wisdom of Jesus, of Mary Magdalene, of all these great teachers, and to help reestablish what Christianity perhaps was really trying to be, what these great teachers were really trying to communicate at the beginning before it became corrupted, before it became transformed. And so it's been my mission, over these years, especially on these ancient lands, here in the UK, walking these ancient British Isles, because so much of Christianity, there's such a history here of Christianity, where the first church in the entire world actually happened on these lands. And it was the foundations of what was known as Celtic Christianity, or the Celtic Church. And this was a church that existed before the Church of Rome ever existed, before Rome ever got its hands on it, changed it, transformed it, corrupted it, hollowed it out. There was a form of Christianity that was far more pure, more accurate to the teachings of Yeshua and of all those great masters and teachers of light. And so I feel so fortunate that I get to do so much great work, whether it's retreats or online courses or in-person events, getting to share more about perhaps what this Christianity was, the Christianity before Roman Christianity, and to help reconnect people back to the heart of this great wisdom tradition, not in a dogmatic way, not in a pressuring way, not in a shameful way that we so often see in today's modern day Roman-based Christianity, but one that is based both in the heart, in the truth of God, but even more importantly than that, the truth of the earth, the truth of nature. And that really is what the Celtic Church is. It's a blend of both the teachings of Jesus, but also the Druidic wisdom. The wisdom of the Druids were brought together to form this incredible church, founded by Joseph of Arimathea and some of the early apostles. And it truly is something that I wish everyone at one point in their life, especially if you feel Christianity is important to you, you get a chance to tap into and connect into. And this is why I'm so excited to share a little bit about that today, because I remember when I started on the spiritual path, when I was really feeling myself waking up and calling in new wisdom, new information, I did what probably a lot of you might have done, is you go online, right? You go on Amazon, you start ordering books, you start allowing yourself that freedom to intuitively feel, where do you want to explore? What's exciting to you? How do you want to awaken and open your heart and spirit? And so for me, the way I started is I wanted to look into, to read, to receive teachings of the great masters, right? The wisdom of the great teachers of all the different ancient mystery schools around the world. I was so hungry for it all. And so I dipped my toe in this water, I dipped my toe in this water, just kind of getting the feel of what felt right, what awakened my spirit. Because that's really one of the important things for everyone to realize, is that we all have a unique path, and we're all going to be drawn to different things, and we're all going to find different value in different areas, and just trust your intuition. And so where my spirit brought me, where my heart really magnetized me, was to the teachings of a group of people called the Essenes, right? So I was looking at the Essenes, at the Gnostics, at the early foundations of Christianity, and I was so blown away, because there's a lot to talk about. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to talk about all of it today, but one of the things that I really found important, that I really found so beautiful about the teachings of the Essenes and these early, they were called the mothers and the fathers of the desert. What felt so beautiful is they would all speak about this promise, of this great awakening that was to come, right? They would speak of this new world that was getting ready to be birthed, that was ready to bloom, really, that was based on love, that was based on spiritual truth, right? Heart-centeredness. And most importantly, the part that really captivated me was it was talking about, these scenes would talk about this return to the light, this return to the light, or maybe a better way to phrase that is the ways in which the light would return, the ways in which the light would return. And I remember coming across this work and these teachings and these words, and they would send tingles through my whole body. There was a recognition, right, in my physical being, the ways, sometimes spirit talks to us and you get those tingles, you get that full body recognition that you're like, whoa, I'm dealing with something that's true. I'm dealing with something that's so important to my spirit. And I was enthralled. I was so expanded because I had never come across, teachings from these great Christian, saints and sages, these teachers, because I was so confused really by the ways in which I was first exposed to Christianity when I was younger, right? It felt like the church that I was introduced to earlier on in my life, it didn't make sense, right? There was a disconnect that seemed to be taking place where I remember the words in which I would be told in church it would feel hollow. It's like it sounded pretty, on the surface, it sounded good, but it was lacking something. It was lacking something that my heart knew needed to be there, but the words weren't there. There was something. I knew there was something. And then I would pick up a book like the Bible, and you read the Bible, and it still didn't connect the way that I thought it would, the way people would talk about this holy book. And, if you read it, it's the word of God, all these incredible things. But the book didn't speak to my heart. It didn't awaken my spirit. The words, in many ways, didn't make sense. And I couldn't reconcile that. I couldn't figure that out, where I would be exposed to the Essenes and the incredible wisdom that they held. Where did that go? How could you go from their time and these incredible teachers and the things that they were transmitting into today's modern day Bible? What happened? What happened? And that really put me on the quest of exploring these places, getting to explore, okay, what happened? Where did all this wisdom go? And that's when I came across the ancient language of Aramaic, this incredible, ancient, and beautiful language, which was the mother tongue of Yeshua, of Mary Magdalene, of the Essenes, of the early disciples. They spoke this incredible language, this forgotten language, this language that doesn't get nearly enough attention, the attention that it deserves. And so these people, they didn't speak English, right? A lot of people think, oh, the Bible's written in English, they must have spoke English. Oh, great, so Jesus's teachings originated English. No, of course they didn't. And one of the problems that you have with any translation, but especially with an ancient language like Aramaic, is this: there is not a one-to-one translation from an Aramaic word, of course, to English, but even the early transmissions and the translations that took place, you have to understand it was like a step system where it would go from this incredible language, ancient Aramaic, into Greek, into Latin, into Old English, into New English, right? And so you have like the telephone game. And as you know, when you go through the telephone game, so many things get lost in translation. And Aramaic is such a beautiful example of that, because so much of it requires spirit to unlock it, to open it up. And this is why I call Aramaic, I call them, or when I work with Aramaic, the keys to the kingdom, because within the Aramaic language, you find these keys that truly unlock and open the doors to help you not only better understand what Jesus was talking about, what Mary Magdalene was talking about, but it's more than just understanding. It's about feeling it. It's about receiving it as the divine transmission it was. And so by restoring these keys, why one of my life's missions is to help restore these keys to the kingdom, is not only does it restore the true teachings, but it helps pave the way for a greater awakening to take place. Because the light isn't just found, of course, within early Christianity and the teachings of Jesus, but it is one place in which the light is found. And if we help restore all the different paths and all the different places in which the light can be found, this again can serve this great awakening in such a powerful way. So what I'd love to do tonight is just share a little bit of these Aramaic keys with you, just to give you a taste of, what is there, especially if you don't realize how powerful this language is and what it contains, but maybe even bring you into a slightly deeper connection and an even more beautiful appreciation of who Jesus was and what these teachings were really trying to communicate with you, and see how the truth and the true essence of these teachings can really bring about this great collective. So I'll try to get through as many as I can with the limited time that I have. But one of the things before I get into some of these Aramaic keys, how I like to start this transmission is to share one Aramaic word. And this Aramaic word is Aphpatak. Aphpatak. And if you want to say it out loud or silently intone it before I explain it, just feel what it feels like to say this word or to vibrationally intone it. Aphpatak. 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 And why I like to start my Aramaic transmissions with this word is because when we read the Bible and we see the different miracles that Yeshua would perform, Jesus would perform, one of my favorite ones is his healings, right? And so he performed a healing, and he would say one word before he would perform his healings, and that word was Aphpatak. Aphpatak. So he would stand before whoever he was doing this healing word, saying Aphpatak. And when we open that word in Aramaic, that is the Aramaic word to be open. Or really, it means to be opened. And that truly is the essence of what I feel is at the foundation of the transformation we're going to, is we are opening ourselves. We are becoming open. We are becoming ready, because you can't fill a cup that's already full. We need to be open. We need to be empty and ready to receive the new. And this is how Yeshua was able to encourage, to facilitate, to remind people of their healing ability, is to say, Aphpatak, to be open. And may you all be open throughout the entire conference and event that we're going through over these next few days. And there's something powerful, because Aramaic, it's more like hieroglyphics, if you will. It's that one word doesn't necessarily mean this thing. You can look at the word in Aramaic, you can look at the roots of the words, you can even look at the individual Hebrew letters of Aramaic, and it all means something. There's a whole landscape in which you can go into Aramaic and receive new wisdom from. And it's also a vibratory language. Not only can you decode it by its roots, by its letters, but you receive the vibrations of these words. Very similar to Sanskrit, how when you chant Sanskrit mantras, you're receiving the vibrational effect of these languages. And Aramaic helps attune us more, what I consider the more authentic teachings of Jesus, of Yeshua, even when we explore the I am statements that Jesus would make when he would say, I am this, I am that. And I always seem to have a little bit of a problem with those statements, because it kind of felt a little, I don't want to say egotistical, but very self-centered, like I, me. And Yeshua never seemed like someone that would be that way. And it was when I opened up the I am statements in Aramaic that it became clear more of what he was trying to say, where I am in Aramaic is ina, which literally translates as I, or the I that is behind the I, or really the being that dwells within you. And what I love about the I am statements, reading them from the Aramaic perspective, is Yeshua was never trying to take people's power away. He was never trying to say, me, it's all about me, you have, honor me, worship me. Yeshua and the Essenes were the community and the type of people that were giving you back your power. And by saying ina, right? For example, I am the light of the world, one of his beautiful statements. He would say, ina nura di alma. He was saying, not that I am the light of the world, but that you are the light of the world. The essence of you is the light of the world. The being that dwells within you, your soul, your spirit, that is the light of the world. Remember your power. It's about you. Not him, but you. And I love that reframing when we get into the Aramaic. And then you also get to see how these words truly operate like hieroglyphics, or glyphs in which you can open up, where even the word love, and there was many different words for love, but one of my favorite ones was rahuma. Rahuma, Rahuma. And so when you translate this word off, oftentimes that's what you find. It's like, oh, Rahuma means love. Great. Yeah. Yes. Yes. But there's a depth there. There's a whole experience of the word that you can get in there, where Rahuma is 3 sound seed roots put together. Rahuma. And when you experience Rahuma and understand it by its 3 parts, you get a better understanding of what love truly meant to the Essenes, especially from a Gnostic perspective. Ra. Sounds Egyptian, right? Very similar. Means the emanation or the shining forth of divine light. Hum means sacred center or womb space, if you will. It's another good way to look at it. And then Ma, cosmic mother, divine mother, the mother principle. And so when we see words like love, especially in the Bible, love, Rahuma, translates as the light that shines from the great cosmic mother's womb space. It is the light that comes from the void, that is birthed from the void, and that which we all return to. And love is the great uniting factor. It unites us all. And so you can see just by things like the I am statements and the love, there is such richness and amazing magic that can be found in Aramaic. And part of one of the phrases I wanted to talk about, one of the keys to the kingdom, especially as it relates to, this great awakening that we're all going through, this collective shifting, is the Aramaic term, kingdom of heaven. Kingdom of heaven. I love this term. It's a very special term. Malkuta Dashmaya. Malkuta Dashmaya is kingdom of heaven in Aramaic. And what's beautiful about it is if we look at the Malkuta, which is kingdom, what was very fascinating about Malkuta is that ta sound at the end actually engenders the word feminine. Not that it necessarily means queendom of heaven, although people like looking at it that way. When an Aramaic word is engendered feminine, it stops being a noun or a place, and it transforms it into an experience, an adverb or an adjective, a description. So for example, if fire is the noun, the masculine form, the heat that you feel from the fire, that is the feminine form of it. And so Malkuta, the kingdom part, it's not so much that it's a kingdom as a place, but it's a state of being. And heaven, Dashmaya. Shemaya is the Aramaic word, but Dashmaya means of heaven. The Shemaya is a very special term because you might notice that sound in there, Maya, very common word in the spiritual community, often means illusion or falsity or confusion, that type of thing. But in Aramaic, it means water. And if we think about the base layers of reality, right? We have solid, we have liquid, we have gas. Liquid, the water. Water is a very special word in Aramaic because it's the gateway point. It's the mediator between the physical and the non-physical, and the non-physical to the physical, or earth and the divine to earth. And so heaven becomes the beautiful connection point between the realms of God and the earthly existence that we're all in. And so kingdom of heaven, why that's such an important word, why Malkuta Dashmaya resonates with the collective so much right now, because it's not kingdom of heaven. It's the vibrational state that we are in, which then unlocks heaven. Not that we go anywhere to heaven. It's not a place we go to. It is a vibration that we bring out, that we magnetize out. We're creating heaven in the world by becoming that vibration individually. And this is so key. This is such important wisdom that the Essenes were teaching about how we can change the collective. It's about bringing out this very powerful and important divine wisdom that we all carry within us. And that the secret to unlocking this great collective shift is by doing that individual work. And this is one of the things that the Essenes were so beautifully oriented around teaching, right? Talk about the ways in which we're creating a new educational system, a new educational paradigm, as Neil was talking about. This is what the Essenes were doing. And they oriented their whole educational system, really their whole community life, around one Aramaic word, which was the Aramaic word Nura. 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 Nura translates as light. And it's a very specific form of light because it was not only their word for kind of how they explored and expressed humanity, right? Human consciousness, but they likened Nura to the moon, right? So God was like the sun. God was divine light like the sun, but humanity was the Nura, the light of the moon, if you will. And when we think about the moon, The moon shines light, but she doesn't shine her own light. What does the moon shine? She shines the light of God. She reflects the light of God. And so the Essenes would orient their whole community around Nura, and Nura carries within it this divine responsibility that first and foremost you have to yourself. That you have this responsibility to refine yourself, to cleanse yourself, to essentially polish yourself, to make yourself as reflective as possible to God's light. So that when God's light would shine upon humanity, you would effortlessly reflect that light into the world. Add an illumination to the world, right? Becoming that vibration of heaven, illuminating this divine light in the world because you could reflect it. But it didn't stop there. And this is the new type of educational system that really lights me up. Forgive the pun there, but it really excites me because the responsibility also extends to everyone around you, to your whole, community, to the collective, where Nura imparts a responsibility that you all have to help all those around you become as reflective to divine light as possible. Your responsibility was to help polish them. It was to help cleanse them. It was to help remind them, to prepare them to reflect this divine light. And how beautiful is it that their responsibility is for helping you too? What a blessing that must have been to be in that community where everyone was polishing each other, right? Everyone was helping each other achieve that level of reflectiveness where God's light could always be there. And this is where we find the introduction of a very interesting Aramaic word, which is the word called Satana. 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 Now, what does Satana sound like? Sounds like Satan, right? That's because the word Satan literally came out of the word Satana. But Satana doesn't mean this like red lizard man dwelling down below in hellfire, and this common misconception. Satana translates as the force that causes us to forget, the force that causes us to become divided inside ourselves. This really was the closest understanding that the Essenes had to evil, is that there was this force present within the collective where we would forget. We would forget who and what we truly were. We would become divided in ourselves. This duality would give rise to conflict. The ancient Essenes and all of the ancient wisdom traditions really understood this. And so the Essenes knew, they would teach that the more Nura, the more light that they could cultivate. And this light was cultivated by everyone being as reflective as possible. The more Nura that they could cultivate, the more they would overcome Satana. The more light means the less forgetting. The more light that they generated, the less that they would forget. And why that's so important right now, especially as we talk about the Great Awakening, right? This huge transformation is that largely humanity, right? You could say is in a state of forgetfulness, of sleepiness. We're forgetting who and what we truly are. And so the Essenes knew, and we can apply this wisdom to us today, is that let us generate more of this Nura. Yes, we can do it in a collective setting, but ultimately, perhaps most importantly for all of us, is that we have to do that work. Just as Neil was sharing about how important shadow work is, right? Going inside, doing this inner alchemy and inner transformation. This is what's important for all of us right now. This is how we overcome the forces of forgetfulness. All of the forces, no matter how you want to look at them, as an externalized forces or internalized natural forces, doesn't matter. The end is the same. We're forgetting, we're becoming divided. So let us generate the light. Let us bring back that light. This is the foundations of the next educational system. Truly, that's what I truly believe anyways, my opinion on that one. And this ties into this whole idea of the second coming, right? The second coming of Jesus. Jesus is going to come back and all this good stuff that today's modern Christianity talks about. But when we get into this idea of second coming, especially from the perspective of Aramaic, it really is about this second reclamation, or really this second blooming. It is the second blooming. It is a reblooming of Christ in consciousness, or really it's this reblooming of this great light that's coming. And this great light is shown through our own hearts when we prepare ourselves, when we dedicate ourselves. This is not religious. This is not based on any specific religion at all. This is a universal principle. It's that as we prepare ourselves, as we open our heart, we emit a new frequency. And this is why I love these early Christian teachings, especially these early Celtic Christian teachings, is because it wasn't Christianity then. They didn't consider themselves a religion. This was a way of living. This was a way of awakening yourself. This was a way of transforming yourself. And the result of that inner transformation that all of us, all of them would go through, this was where the Great Awakening would take place. This is where this fundamental alchemy of the fabric of the entire planetary grid would be shifted. We would be activating the ley lines of the earth. We would be geometrically bring back this great energy of the planet, while at the same time drawing down these cosmic forces. And we were the gateway. We were that transitional point. We were the agents of this great change with the mission of this great awakening. And so I'm so grateful to be on this path with all of you and getting to share a little bit of this Aramaic wisdom that is so present in there. And I wish I had more time to go in depth with a lot of this. But I'm so excited to be remembering with all of you. I'm so excited to be helping all of you polish, and I feel all of your love helping me polish myself too, so thank you for that. And this is how the light is going to return, and this is how this new world will be birthed. This is how this new age is going to be completely birthed, rebirth, if you will. And so thank you all for being a part of this. I want to be respectful of the time for our next wonderful presenter coming on. So thank you for this. Thank you for tuning in. And if anyone is curious about learning more of these Aramaic keys, I actually have an incredible course launching early next month called The Aramaic Keys to the Kingdom, where I'm actually presenting some new keys I've never presented before. So it's very, very exciting. So if you want to check that out, you can go to my website, thegnosticdruid.com. And the early bird specials there, so you can still get a nice savings joining this beautiful 8-week course. And also, I'm so excited to see all of you coming to Glastonbury next month as well. So if you haven't heard about the Ascension Glastonbury Conference, check it out. It's another incredible creation that Neil has put together. And last year was transformative, to say the least. I know this year is going to be even more exciting. So if you feel called to be a part of something like this great collective awakening, especially come together with like-minded souls in a PowerPoint like Glastonbury, also known as the heart chakra of the planet, come to Avalon, come be a part of this great conference. You're going to be supporting so many incredible people there. And I'll also be leading a sacred site tour for those who feel called to explore some of the sacred portals and places within the ancient Isle of Avalon. So you'll receive these direct transmissions from the lands and from the sacred waters there. So I can't wait to see all of you there, and it's going to be truly a profound experience.
Yes, it will be, brother. Thank you so much. And when I was creating this event, after I created it, I created the Great Awakening, and then a few weeks later, I was like, man, maybe I should have called it the Great Remembrance.
Yeah, that would be great.
And next year we're gonna do this again, and it's gonna be called the Great Remembrance. But that's my favorite word, because we're excited to remember together. Like when you said that, it resonates a lot. And when you were speaking by Setana, you spoke about that before, and I'm just realizing that, as you shared, it's not demonized, it's not the evil one, it's not demonic, it's not a devil, right? It's just a force that caused us to forget. There's no polarity put upon that, and as we bring in more of the light, we're able to go back to a state of remembrance. It's just interesting to note just the origin of all of this comes from a place of equanimity, and kind of like spoke about Buddha in the beginning here, kind of from a place of seeing the good and the bad as equal players in this game of life.
Exactly. It's how we work with them. It's how we get to interact with however we want to create a reality. But the core of it, as you were saying, right, it's this equanimity. It allows us to decide how we want to engage with these forces. And it's beautiful no matter how you do it. And I love doing it the way these ancient masters and the scenes would speak about it.
Right, exactly. Brother, I appreciate you so much. I love everything you share and your soul and energy and the way you convey it. And I'm excited. I'll see you very, very soon, like 3 weeks.
Yeah, we'll see you in a few weeks.
Excited to see you, brother. All right, man. Okay,
Bye,
thank you.
everyone. We'll see you soon.
See you soon. All right, everybody. So thank you again to Oliver, and his website again is thegnosticdruid.com. And if you want to tune in to the Ascension Glastonbury conference, ascensionglastonbury.com is the website. You can either join for the live stream, or you can come in person and join us in person. We'd love to see you guys there. So we're going to move into our next guest in a second here, but I'm going to bring on the third MCs, Alan, myself, and Ashley. And I want to, which Ashley's going to present sometime this weekend. So we'll do an official bio of her, and I'll do an official bio. But I wanted to spend a few moments here just introducing her. I want Ashley to come on and introduce herself because she is joining the team here, and you're going to be seeing her quite a lot. She emceed the Lemurian conference with us last month. She will be at the Galactic Origins cruise, and we're going to be doing a lot together. So I'm excited to introduce you guys, if you have not met her before, Ashley here. So let's bring you on, Ashley. Hey, Ashley, welcome.
Hi, Neil. Wonderful to be here with the Portal to Ascension community and family. I am so excited for everything we are creating.
Me too. I'm excited to have you on here and for all the things that we're going to create together. But last time we did the Lemurian conference, we didn't get to introduce you. So I'd love for you just to kind of maybe take the baton for a few moments here and just kind of speak about you, your journey, and who you are.
Okay. Well, I had a spontaneous Kundalini awakening in 2015. My entire life flipped upside down. I started hearing the word Kundalini, Kundalini, and I went through a lot of physical changes and psychological changes. My body broke out in this crazy rash. They thought I had lupus. Eventually, I realized those voices, those energies that I was connecting with were actually trying to help me, lead me into claiming my sovereignty. As a young child, I had sensitivities and awarenesses. And then as an adult, it went cosmic. So since that time, I've been building my knowledge of the human light body and the ascension process, remembering what has been lost. So now I'm here, to help the mission of humanity navigate ascension and some of the challenges that come with spiritual awakening. And I'm excited to be part of this community that we're, lighting up all around the world.
Exactly. I'm excited to have you on it too. And as I shared with you and for everybody else out there, we've been friends on Instagram for a couple of years, I think. Mm-hmm. And I seeing all your posts, you sharing some amazing things. And when you reached out to me, it was like divinely orchestrated, because I was hoping one day that we would connect, and I hadn't reached out yet. And when you did it, I feel this is a beautiful collaboration that we're going to create a lot of magic together. So I appreciate you being here and everything that you are.
I appreciate you, Neil. Sometimes we lose our way. And I know we've had some conversations, and you shared on another event that, we lose hope sometimes. We lose hope, but find that hope, find that connection, find your community. Even when you feel lost, it's okay navigating that, because I was lost for a while. I was done with social media. I was giving up hope. And then I found the Portal to Ascension community. I feel like I got my swag back. So wherever you are, however you are, find that little shred, that little sliver, and focus on that, because you do matter. Every single one of you on this call and watching this recording are a pivotal part of humanity's ascension. So don't forget that.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. And before you bring on Alyssa here, I was sharing earlier that I was just in Vipassana, and I was there too. And after I got out, I started having these downloads and things about false light matrix. People have talked about it, and on one level, it goes to being maybe just about the light and not embracing the darkness, that whole new age, focusing on one thing, not the other one. That's one level. And then the other ones are even things that you seem are awakening and conscious, but have been hijacked by the system and corruption, right? And and what you just said right now reminded me of a thought I had, that like when you lean into the darkness, when you lean into that, there's two thoughts I had. So one is, when you are meditating, where is the growth? Is in the darkness of closing your eyes. When you open your eyes, the light distracts you from the darkness.
Yeah.
The light is beautiful, but the growth is when you close your eyes. And then another analogy that came to me is that there's light always at the end of the tunnel, but what's in the tunnel? The darkness. And you literally are going through the darkness to get towards the real light. And I don't know, something that you said just now kind of triggered that thought. I forgot what it is, but yeah, what's your take on that?
I love that. And true healers, they study the darkness. Doctors study medicine. The healers, they study the darkness. So it doesn't mean that you're that. It means,
Exactly.
well, you are.
You are all of it.
You are that.
Yeah.
But you're also the light. So can we embrace all aspects
Yeah.
of creation?
Oh my
That's
God.
what we do here.
And when we have another break, let's talk more about this, because there's some more things I'd love to share. All right, you wanna bring on Alyssa?
Yeah, I'm excited to introduce Alyssa. So Alyssa Rushton, also known as the Divine Superpowers Activator, is a near-death survivor and energy intuitive who's thought of as one of the world's most cutting-edge thought leaders on conscious life creation and ascension. She is also the founder of the internationally accredited Divine Light Energy Healers Academy, where she teaches the healing tools she learned on the other side to coaches, healers, and entrepreneurs. Alyssa has inspired thousands of light leaders, students, and clients, listeners from all over the globe, to step into their true identity as a divine being of light and activate their superpowers. When she's not teaching or speaking internationally, you can usually find her swimming with the sea turtles near her home on Big Island of Hawaii, or hiking in the mountains of Arizona. Welcome, Alyssa.
Oh my gosh, what a great introduction, Ashley. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm backstage listening to you guys, and I'm geeking out on the conversation about light and dark. I actually have something to share about that just happened to me yesterday. Can I?
Absolutely.
So I'm doing some projects in the house. Hi, Neil. I'm doing some projects in the house, and my contractor and I were having a chat. And he said, there's so much light in you. And I'm really curious to know what sort of horrible things you have been through and what sort of dark times you have been through that created so much light. And for me, if we can remember as light leaders, as light workers, that just as you guys were saying, it's knowing that we are going to go through some dark times, and that is where the light's created from, right? We create the light from that point, and it illuminates the diamond. And it's just such a great time where I think we're all coming more and more into acceptance of all parts of ourselves versus just the one part that's really wonderful to look at, So I love that you guys are in this conversation today. It's so meaningful.
That's really beautiful. I have a saying that the depth of our darkness can be the height of our light. Like as deep as we allow ourselves to go is going to be the height of that light that we're able to carry and help shine for others.
Exactly.
Beautiful. I've noticed that a lot of people in this world, like the healers, people working here, are the most wounded people. I've had the most wounds, because exactly what you just said, Ashley. Like, I feel this world gives us an opportunity in duality to become the masters or the victims of our deepest pains, traumas, whatever. And when you become the master of it, then that's when you can heal and help people realize their own potential. And then if you take that to the collective of Earth, we've gone through a collective trauma on Earth, and maybe it's the intention is for us to come to a place of healing so that we can go ahead and teach others, other planets, other realities, on how we transcended the darkness in a place where the cards were stacked against us. We have amnesia. We don't even remember. How beautiful is it that we're remembering the light when we forgot who we are, right? That's how strong that really is.
Yeah. And Neil, if I can piggyback on something that you just shared, On the other side, when you cross out of this body and you experience yourself as consciousness, you actually won't care who you taught. The only person who you'll care about is your fractal aspect of your soul. So if you can focus less on teaching others and making sure that you are embodied, like if that's the number one thing that we do here is we embody it and we know it to our core, then teaching others is really like, look, I'm a teacher for a living, right? But if I'm not embodied in my teaching when I pass on through the rainbow bridge, I'm probably going to have to come back and do it again because it's about embodying it in your soul fragment. So, if we can all like really get that piece of really being embodied in our healing and making that the biggest goal of this lifetime, to just be truly embodied in it and feeling like our nervous systems are healed, feeling like our energy body's healed, our physical body and our mental body. I mean, that's the big work of this time.
Straight up. Beautiful. All right, Alyssa, you ready?
I sure am. I'm excited.
Take us away. Go for it.
What would you like me to share?
Do you want to do, because this is presentation format, so you can just take it away and freestyle, but if you want, we can have a discussion too. It's up to you.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Yeah, well, let's see. Would you guys like me to share the 7 secrets that I learned on the other side?
Yes.
That would be great. Yes.
Would you like me to do that? Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Is there a way I can share my screen with
Yeah,
you guys so that
you see that button at the bottom that says present?
Yes. Hang on now. One second. Okay, hold on.
Okay,
Trying to get there.
present, share screen, and then entire screen. And then you select the screen and click share.
Share screen. I don't have a box to share my entire screen, so I'm just going to click.
What do you see? So there's 3 tabs. One says Chrome tab, one says window, one says entire screen. What do you see there?
Oh, hold on. Okay. Can I just share my presentation?
Yeah, if it shows up, then go for it.
Okay, hold on. 1 second. We're almost there, guys. Hang with us. Let's see how this goes. Okay. I think we got it. We're almost there. Technology. Thank you, technology. All right.
I love that you just said that. When I'm getting to know like my technology, like my phone, my computer, I'm always like treating it with kindness so it can learn from us. Oh, we can see it. This is beautiful.
Yay. Yeah, right. Because technology, everything's energy. Every single thing's energy. In fact, we're getting a tropical storm here, a series of them in Hawaii that have the possibility to go to hurricane status. And if I could, I'm probably going to start here and end here today with some keys, if you will, to the kingdom so that you are the divine creator of your own reality. And one of them is, you just said, is recognizing that everything is consciousness. Everything. And that when we speak to everything around us as if it is God consciousness or divine consciousness, you then can work with it and get it to operate in different ways. And so one of the things I've been doing here is asking those storms to push on south, because south of the Big Island, there's only water. So I'm just thanking the storms for pushing on south and skirting the islands and being very gentle and easy. And this is something that we can do in our everyday lives. We can thank the traffic. We can thank everything. And when you do, it really shifts the whole entire frequency. So I can no longer see you guys with my screen like this. So I'm just going to trust that you will break in and stop me if you have questions. Is that cool?
Absolutely.
And do we have an ability to chat with the audience here? Because I'm all about you guys. So I really would love to know if I have that ability to chat and see. comments.
Yeah, you definitely can chat. Can you see the chat room at all?
I only see a private chat.
Oh,
Comment.
click on comments at the top.
Here we go. All right. Yay. Okay, great. Awesome. So, all right, you guys, I'm going to be popping back and forth here. So bear with me. But I would love to know about you. So, how many of you guys have recently lost a loved one? I know that there's a lot happening on the planet. And so I just want to see, is anybody in that space where you've recently lost a loved one? And if you can just say yes or no, or I have. And I'm sorry. Yes, so many people have lost loved ones recently. So I just wanted to say that this information that I'm going to give you today, oh my gosh, so many people have lost loved ones. Shauna with her 2 cats, and Sharon and Nathan and everybody. I'm seeing the chat happen really fast. Day old grits. I love it. Okay. Oh, you guys, my heart is just with you. My heart's just with you. So many people have lost people this year. And so I want you to know, one, that you're not alone. Right? You're not alone in this. And that too, the things I'm going to be sharing with you today are from the other side. And your loved ones on the other side are really still with you here. Everything's happening in now time. And I'll talk more about that in a bit. But you can still access their frequency, and they still very much are here with you, and they love you even more than they ever did on the other side, because we let go of all that human stuff. So thank you guys for weighing in there. Do we have any NDEers? Do we have any near-death experiencers? Or maybe you've had an out-of-body experience, or maybe, you've had this like awakening experience. Who are those folks here? Just pop a yes if you have had a out-of-body experience. I think Ashley, you said you had that awakening moment. So a lot of us have had those awakening moments as well. And I'm seeing not a lot of you. Okay, so that's kind of nice. And who is ready to maybe your other side adverse, like maybe you don't like to talk about it, or maybe you're like, oh my gosh, do we have any other side adverse people who are maybe here? Maybe your friend or family drug you here. Do we have any of you guys? There always seems to be one. That's great. And for those of you who are ready to learn, I would love to hear what you're most excited about learning, like what you really signed up for this conference to learn. What did you really come here? Like when you saw this conference and you're like, oh my gosh, I need to attend this. What is it that you were like, I'm going to come here for this? I'd love to know. So pop that comment in. What did you come here to learn from? Ooh, John's a 2-time NDE. That's amazing, John. I bet you have a lot of light in you. Citrine, 12 years of vicious psychic attacks. Okay, wow. Oh my gosh, I've heard that a lot recently. Shelby had some out-of-body experiences when you were small. Beautiful. All right. Amazing, you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out here with me. Let's see. Oh, Sharon, now looking for community. I bet a lot of us are looking for community. And I heard you guys talking about the cruise. If you can get, my friends, in physical, connection with your spiritual tribe, it's so powerful. There's so much opening. So if you can go on that cruise, go to Glastonbury, go to these portals in these places, because it is so powerful and it helps you clear blockages, and it really helps to upgrade your DNA when you're around people that are embodied in their ascension path, in their healed path, or their process of healing. Amazing. Shelby says, to be one with myself and Mother Earth. Linda came here to continue immersing in the opening of the planet. Amazing. I want to understand how to put the puzzle pieces together and finally awaken. Day old grits. I say this to you and everybody else. If you think of awakening as a final step, what you want to do is sort of rejigger your thought process on this, because awakening is a series of expansions that you'll have. It continues past the earthly plane. You will continue to grow and expand and awaken to consciousness more and more. The best analogy I have for spiritual awakening is, imagine yourself first as an ant and thinking of life on the ant's plane. And if an ant was crawling across the countertop and there was a piece of paper on the countertop and you suddenly came and removed the piece of paper, the ant would think, whoa, it's magic. Oh my gosh, where'd the paper go all of a sudden? But you just put the paper on the shelf. The same thing when you move up maybe to the level of a dog, right? The dog's awareness level is just seeing things at sort of ground height, and then it can't understand a plane taking off, for example. So the levels of awakening that we have here on the planet Earth are vast, but then when you go off planet to other civilizations and other universes, it's more and more and more and more. So don't think of it as a finally awaken. Think of it as, I'm on this path as an infinite spiritual being that will never stop. The path to awakening never stops. And I actually think that's incredible, because you just grow in your consciousness, which for me, coming from the other side, is the reason why we're here, is to expand our consciousness. Susie Q says she wants to learn how to help heal herself and others, but she's stuck on herself. Well, I'd say that's a great place to be, because when you pass on from this body, that's really all that matters. Really, nothing else matters. Okay, so a little bit about me. You guys already heard I'm a near-death survivor. When I came into this world, I did remember some past lives, so my veil was very thin. And even though my mom was great at keeping those veils open, I got shut down just due to being a human. So how many of you can relate with that? You just got shut down due to being a human. Maybe you came in sensitive, intuitive, and then you completely had to close off to just live in the world. I personally turned to overworking and drugs and alcohol, recreational drugs and alcohol. And that process really led me to a place where I became very sick. And so here's me. This is me after my near-death experience. I was married at the time, and my ex-husband told me, he said, it was too painful and sad to take pictures of you the way you were. So I only have pictures that I asked him to take after my near-death experience. And as you can see here, this was me at 240 pounds. I used a walker to get around. I had to wear diapers, and I had a PICC line in my arm, which delivered this chemotherapy drug cocktail to my body. And in fact, I was on end-of-life pain management at one point that they only give to people who are going to die because it can kill you. So I was very, very sick for a long time, about 7 years. And inevitably, that medication was too much, and I did die on the potty like Elvis. And when I died on the potty like Elvis, I got to experience this incredible, I don't have good human words to describe what happened. It was the most bliss and love and joy. It's the most physical thing I've ever done without a body rather, because I didn't have a body. And I merged with God consciousness, with divine consciousness, with source energy. And I got to see how this universe is put together. I got to see how light and sound work together to inform subatomic particles that then inform sacred geometry, that then inform matter. I got all of that. I got the download of how the math is structured on our earth planes, how gravity is not really a thing, but how it actually is the opposite of what we think. I got to see that all time is happening all at once. There is no such thing as past, future, and present. It's all in the now. It's all already happened, and we have infinite possibilities. So that's my short little download on my past life experience. It was incredible. It was intense. It took me years to integrate this. And when I was coming back when the EMTs were called and I was dead on the toilet. And the only thing that kept me upright was there was a wall right there, and I'd slouched into the wall. And I came back, and they had put Narcan into my system because Narcan blocks all your receptors for opioids. And I came back, and they're asking me, you know, the standard questions. What's your address? What's your birthday? I knew none of it. And my whole face, I had been dead, I'd say probably about 10 minutes. And my whole face was starting to get solid, and my left side of my face looked like I had had a stroke. It was not moving. It was paralyzed. And they said, well, what's your name? And I could feel the tone in the room start to get real chilly. And I looked at my husband at the time, who's kneeling on the floor, and I said, honey, what's my name? And he said, it's Alyssa, baby. And I looked at the EMTs and I said, it's Alyssa, baby. And so why that's so important is because on the other side, I had to literally release my identity. You know, we come into this world and we are programmed to be ordinary. We are programmed that we're only human. We are programmed that we don't have these magical skills and gifts and powers, and that we can't work with the universe. But in actuality, we really can. So secret number one from the other side, this is a writer downer, or you can take a screenshot. I love it when people take screenshots and post it on the gram, and for sure tag us all here at Portal to Ascension and Alyssa Rushton if you're going to share this. It's so helpful to us when you do, by the way. So secret number one is that you are a multi-dimensional being that exists on many planes all at once. And you probably already know that, but it's one thing to know it, and it's another thing to live it, you know, because we've forgotten who we really are, and so has the world. So there's an alchemy, and I want you to see if you can feel this in your system right now. When you start to really claim and believe that you are a direct aspect of God, you're a direct ray of the divine, you have all of these cosmic magical powers that you can access. And you're all of this multidimensional being, and part of you is expressing right here in physical form. You are capable of making miracles. See if you can hold that frequency in your body and see what that feels like. Because the truth is that all time and space is happening all at once, just like a book. Okay. So like a book, when you're reading a book, you don't have to wait on page 1 for page 56 to be written. It's already there. You can just even skip to page 101 if you wanted. So this process is a process of you reclaiming all the parts of you, reclaiming your identity, and getting out of the identity of I'm just my physical body, and I'm, I'd like to be cosmic, but I don't really know if I am, and not really stepping up into that. I want you to even think about how many physical bodies have you had in this lifetime so far? Just out of curiosity, like you had your baby body, then you had your 2-year-old toddler body, you had your 4 and 5-year-old body, your 6 and 7-year-old body. Think about how old you are. And I'd just be curious to know, how many bodies have you had that you're aware of? So if we're not necessarily, like, yes, we're our body, but we're, as Nathan so beautifully said, I'm a spirit living as a human. Absolutely. You nailed it, Nathan. You are a spirit living as a human in your vehicle. And we change out our vehicle. Just like I didn't always drive the car I do now. I started out in a broken down Honda Accord. Right, 1978, broken down Honda Accord. That was my very first car. But I've changed out a lot of my vehicles, but I was always the consciousness driving that. So, Linda said 15 bodies, 15 lives so far. Yes, exactly. So we have to understand that our identity is malleable, and that most of us here on this call got trained into having a mostly earth 3D based identity, when in truth, you are this cosmic magical being of light. And so for me, what happened on the other side is I got to call in all of my lives. I got to look at the parts of my lives that I was sick and ill health and not doing anything really productive. And I got to look at the parts of my life where I was this cosmic, magical being. I think the artist did a great job on this photo, by the way. I aspire to be her in this physical body. But what do you guys think? I think they did a great job. What I'd love for you to do is close down your eyes for a second. And I want you to imagine all of your life streams, the ones where you're sick, the ones where you had struggles, the ones where it's just you can feel the bleed through coming through in this lifetime. And then imagine all of those lives where you're that cosmic master. Maybe you're a Pleiadian, maybe you're an Arcturian, maybe you're a Sirian, maybe you're something Elsian, right? And you've got all of these incredible healing gifts, and you know how to work technology, and you know how to do all these incredible things. Right now in this moment, I want you to take your arms up and start to move everything down. So you're going to start to integrate this, because here's the thing. We've got to integrate all this healing into our now body. So we're going to do this together energetically. This is an activation. We're going to send out a huge arm and just grip onto those parts of yourself that had issues healing in other lifetimes, and we're going to heal them in the now moment. And we're just going to bring all that in and tell all those parts it's safe to heal across all time, space, dimension, and reality. And bringing all that through, adding in extra healing layers in the body. And see if you can feel in your body where you're holding the most density. See if you can feel where that is. And we're just going to tap wherever that is. We're going to tap that point. And for most of you on this call, it's right in the solar plexus. Just boom, right underneath your rib cage. So you're just going to tap right here underneath your rib cage. And you're going to say this with me. Are you guys ready? I now command that it is safe for me to heal my multidimensional self across all lifetimes, across all time, space, dimension, and reality. You don't have to tap hard here, just a baby gentle tap. One more time. I now command that it is safe for me to heal my multi-dimensional selves across all lifetimes, across all time, space, dimensions, and reality. So that's a simple little energetic process that you can do to help yourself to heal all those things. Because a lot of the physical stuff that's been intractable, anybody have something to heal that's felt intractable? Do you know what I mean? It feels like no matter what you do, nothing changes. Does anybody have that? Usually what that is it's other time streams that are bleeding through, affecting your now time. So the more we can remember that we're not just this human body, that we have to do the healing across all time, space, dimension, and reality. Is it Pre says, I'm so nauseous right now. Great, you're releasing. That's beautiful. We want that sometimes, right? We want to release that. It tells you you've got a lot of stuck energy right there. And you're going to heal it, healing that energy and letting it start to disperse and help your body feel better. So now we're going to do the next practice. We're going to close down your eyes once again. Obviously, if you're driving, don't close your eyes. And we're going to call in those multi-dimensional parts of yourself where you're the master, because guess what? You've been all of it. You've been the person needing to be healed and the most masterful healer. So we're going to call in those mastery level parts of you, the speaker, the teacher, the coach, the one who's got the instantaneous healing frequency codes within your system. There's several of you here on this call today that you guys have technology codes within you that you can open up and access those. So we're just going to ask that there is a super safe container for you to access all of your mastery, all of your encoded light frequency across the dimensions where you are that masterful, that healed master coming from the heart center and above. And we're just going to bring that frequency down, down, down in and through your physical body. And here we go. We're going to come right up to the thymus. And you're going to just tap right here, real gentle, right on your high heart. It is safe for me to access and activate my mastery level multidimensional selves and integrate that mastery, that healing, that abundance into my now physical vehicle. And just see what that feels like in your frequency. See what it feels like to bring through the frequency of your mastery, of holding these beautiful codes and sacred geometry. There you go. You're letting it kind of come in through the top of your head. For you guys, I'm really feeling this back of the head activation opening up, letting it drop down all the way through into your root chakra. Bring it all the way down in the body. And you're just going to tap right on your root chakra. So this is about 2 inches above your pubic hairline. So you want to just tap right there, very gentle. I now command that it is safe for me to access and activate my galactic and ascended master mastery level skills, gifts, and talents in this body, in this lifetime. And just notice for a minute how you feel in your body. Some of you are feeling a little swirly, a little dizzy perhaps. So if that's the case, just put your hands on your legs, kind of ground back into your body. Maybe take a drink of water. Shelby, my heart rate racing. Blue skies, seeing the electricity in the air. Yes, exactly. So remember that in order to get that true healing, you really have to take it out past your physical body. And that's where we get stuck. That's where a lot of healers miss the boat because they're only working on the physical body, or maybe they're only working on the energy body. But we've got to be working from your highest galactic presence on down through your energetic body, your emotional and mental and your physical body, and to work all the way through your system. So that's the work. Linda's feeling elevated. That's amazing, you guys. Yeah, remembering your mastery because you are masters. I love, 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 love being in a room filled with masters. It's the most fun. Okay, so remember every day to greet yourself and say, hello, I am a multidimensional being of light. And literally looking at yourself in the mirror and greeting yourself in the morning and saying, good morning, gorgeous, or good morning, handsome, or however you want to talk to yourself and say, I am a multidimensional being of light. I am a galactic master. Because here's the thing. You cannot outperform your identity. And so if you work to change your identity, to really remember your galactic heritage. And for some people, they don't even remember, but at least if you're having that as your come from, you will interact with the world differently. You will remember that you can really work with reality in a whole different way. So try this as a practice for the next 30 days. Every morning when you get up out of bed, you walk into the bathroom or wherever and you see your first mirror, go to the mirror and just say, hello, gorgeous. Hello, handsome. I am a multidimensional being of light, and see what happens for you. You guys willing to try that on as a practice? Let me know in the chat. So here's the thing. You must let go of who you thought you were in order to be who you came here to be. You literally must fully let that go. And most of us still have a dominant 85% program running that we are just a human in a physical body, and we get so caught up in it. You got to let go of that in order to really, truly be who you came here to be, which if you are here on this live stream now or now, in the future now, or listening right now, it's all the now time. You are a master. You know you are at the depths of your soul, and you're remembering just how masterful you are. You're in the process of that remembrance. So remind yourself every day. It's real important right now. Okay, secret number 2. You are connected by your DNA to an invisible field of divine potential. And you guys might already know that, but here's what you might not know. That there was a study back in 1992. This was published in the Lebedev Physics Institute on the fluctuation dynamics of DNA and its impact on the field. Okay. And the method of this was a laser correlation spectroscopy. Okay. So let me break this down into everyday terms. These guys took photons. Photons are subatomic particles that make up matter. It's what makes up your glass that you're drinking out of, and even the phone that you might have, right? It's what makes it all up. So photons create matter at the subatomic particle level. And photons are light, and they're also information. So they took these photons and they put them in a tube, and they took everything out, including the air, so that only photons were left. And just out of curiosity, you guys, what do you think? How do you think these photons organized themselves? Was it totally random, or was it sacred geometry? What do you think the researchers got back when they took only the photons, put it in a tube, and took a picture? What do you think? Random? Who says random? And who thinks sacred geometry or some kind of a pattern? Blue Sky says, it's all in our DNA. Solar flashes, they are being activated. Yes, they are. All right, well, let me share with you that it was totally random. Totally random. The photons were totally random. So when they put the photons in the test tube by themselves, totally random. Just no matter being created. Now, here's what's really cool. When they inserted DNA, what do you guys think? Was there something magical happening there? I know you already got this. The DNA, when put in a test tube with the photons, made incredible patterns. And so let's talk about the implications of this. Your DNA is a broadcasting station. And if you hear nothing else from today, besides you're a cosmic master, I really want you to hear this. You're born into this vehicle that has a program. Just like if you bought, let's say you bought a new Ford Escape, it's got a program. The sensors beep at you and certain things happen in the car. And you're the same way. You're the consciousness that has to drive this vehicle that's got certain programming. And the programming is embedded within the DNA. And the DNA acts like a broadcasting station. It literally is forming the particles around you in your world. And this is the hardest part to understand and to sometimes accept is that our DNA creates our experiences. And so that leads me to number 3. You are here to clean up the embedded trauma and junk programming in your DNA, embedded in your human. Because here's what happens. Your body, we just talked about, is that broadcasting station. Your DNA is the broadcasting station, and that literally is creating your experience. And let me just dive more deeply into this. Your DNA informs your reality bubble. So if you can think about, there's 8 billion people on this planet, and we all think we live in one reality, but we do not. We absolutely do not. You have your reality bubble. I have my reality bubble, and your spouse or partner has their reality bubble, and your neighbor has their reality bubble. When people come into my reality bubble is so strong that all of a sudden their lives really get different fast because I have such a vastly different reality bubble. But our bubbles are informed by our DNA. And the level to which our reality bubble exists is the level to which we've healed and cleared our DNA. And by the way, people's bubbles interact on each other. Okay. And so let's talk about how this works. You can really, really understand this. By the way, I see this happen all the time in Hawaii. 2 couples come to Hawaii. They stay at the same hotel. I live right by a 5-star resort. It's beautiful. It's magical in every possible way. 2 couples come to this resort. One couple has the time of their life. It's amazing. And the other couple, let's say maybe the wife is deeply unhappy and sort of everything in her world is a problem. And she's always kind of super high anxiety because she's had a lot of trauma that she hasn't healed. And she gets to Hawaii and it's triggering to her in every possible way. And they can't have a good day and they go out to dinner and it's just always a mess. And her reality bubble affects her partner's reality bubble. And he starts having a bad time. Right? This is how reality bubbles work. So we interact with each other's reality bubbles, and our DNA is what is making that happen. And literally, you can have somebody with a very traumatized DNA strands, and they will be the victim of everybody. And, their contractor's doing them wrong, and their lighting person comes by, and it's this horrible event, that happens. And just on and on and on. And everything you hear come out of this person is how they've been victimized by the next person. But what they don't understand, and this is so important, is when people come into their reality bubble because they've got such a traumatized, victimized frequency of DNA coming out, people that normally wouldn't treat them a certain way will come into their reality bubble and now treat them a certain way. A very similar thing, you guys have seen this. You're out to dinner and you've got a great server, your meal's fantastic, and you look at the table right next to you and they've got the same server as you and they're having a horrible time. And you can actually see that server is being a little different to them. This is what happens when our DNA, our reality bubble, comes into contact with others. So this is really important for you to remember because our DNA acts like a filter to how we see the world. So on the left side of your screen, you see an actual picture. Nothing has been altered about this picture in any way. And our DNA, through what happened to your parents and their parents' parents, and so on, epigenetics says that we imprint the emotional and physical trauma from our ancestors 7 generations back. And that's what we can see right now with our current equipment. I think in about 10 years' time, we'll understand that it includes all of it. And so that DNA starts to act like a filter. And you can see here on the right side of your screen that pretty soon it really starts to skew the picture completely. So even though we're interacting with the same things and the same reality as everybody else, we start to see it differently. And this is one of the big keys. So for me personally, when I came into this world, I came into a physical body that was filled with victim and addiction DNA. That was my vehicle that I chose on the other side to come into. Now, it was my greatest teacher, but it was also very difficult to be a spirit who had remembered past lives, to be in this body that just was in victim mode. Like it was my automatic program. And so, I know this firsthand. Yes, by the way, this was me. I was such a cigarette smoker that I couldn't even get in the water without having a cigarette. And my face was so, you can see it. It was so puffy and acne. And I was always thinking like, oh, what cream is going to fix me? Why is it that I have this bad skin? Well, it's because my dad, and he had terrible acne, and all of these things would go through my head. And I was always looking outside of myself for it to get fixed, looking for the next cream, the next potion, the next lotion. And I was always blaming it on my father. And, it's so funny what happens when we take responsibility for ourselves. So I personally had to take responsibility and change things that I was doing inside. But I want to tell you really quickly about a client of mine who I just talked to the other day. She had always experienced her family as not liking her and not believing in her. And she's a Reiki master and an energy healer. She's been through our Divine Light Energy Healer certification program. And she's always had her family, it's always felt like they didn't love her and they didn't accept her. And she always felt like she had to fight and prove who she was. And she recently was going to move, and her father even said to her, I'm not coming to see you when you move. It's not worth it for me to go out there. And she felt so devastated. Well, guess what? She decided to turn it inward and go in and heal that DNA and really take a look at cleaning all that stuff out inside of her. And once she did that work, we just got off the phone 2 days ago, and she said, you won't believe it. My dad came out to see me. We had the most amazing time. My mom actually paid me money to do healing work because she's an animal energy healer, to do work on her cats. And she felt so loved and treasured. And she was just bawling because her heart was wide open. Now, you see, her family actually didn't change. They didn't suddenly become these magical, loving, fabulous people that accepted her in every way. She changed her broadcasting station inside of her body. And that's what shifted everything. And so that's one of the biggest keys that you can remember, that if you don't like how people are treating you in this world, when you take responsibility for that and you realize, okay, there's a broken part of my DNA that didn't even come from you, right? It didn't even come from you. It came from your parents or your parents' parents or some random relative passed this on to you. So don't personalize it and think, oh, it's me, I'm broken. No, think, okay, I have a piece of my DNA, my coding that's casting this frequency out, and I'm naturally attracting people. They're coming into my reality bubble and they're treating me this way. But I can change it because I can work with that DNA inside of myself. It's the most empowering thing, because what happens is we start to blame things outside of us and want to make it other people's issue, right? We want to start blaming them. So here we go, is you can say this after me and just tap right here on your solar plexus really gently. I am here to clean up the DNA and trauma that came with this body. Oh, and feel that release already happening. Let's do that again. I am here to clean up the DNA and trauma that came with this body. And someone just asked, how do we clean out our DNA? This is the way. You involve all of your bodies, you invoke that multidimensional part of yourself, but then you also involve the body and you talk to it and you say, hey, listen, DNA, I'm here to clean you up. Remember, your consciousness is everything. Nothing trumps your consciousness. So when you start talking to your cells and your DNA, it naturally starts to release, it starts to clear, it starts to move out of the way. I will also say for some of you, I do use, I'll show you this. I do use a device that helps with DNA clearing, and it is kind of a fabulous, I love this device. It's a fabulous device. I'll show you. And we just do this little, I don't know if you can see this on my camera, but we do this little DNA RNA sequence. And so it helps to clear out the body and helps to clean out those DNA pieces. So we have a lot of cool technology now that we can use to also assist with the DNA upgrades and attunements. Let's talk about secret number 4. And I know I'm getting so close to my time, so I want to get you through as many secrets today as you can. Your reactions to reality are your responsibility and your power. So piggybacking on what we just talked about, which is that your DNA is this broadcasting station, and your experiences that you have in your life, if you take responsibility for those, if you say, okay, these people are not being nice to me, or my bank account isn't where I want it to be. And I'll use finances for this because it's less personal. It sometimes feels very personal. Your reactions to what's happening in your world is your responsibility, and it's where your power lies, because that's where you can change everything. So what happens when you squeeze an orange? Just out of curiosity, you guys know this? What happens when you squeeze that orange juice? You apply pressure and you squeeze it. That's right. Yes, absolutely. You get orange juice. Now, my question to you is, would you ever get anything else? Would you ever get blueberry juice or steak juice? And you're laughing, I know, because of course not. That's ridiculous. So we get what's inside. It doesn't matter what kind of juicer we use, we're always going to get what's inside. And so when you have, let's say finances, your finances aren't going well, think about what's your reaction, what's your emotional reaction. Is it fear? Is it worry? Is it doubt? Is it something else entirely? Is it anger or sadness? What happens when we get squeezed emotionally is what's inside of us. And if we can take a look at that and go, oh, when pressure is applied, here's what my emotional reactions are. Because the truth be told is you can actually work with those emotional reactions and you can use them as rocket fuel for you if you are conscious to them. But if you're just keep running the program of, oh, my finances are low, I get worried, instead of going into trust and learning how to be in trust, you'll keep staying in that same loop, that same loopy pattern. So the real secret is to take responsibility for your responses and your reactions, to take responsibility for how people are showing up in your world, how people are treating you. It's not to say that you're going to take ownership of it, right? If someone's mean to you, you're not going to be like, well, people are mean to me, and that's because, whatever the reason is. What you're going to do is say, oh, people are mean to me. I must accidentally be running a DNA program where people are mean to me. And you're going to go in to your body and you're going to start releasing that. And you can do this by using a simple command statements. We teach this inside the academy, but I'll give this to you. So you can do this for anything. So you want to find where the energy is mostly held in your body, and then just say a command statement, because your body is very much like a computer. And so you would just, maybe it's in your heart, and you would just say, I now command that I am ready to release that people are mean to me. I release it now across all time, space, dimension, and reality. And so see what you're doing. You're pulling all that frequency, probably that's bleeding through from other lifetimes, because you don't just exist here. To try to just heal things on the human plane, you're missing 90% of it. And that's what most modern day energy healers don't teach you. And you're learning it right here, is that you can gather up all parts of yourself and heal it and incorporate and alchemize it. And when you start taking responsibility for yourself on this level, in this way, everything starts to transform. And you really, like I said at the start, you get the keys to the kingdom. You can work with energy on such a huge and powerful level that your whole life starts to be different. So I know I'm running out of time. So I just want to pop in and ask you guys if you have any questions and what questions you have. And I'm just going to clean up this chat here. And beautiful. I love the comments that are coming through. Fear and doubt. Yes. And you can, hold on. Let me go back to this comment. Shelby, that fear and doubt holding you back from connecting your higher self. So you would just tune into your body, Shelby, and just ask, like, where is this fear and doubt happening? And I really feel it's super low. It's even sacral area, and just love on that area, tap on it, and just say, I now command that I am ready to release fear and doubt from my physical body, from my DNA, from my energy system, across all time, space, dimension, and reality. And even now, as you're doing that, as we're working together, you can start to feel that cold wind start to clear that out, and just work with that. I now release fear and doubt from my energy system, my DNA, my physical body, across all time, space, dimension, and reality. Then make sure to fill up your cup. So you might come up to your thymus, you might come up to your heart, or even top of your head, and say, I now command that it is safe for me, because safety is a big key for you especially, that it is safe for me to fully connect in and allow my higher self to come through me, into my heart, into my body every day. And so doing those 2 taps, where you're bringing that energy from the cosmos all the way through all of your energy bodies and then into your physical body, will drastically change you. I promise this will shift you on such an incredible level. In 1 month's time, you will not be the same person. Hey,
Alyssa,
guys.
we did have a question earlier when you first started about embodiment. Love for you to go into that more. The question was, I guess, how do you embody? But maybe you can speak about what is embodiment and then how you do it.
What a great question, you guys. So what the heck is embodiment? It's just a term that's bandied about so much these days. So I like to think about it this way. I'll put a couple of analogies there. Have you ever been to a doctor or a healer who has a lot of knowledge and wisdom, and yet is maybe really overweight and really sickly and in pain? Have you guys ever been to something like that? That is a person who's not embodied in the work. Another example is a manifestation teacher who teaches manifestation. Maybe they've got a lot of amazing knowledge and wisdom, but they cannot manifest their way out of a paper bag, and they're in constant debt and chronic lack. So embodiment simply means that what you are believing in and cognizing in your brain, the ideas that you're steeping yourself in, you can hold that in your body. So, for example, if you're really excited about being healthy and you're looking online for all these healthy recipes, are you embodied in it? Are you getting up every day and having green juice and doing smoothies, or maybe doing a different kind of healthy thing that resonates with you? Can you do it when you're traveling? Can you do it when you're busy? Asking yourself the question, whatever the practice is, you'll know you're embodied in it when it's a part of you. When you can do it when you're busy, when you can do it when you're stressed, when you can do it when you're traveling, when you can do it when you're fighting with your partner, that's how you know you're really embodied in a practice. So the goal is to pull things down from just being theoretical knowledge in our head and being it every day. So, for example, we're talking a lot about galactic wisdom. Well, it's great in our heads, but can you really embody being a galactic master who knows how to command the forces of the universe at your fingertips when there's a traumatic situation happening right before your eyes? Can you instantly shift it and upshift it into a higher frequency where it's the highest timeline and the highest good for all? It takes practice, right? And all these things that we're talking about, being healthy, eating healthy whole foods, doing our daily spiritual practices, and practicing being a galactic master, right? Being an ascended master, it takes practice. It takes having times when you're busy, when you're stressed, to kind of fall off of your practices in order for you to really incorporate them. For me personally, you guys saw my pictures. For me, it was a case of life and death. I really had to do it. There was no other option for me but to go all in. And if there's one thing I can leave you with, it's that nothing tastes or feels as good as healthy does, as being that cosmic master that you are. And the more you claim that and own it every day, then things start to become easy, because your identity sits at the very top of the pyramid and you cannot outperform your identity. So if your identity is still one where you sort of think of yourself as this, yes, you're a spirit in physical form, but you're not really thinking of yourself as this powerful divine ray of God that has access to infinite wisdom. If you're not thinking of yourself like that, if you're not thinking of yourself as a person who it's easy for you to be healthy because that's just what you do, and it's easy for you to get to the gym and get your workouts in because you know that serves you on such a core level, then the place to really start with the identity. Start visioning yourself as this person who can and wants to do these things, and it's vital to their existence, and then that will inform that identity, and then everything can shift. So does that answer your question, Neil?
Oh, not for me, but I just wanted to acknowledge your great wisdom and your transformation. My name's Alan. We haven't met, but I've been listening. And I love the fact that you use the term cognizing. That's a term I use all the time because we don't know we can't recognize what we haven't cognized. So cognition is a part of evolving. So thank you for everything you've presented here today. And your own personal transformation seems obvious because you're speaking from a place of experience. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks.
Beautiful presentation, Alyssa. And
Yeah.
I also love, I'll make a comment as well here. I love that you brought in the ET connection to NDEs, because I'm not sure if you know about IANS, the IANS organization.
I'm speaking there next week. Yeah.
Oh, well, we're the ones that produce the live stream every year. So I'm flying from California to Phoenix in a couple of days to set up the cameras and everything. So we'll see each other.
You
How
there.
cool. Yeah,
We'll see you there.
But,
I've got a documentary that we're screening on Friday night. I'm doing healing
oh
rooms
yeah, I
on
know all about
Thursday.
it. I'll just look at the schedule. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
crazy. Okay, that's your documentary?
Yeah.
Trip out. Okay.
I'm a part of it. It's not mine, but I'm a part of it.
Okay, you're in
Yeah.
it. But
Yeah.
it's interesting because this year they're bringing in ETs for the first time
Yes.
into the conference.
Yes.
And it's because you can't really avoid the fact that this is a multidimensional reality of having many experiences. But it's beautiful, and thank you for sharing your transformation, because just seeing those images and like who you are now, you can see it's a tangible thing, that there was something that you can't just say like all of a sudden maybe it was like a 10-year process, like something happened in your life and it created a rapid change, and it's beautiful to witness. So thank you for sharing, and congratulations on making that shift for yourself.
Thank you. And I want to say, you guys, you don't have to die to do it. I could have been proactive, right? I could have been proactive and started earlier. And so just know that you don't have to die to access multidimensional consciousness. You've got to show up to conferences like this, but you absolutely have the same access that everybody has the same access. We can all turn on these latent gifts and skills and talents. So you don't have to have the hard experience. You can go the easy path, and you can even choose. You can say to yourself right now, like, I choose to activate my mastery level self on a joyful path, on a fun path, because it does not have to always be the hard way. It can be, but it doesn't have to be.
Some people just don't think they need to until they're pushed up against that, and so let's get a head start on it. And you're right. I feel the best when I'm feeling healthy. Forget plant medicine, forget all that stuff. It's all a distraction from this incredible instrument that comes into perfection in a way when you're in touch with the inner and outer realities. That's my feeling. So I want to acknowledge you for that. Amen.
Yes. Ashley, you want to make any comments before we go into Ellen?
Yeah, I really enjoyed Alyssa's presentation, but also her education on etheric surgery. Like, truly, like that. It's a whole new realm we're moving into, where we recognize that we are multidimensional, and it's those leaders like you who are going to show us the way to truly shift ourselves at a vibrational level. Like, it's etheric surgery, and when you do that work on yourself, your outer reality responds. So thank you, for leading the way and going through what you went through to bring that knowledge forth.
Well, thank you guys for having me. I'm so grateful to be here. And thank you guys in the chat. I loved being with you so much. And I'm sending you guys so much love. And Neil, I can't wait to see you next week.
No, me too. Okay, let's if we can get some time, let's have some lunch or something. Let's hang out.
Yeah, let's do it. That sounds amazing.
All right, take care, Alyssa. Thank you again.
Bye, guys.
Hey, Neil, I just want to say Mary in the chat. I just want to say, don't be afraid of sharing your story, because your story will be inspiring for other people. So we're all here to share our stories and our experience and our whatever comes to us. So please do it. Okay.
Thank you. All right. So moving on, everybody, we have our next guest coming up, and I have the privilege of introducing my good friend, Alan Steinfeld. And I'm happy to say I've never read from your bio. That's how well I know you.
Oh, good.
So, Alan, to give you kind of a story of how I came across Alan's information, when I woke up to a lot of this awareness in 2001, 2002, I found a few people's videos, and pretty soon, within a year, I started finding Alan Steinfeld videos on New Realities that was broadcasted on public network in New York, right, Alan? And he was interviewing people that not only just come out, that are now really well known and doing some great work, but it also seemed to have been interviewing a lot of the people right in the beginning phases of their work, when it's Joe Dispenza, Bruce Lipton. And so it was a source for me to really start diving deep into many different topics, kind of like the foundation for my beginnings. And I'd been following for a while, and then in I think around 10 years ago, I met Alan at the Conscious Life Expo, and since then our friendship has grown quite substantially. We've lived together, we've celebrated together, we've created the most amazing events, we've traveled the world together, and he's one of the closest people to my heart. I love him so much, and has really not only is a pioneer in so much, but is similar to the two portals Ascension, the fact that he's into it all, very curious person. One time I asked Alan, like, how does he speak to people so well? And he says, well, first he says, I eat people for breakfast.
What'd you say? I teach people what?
You eat people for breakfast. That's
right. I just like Aquarius.
He said to me that he's genuinely curious about everybody. And that curiosity goes into not only his work, make contact books, UFO study, but into everything he does and why he's such a great speaker, presenter, and host, and why he's on Portal to Ascension all the time as well. So everybody, Alan Steinfeld.
Ashley, do you have something to say? Because we haven't met formal.
I just enjoy you so much. Like, I feel like Alan's like the OG. Like, even before I was involved with Portal to Ascension, I saw you everywhere. Like, he's everywhere. And I'm excited to get to know you and what brought you to this path and this journey, and to read your book, which definitely. Which I'm really excited to get. It's in my Amazon wish list, about to be purchased. I'm just looking forward to everything you're delivering.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, hang in there, because stay on the screen. I just came up with this, because I've been thinking about consciousness and how can we describe consciousness? No one's really defining it. Some people use it as a substitute for God. Oh, it's all consciousness. And so it's a word that's finding itself as our culture evolves. How do we define this thing that everyone's talking about? I mean, Deepak Chopra is always saying, oh, it's all consciousness, all that. But I say to Deepak, what's the application of consciousness? So I sort of realize that consciousness, whatever that is an app. It's an app that we can use. And I compare, and let me know if this rings true for you, Ashley and Neil, to like a telephone. I've been using this, but trying to figure out this analogy. So maybe you're not old enough to remember when phones were attached to walls and there was just a wire.
Yeah.
And all you had was your phone was a wired thing that had to talk to other wired thing. Of course, we're way beyond that. But think of how most people think of conscious as this like phone that's just attached to a wire and that only does one thing. That's all phones did back in, the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, up until like the iPhone revolution or the cell phone revolution. So that was what people's concept of a phone. So this might be a little out there, but imagine if you time traveled back to those wired phone times and you said, guess what? I have a phone that can not only make phone calls, it could take pictures, it could watch television, it could write letters, it could check my bank account. That person with the wired phone would think you're absolutely crazy. How can this little device, this phone that can take a picture and do all those things? Well, that's when I'm comparing what our understanding of consciousness is, just one thing, needs to evolve to know it's not just one thing. It's an app that can do a multiple dimensions of things. Does that make sense, that comparison? Or do I need to work on that a little bit? Because I'm saying people can't conceive of consciousness being anything more than awareness. Oh, it's awareness. Consciousness is awareness. But I'm saying, no, it could send and receive signals. It can heal. It can view long distance objects, people, places, things, times, and events from the past, present, and future. That's what consciousness is capable of doing. So what I'm saying in this presentation now is that we have to modify this understanding of what consciousness is, because it's not local to our brain. We think it's like an emanation of the brain, but no, it's being received by our brain. I mean, this is just what I'm discovering, and other people have too, as we talk about consciousness in terms of remote viewing.
Right.
So
I like that. Alan, it would be cool if you did a whole presentation specifically on that for like the cruise or something.
I will do that. I'm going to present some of that here too. But does that make sense what I'm saying? Because I haven't really, I thought of it. What's a way of explaining consciousness in a way that's evolutionary? And other people, you can react to that online too.
It's the application of it, right? And basically the evolutionary component is that our receivers are now opening up to more of what it is.
Exactly.
So that we're able to apply it.
Senders and receivers. So we can use it as an app. You know how you use your apps on your phone to do different things. Does that make sense, Ashley? So,
yeah, I have a question for you.
Yes, please.
So as beings assisting consciousness with the expression of itself, do you believe that current quantum physics is limited, that maybe perhaps the physics and that we currently have might change and adjust?
I think quantum physics is sort of an in-between state because it doesn't really explain it. It describes it, but it doesn't give reasons why it exists. So that's what I think we're missing. Yeah, we say things are commingled, entangled. But what is the science of entanglement? How does that work? Or things occupy superpositions in time and space, or there's a quantum field. These are explanations, but they're not an understanding of
what it is, why it does that,
how
right?
it works.
Well,
So
interesting.
What's that?
I just want to mention because so to me, metaphysics it speaks very creatively. It's very female kind of energy. Quantum physics is very masculine energy, and even when you have the Big Bang and the cosmic egg is the female component, the creative component. That the cosmic egg had infinite potential that burst into everything. When you talk about the Big Bang was this infinite singularity that burst and all matter came out. One has just the facts of what occurred. The other one has the explanation,
Right.
And so the missing part is the consciousness, is the creativity, I guess.
We need a new science, basically. What'd you say, Ashley?
Do we limit that? Does the human being, as consciousness expresses itself through us, do we limit the capabilities of creation by our limitations?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One of my favorite sayings about, I think Edgar Cayce said that, everyone's worrying about how much does consciousness survive the death of the body. Edgar Cayce says the big question is how much does that vast consciousness survive the life of the body? So how much of that vast eternal nature can fit into our human perceptual awareness? And that's what's shifting now, the nature of perception. We're becoming, everyone's saying here, multidimensional, and it's absolutely true, but we have to know that we have the capabilities to see beyond time and space, and that's our true nature. So the human being doesn't have to limit it. It's just what's limiting us is the definitions we've put on who we are. So that's part of what I'm trying to understand, what I'm teaching in remote viewing. Remote viewing is the ability, and I'll go through some examples here. Remote viewing is the ability to tap into that infinite non-local awareness and see beyond time and space. So, okay, I'll go into a little bit of presentation. Neil, I just want to show people, did you know that Lou Elizondo did a big special last night on News Nation? And
I heard about it. I haven't seen it.
People who don't know who Lou Elizondo is, he is leading the charge for UFO disclosure. And he is the person that is, he's the person that really is at the forefront of this movement. So he gave this little talk, but the part I want to show in the talk is what he says about remote viewing and non-local reality and the part of the brain that is used to see that. So Neil, if I want to show this little clip, how do I actually play it from the...
Yeah, I'll do that for you. Hold on.
Do that first one, Lou Ellis.
Says research has revealed an intriguing pattern among UAP experiences in a fascinating part of the brain.
This is a part of the brain known as the quadrante putamen, and it is a very specific part of the brain. It's responsible for all sorts of stuff, and some have even speculated precognition
but certainly intuition.
Intuition for sure.
Elizondo says the caudate putamen is larger in people with alleged psychic powers, what the government has called remote viewing. What about people who've had UAP experiences?
Very interesting. The same thing. And by the way, that's not me telling you. These are medical doctors and scientists.
Stanford immunologist Dr. Gary Nolan has been researching this topic, and while his conclusions are not definitive, there are two working theories. One, that people with naturally large caudate putamen might attract UAPs like an antenna. Another, that UAP encounters with normal people cause that same part of the brain to get bigger.
And there's a lot of information to substantiate that this is real morphology occurring in the human brain.
Elizondo argues that people with enhanced Cordate putamen might have a talent both for remote viewing and communicating with UAPs. And that's important because it's an established fact that the Pentagon has had an interest in remote viewing for military purposes.
In the vernacular, they used to call it psychic espionage. There was a program in the U.S. government, it's called Stargate. They were taking young soldiers and civilians, and they were training them to conduct espionage behind enemy lines. And the term was called remote viewing. A lot of people that were in the remote viewing program had MRIs done of their brains, and a vast majority have that specific morphology. Do I think it's extraordinary? No, it may be a vestigial capability that humans had for a long time.
But does it work?
Oh, it absolutely works. It absolutely works.
You see, remote viewing has been discredited. The CIA determined that it doesn't work.
Okay, sure.
You're saying it does work?
It absolutely works.
Lou says he knows it works because he was trained in remote viewing himself.
I don't like to really publicly talk about it. My involvement was only tangential.
There's a story you tell of a terrorist suspect, and there was a remote viewing operation done that you were part of.
Yes, we did an experiment. Probably shouldn't have, but we did. And long story short, it appeared to be very effective.
That alleged capability for remote viewing and its potential connection to non-human intelligence may sound like a gift.
And it is a gift, ladies and gentlemen. So Neil, Neil, no, that's okay. Wait, before you show that, I just want to talk to you for a second, Neil. So that was on last night, the whole, did you like that, Ashley? Because that was a clip from this whole 45-minute interview with this guy who is really the lead disclosure person. So he's saying that remote viewers and people who've had ET contact, UFO contact, have this larger part of the brain that opens them up to psychic phenomena, intuitiveness, more creativity. And some people are born with this, or maybe they, with their interactions with these craft, it sort of evolves. So for me, that's the antenna of where we can hook into non-local reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That makes sense. And my question is, as we access that antenna, how will that infect the physical world of form? Like, will we be able to see these beings, these entities, these elementals, because we have that active?
Absolutely. That is the part of the brain, I think, that makes us multidimensional. They actually located it as like an antenna that goes beyond time and space. They can't explain that. By accessing that shows us that we're actually infinite beings, and that the body is an avatar in a sense that we're not really here. We're picking up the signal of the infinite soul in these bodies, maybe through the putit and the katam, whatever that's called, which is part of the hypothalamus. So it changes everything, actually. It really is. And when also that comment that says the CIA said it didn't work, the CIA actually funded the Stanford Research Institute for 20 years researching remote viewing, actually using it. And finally, Project Stargate was the incorporation of that non-government program into the government, as before it was called the research. And so it absolutely works. It's been researched since the 1970s. They can't explain it, but because when I teach it, I'm always surprised. Wow, everyone can become non-local. So that's just the latest on what remote viewing is, and it's fantastic. Yes, someone wrote about the man who stared at goats was absolutely a part of the Project Stargate, where they thought, sending their energy can really affect other people. So you're not just viewing, you actually can remote influence. And some people have done all into animals.
That's the application of non-locality within quantum physics, right? And and it's interesting they said that there is no evidence, because the Stargate papers that are declassified on the government's on the CIA's own website speaks about all the evidence and all the information they collected. They even have other documents where they show blueprints of UFOs based on remote viewers, right? So them coming out with one article that says it goes against the actual declassified documents that you can research yourself and find out that obviously this is working. And from what my understanding is that many of the major governments around the world have their own remote viewing programs.
Absolutely.
One thing you just said, though, go ahead, Alan.
No, just recount. No, you finished what you were saying. I was just looking at the comments there. Yeah, go ahead.
Just one other thing is that, so I was in a SETI ranch a few years ago, and there was a remote viewer there who was basically he was had his own private remote viewing company. And the way it also works is there's a lot of private companies that are hired by the governments to do remote viewing, and this way they, it doesn't have to be public record. It's a private company, and they have different rights, so they don't have to disclose what they're doing. Some of them operate like shell companies, and they trade it on the stock market under a product that they're not actually doing because they're remote viewing. So this guy, he was remote viewing Malaysia, okay? And as he was remote viewing Malaysia, he never knew about ETs, never connected. He was remote viewing for terrorism in Malaysia, his whole company. One night he's at home, he's laying in bed, he wakes up, and there's an ET with a dragonfly face at his foot of his bed. And long story short, the ET basically said, there's a species of dragonflies that are going extinct in Malaysia. They're our ancestors. We're here on Earth in order to protect them. And every time you remote view, you interfere with what we're doing there, and you're actually causing damage to what we're actually trying to do with these dragonfly species.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think you could cause damage or you can actually help. So someone writes in the chat, a remote viewer, if not careful, could be a national security threat. I don't think it's a national security threat, because no more secrets is what Russell Targ said. What's it threatening? There were people, and part of the Stanford research program, could look inside the locked safes of this guy, Pat Price, and he wasn't a national security threat. But let's get rid of this idea of not using our gifts. We all have this gift to be non-local. I'm for practicing it and, having ethics about it. Maybe there's people who don't want you to remote view them. So, get permission, but, don't shut down your gift of what all of us have as non-local infinite beings. That's what I have to say. So I'll show a little PowerPoint about that, but good question.
You have about 15 minutes left.
15 minutes? All right. Can I move these slides myself? Yes, right? Okay. I'm just going to go through these. This is my book. If you're interested, I'll put that in the chat. But in courses I've been doing on remote viewing, I have worked the idea of using remote viewing for making contacts with ETs. So once you learn the basics of the remote viewing program, then we go off planet and see who's out there, because it's interesting. Lou Elizondo talked about the link between people who've had contact and remote viewers. They seem like that same part of the brain is developed. So why not combine that for making remote viewing for making contact? So that's one aspect. Now, the reason people aren't seeing UFOs is that everyone's looking at their iPhone. That's just a little joke there for those who have humor, haven't lost their sense of humor. Okay. Now, part of the key is the world is full of magical things, patiently waiting for our eyes to grow sharper, is the key to why you want to use remote viewing. But there's other applications. Lost, I was going to tell Neil and Ashley, looking for lost people or missing people. Look, Uri Geller uses remote viewing. He's hired by mineral companies to look for where high deposits of precious minerals are. So people use this as a real life understanding. This is a quote by J.J. Hertog, is no longer will the dualistic mind directly and indirectly interpret spiritual language or the proto-communication and a simplified linear planetary level of life and death. This means that we have the ability to transcend duality and look at multiple dimensions of reality at once. And a billion stars go spinning through the night, glittering high above your head, but in you is the presence that will be when all the stars are dead. is the essence of who we really are. When we get in touch with that presence, then we transcend the dualities of good, bad, right, wrong, left, right. It all becomes a oneness of consciousness. So let me just fast forward. This is where I was getting to when I was talking about being an avatar of the body. Is this picture by Alex Gray is really where you sit in the infinity of time and space. There's a painting called Theologue, where if you can connect back to the source, this might be where you see yourself in the grid of infinite time and space, sitting in that place of forever. And the illusion is coming into form and thinking this is the only reality, where in essence, if you connect back to this time and space, you know the answers to everything. You are infinite. You are all love, all time, all space. So the idea is to be in the world, but not of the world. We're here to experience the totality of being, and part of that is coming into manifested form. That's my opinion. Thoughts are things. So this is what the quantum physics are actually proving in the double slit experiment. I don't have time to really go into that, but basically, if you're looking at something to see if it's a wave and particle, if you're seeing it, your thought will collapse the wave function and make it a particle. But if you're not looking, everything becomes a wave. Everything is a field. Everything is the quantum field that's always moving and turning and changing from one into the other. It's only the application of consciousness to measure and define things that makes the quantum field collapse, and then you have keys. But thoughts, consciousness, the first law of the Kabbalion is the mind is all and the all is mind. So I recommend the Kabbalion if you want to go into how thoughts are everything. Thoughts are key. You are the universe expressing itself as a human for a little while, but the human part is quite important in this realm. So you don't want to override and say, oh, you're just the universe. You want to be the human. You want to feel everything humans are capable of feeling before you go back into being the universe. I mean, you don't want to forget you're the universe expressing itself, but you don't want to deny the human. A lot of people want to deny the human capacity to feel, to have emotions, to be sensitive, to be in the human realm. That's why we're here. We have forever to be the universe, but this scope of being human, whatever that means to you, is really important for being the universe. The cosmos, we are the cosmos, and made conscious, and life is the means by which the universe understands itself. Understanding is a key part, but it's not the only thing. It's being. So we want to be both being and becoming, right? And so this idea that we are everything, everywhere, all at once, that the movie was made, I mean, it's an okay movie. It's a little extreme, but basically know that we are everything, everywhere, all at once. And when you know that you're a non-local reality. So our perceptions, the William Blake quote, our perceptions are not bound by organs of perception. We perceive more than these five senses can discover. So the idea is when you perceive more, you tap into that source of that infinite being, and you can start to extend your consciousness, use it as an application to go beyond time and space. That's really the essence of remote viewing, which Stanford Research Institute has proven. And they proved it because the experiments they did were 100% accurate. So when people say you can't do it, they're just stopping. You see, the CIA, the government is split into duality. There's for and against. So the part of the CIA that said, no, this isn't possible, is the part that doesn't want these secrets of human beings' potential to be released. Because once we know who we fully are as human beings, we can't be controlled. We can't be put in boxes. We can't be told what to do. And that, like the old time religion, has been put in place to control us. The infinite being that we really are is not controllable by institutions. So this is part of the dogma that we evolved from apes, and we're just evolved back to some guy sitting at the computer. Our true nature is to evolve, not necessarily from lower forms, but to realize the light being that we are becoming. That's the process of involution, which means coming from source, and evolution, meaning that density is brought back into light. So going back to remote viewing was one of the means that the CIA wanted to try and hired Stanford Research Institute to use to develop the application of consciousness as extrasensory perception in psychological warfare that now has been proven to be true and accurate. So, it takes practice, but yes, the Monasteric Odes is sort of a way they started to use applications of possibilities. So I love this quote by Marshall McLuhan: only small secrets need to be protected. The big ones are kept secret by public incongruity, meaning the incredulous nature of being non-local has been ridiculed, just like the whole idea of that we are not alone in the universe has been ridiculed by government because it's a secret that needs to be protected. So instead of hiding it, they ridicule people for it. Now, one application of remote viewing was by someone named Tesla, who said it will soon be possible to transmit wireless messages so simple we'll be able to carry that in our pockets. And guess what? That's what everyone does today. 1909, it took about 100 years for that to be true, but this guy saw the future. Let me see what Divinius looked. Cognitive dissonance, when you're told something you don't understand by people who you trust do, if you accept it without question, it becomes a core belief you will defend without. Cognitive dissonance is to show you something that goes against your belief system and that is outside of what we know. So when you get this declaration by H.G. Wells, who wrote the first really UFO novel, The War of the World, but he said this, 1938, a time is close at hand when any student will sit in any part of the world, will sit with their own projector in their own study at their convenience, examine any book, any document in exact replica. Now, he didn't know what he was talking about. He just had the vision that this someday, somehow would be possible. He didn't think about internet or computers, but when you get a vision of a kind of download, trust it, go with it, share it, because you're sharing the future with people. And it's not up to us to say, no, that's impossible. I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't know how teleportation is going to happen. But guess what? They can already teleport. And this is what Hal Puthoff told me. They can actually teleport characteristics of atoms across time and space. So when they can do that, and they probably have that, application right now, they're just not telling us, why not be able to transport bodies, equipment, everything beyond time and space? So this is another one. I'll just fast forward this. This is the guy. This is my picture of the guy, Ingo Swann, who was hired by the Stanford Research Institute to develop a psychic spying program. They called it psychic spying because they wanted to keep up with the Russians, who already had a psychic spying. So they called him because he was a well-known remote viewer. They said, okay, I want you to psychic spy. He goes, no, it's not psychic spying. I'm going to call it remote viewing. So Ingo Swann, world famous, coined the term remote viewing, and he proved that this was possible. Of course, it's really not remote because we're not remote. And it's not really viewing because viewing means you're seeing. You're actually using, when I teach this course, you're using your whole body as a receiver, So I say it, consciousness is like a radio, right? It's like a radio signal. A radio is received by, the signal is received by the radio, but your brain is receiving consciousness. The consciousness is not a function of the brain. It's received by the brain. So, you're not going to find consciousness anywhere if you open up the brain, just like you're not going to find the announcer in the radio if you open up the radio. So we're receiving and sending our unique signal of our soul signature to this particular local destination you call your embodiment. But it's not the source, it's the receiver of it. This is what's proven over and over again. So in essence, we are non-local. We think we're local because the body is local. But if you think you're only your body, then you're missing the fact of how infinite you really are. That's the truth of multidimensional reality. I don't know if it's a truth for everyone, but it's a truth for people who do multi-reading, for psychics, mediums, people who have near-death experience. So when you have a near-death experience, well, you're definitely not your body. So what are you? Well, you're the infinite nature of reality. But you have a body, or you return to the body to in a local kind of demonstration. But anyone who's had any of those things, EVS, the Dunning-Kruger effect is really key for, thank you for bringing it up, Tress Smiths, because I can't go that into it now, but you're right. The cognitive dissonance and proving what you trust and know about yourself, it's a concept that we have to overcome when we know we're the infinite nature. So I love this slide. Probably one of my favorite slides in this PowerPoint. And I do a 6-week course on the nature of remote viewing. And then we go into practice, which we won't have time to do here, but you will have time to do it in these courses. And I'll do it on the cruise, and we're going to do a whole little mini course on the Galactic cruise that we're doing. So basically this side on the right here, what you are, this is the infinite nature. Your brain is downloading all these shapes, signals, keys, understandings into the infinite consciousness. But the problem is, by the time you're 5 or 6 years old, you learn to count at 1, 2, 3, and the ABCs. Everything is shut down to one side of your brain. One side of your brain is the left side of your brain. That is the logical side of the brain. That's all we focus on from the time you're 5 to the time, well, for the rest of your life, unless you're an artist or musician, someone who actively trains in accessing your creative mind, you keep that part alive. So that's it. Those are the people who are able to tap into their right brain, because if you don't tap into your right brain, you're just which is the feminine side, which is the divine feminine. We need that in order to save the earth, because it's the left brain, logical mind that is, really set on one thing, accomplishments, proving itself, ego, personality. That's not everything you are. You're all that is, and it's the right side of your brain that shows it. There's a book called The Master and the Servant. The servant is, the servant to the master, which is the infinite consciousness. So this is another key here of the ego mind. This drunk guy is yelling at this bartender saying, "Hey pal, you have no idea who I think I am." I love that joke, because whoever you think you are is confined by the ego personality, which is only the left brain. Compulsory schooling, exactly, keeps you, conditioning of culture keeps you saying, I am this person, this is my political party, this is my favorite ball team, this is my history, this is who I am. Anything you think you are after I am is a limitation on the I am being. So don't limit yourself. You can take on roles, you can like things and not like things, but don't identify who you think you are, because whoever you think you are, you're not that. So the third dimension, yes, is the dimension of the 5 senses. But guess what? Most people aren't even embodied enough to appreciate their 5 senses. They're living in what I'm calling the 4th dimension. Other people call the 4th dimension time. I call the 4th dimension the emotional astral body. The astral body is the recycling of these emotions. Now we're here to feel, but I make a distinction is that when you get stuck in emotionality, like, people who are just angry all the time or fearful or sad, that is a habitual way of being, and that's actually an addiction to these chemicals of anger or fear or sadness or, well, I mean, happiness. It's great to feel happiness. I mean, that's a good chemical. But if you're an angry person or a fearful person or a sad person, depressed, those are chemicals produced by the body. And when you start to not feel depressed, let's say, your body will look for something to be depressed about because it's used to those chemicals or molecules of emotion, is what Candace Pert calls it. The idea is to get over your addiction to your own chemicals if you're stuck in an emotionality and not go there. So if you're starting to feel not sad or not fearful or not angry, don't look for those triggers. But if they come up, observe it without indulging it. That's the key to getting over the addiction. I mean, I've never smoked cigarettes, but I feel like, and maybe it's not as easy as it sounds, if you're craving a cigarette, just notice the feeling without indulging in it. So you're noticing, while I'm craving the cigarette, whatever it is you're craving, or you're feeling angry, let the feelings come up, but don't engage in it. Because if you engage in it, the chemicals that are kind of generated from the engagement will keep that emotions ongoing. So that's another way. So this goes back to Tesla again, who was quite a genius. What I was saying earlier, brain is only a receiver and the observer. If you want to talk about quantum physics, your brain is observing reality, and it's also observing its own mind, its own processes of thought. That's what meditation is. Meditation is dropping into being the observer consciousness of these feelings, of these thoughts, of these emotions. And if you can observe those realities, then you become the master of them. So Tesla says you're an observer of that. And that is your equality of being one with the universe. So do we have to get off soon, Neil?
Yeah, a couple more minutes.
So what Alyssa, I think her name, was talking about cognition versus recognition, or she said talked about cognition. Now, if someone never told you what a horse looked like, or you never saw a picture of a horse, you would just think this is an island in the ocean. The idea of what cognition does, cognition is learning to associate certain patterns with naming those patterns. So, oh, that's a horse because you recognize the horse, right? So then you cognize, and then you process, and then you recognize it. So it's true of everything, recognition and cognition. So yeah, this is another. So I'm kind of going through this fast. So if your brain, maybe I'll ask you, Neil, you have a computer, right? That's your hardware, right? The software is the mind. What is consciousness then?
Ooh, that's a good one. The brain is hardware. The mind is software. The consciousness could be software.
What makes the computer go? You have hardware and software.
It's the code. It's the code.
Well, it's the code, but what else do you need for a computer to actually work?
Power.
Okay, that's good. One more thing.
What? Hard drive.
No, all that I'll put it in the code.
Tell me. Let's see if Ashley knows. Let's bring Ashley.
Operator.
You need an operator. I literally said that. You must have felt it.
I did. Well, that's my standard answer. You need the operator. Consciousness is the operator of the hardware, which is the body, and the software, which is the personality. Right, exactly. You came up with a good answer, Ashley. Because without you, yes, you need power, you need code, you need all that, but if you don't have an operator, your computer's just going to sit there. Right. And operator is what is using the mind and the brain to have experiences in the world. Yes, you need a motherboard, but without all that, without the operator, nothing really happens. I mean, does that make sense? Right?
Yeah, that's so beautiful. It
is. I came up with that on my own.
Consciousness being source, and the source wanting to experience itself. So it creates all these operators to put its software into, so it can experience itself.
Right. So Ashley, which brain looks more intelligent?
The right brain. The one on the right.
You know why? Because that's a dolphin's brain. And also, they are conscious breathers. You can't anesthetize a dolphin, it will drown. They're always awake, taking a conscious breath. And look at the corpus callosum, which separates the left and right brain. It's a lot more developed. So they're always in touch with their left and right brain. If we want to really meet intelligent beings, let's talk to the dolphins and whales. Whales are even more fantastic in their brain. So let's see what else. This is another way to step. Okay, I'll just finish up here. So the yin and yang of your brain, right? So you have a left brain, which is logic, and a right brain, which is intuition. The logical part inside the right brain, I just said, so your right brain is intuition. So what's a kind of logic to intuition? Do you know, Ashley?
What's a logic to intuition?
Well, what would be the kind of way of understanding? I'll give you the answer. It's patterns of perception. So the way the right brain cognizes reality is by noticing patterns of awareness. That's a little bit of yang inside the yin, and a little bit of yin inside the yang, a little bit of that kind of intuition is the ability to ask questions, right? So you're asking questions of your logical brain, and you tap into the right brain to get the answer. So this is just another way. So the left brain is really the male side, and that's what's been wrong with the world, because it's been all male dominated, and the right brain is holistic, feminine pattern. It's not to be all right brain, because if you're just right brain, you just stand there in amazement at creation. We need to be whole brain beings. You need to merge, and there's a great talk by Jill Bolte Taylor about merging left and right brain on TED Talk. So you need to be whole brain. It's great to be the artist and abstract, but you need the practical side as well. Most people are too practical, or they're too logical. We need both sides. You need time and space. You need male and female. You need words and colors. So just let me just go through this quick. So a little test here, Ashley, because I think Neil's seen that. Say the color and not the word. What's that first word there? What's
Green.
the color? Good. You see, and next word. What's
Yellow.
the color? You see, but isn't it a little bit of a struggle?
Yeah, when you brought me to that second word, I wanted to say what was
You
written.
want to say the word because our left brain is overdeveloped, which sees words, and the right brain is underdeveloped, which sees color, shape, size. So when we're remote viewing, I'm training people not to name the things, because if you name it, you're in your left brain. But if you can describe it, the color, the shape, the size, the texture, these are all conditions that the right brain notices. The idea, of course, again, is to be whole brain. Now, one more thing, or a couple more things.
Yeah,
The
let's
left brain says, wow, that's impossible. How can that be? The right brain says, that's just another pattern. The left brain says, you can't look up and down at a chessboard at the same time. The right brain says, of course you can. I'm doing it right now. This is you get the joke here? Right? If you're laughing, you still have a bit of a right brain. Okay, this is the frontal lobe. This is how we create. This is where it comes into us. So your right brain, I'll finish up here. This is another Alice Gray painting. It's connected to the infinite quantum soup. The left brain is your local hard drive. The right brain is connected to all time and all space. Yes, Ian McCloskey, definitely The Master and the Emissary. That's the right name. That book talks about how we need to be whole brain. And look up that book. It's a dense book. And The Master and the Emissary is brilliant. And that's sort of what I'm trying to talk about here. Yes, we're coming into the Aquarian age, which is logic and feeling and intellect and all things. So take the remote viewing course, come on the cruise. We're going to go deep into that and, start to be more intuitive. Start to get out of your routine. Start to think less logically and more feelings, right? So you're not anything you think, you're everything you feel. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alan.
That's just my introduction. Okay.
And do you have another? I was thinking about doing another remote viewing course with you on PTA in a few months.
Yes, we had like 200 people there. Let's do that.
We did intro and we did events. Maybe we can combine it together and do like a long form one.
Okay, I'm doing stuff with Zinka, but I could do one with you. So I don't know when the next one. I'm finishing up one, because we're doing remote viewing, making contact, we're combining, going off. You see, once you learn the basics that you are non-local, then you can visit other planets and see what these other beings are doing and why they're coming to visit us. Thank you, Shana, for your comments. Yes, we can remote view the future. The future is here for everyone to see. You just have to get out of your own way. You're not your personality. You're not your history. You're not anything you think you are. You are the infinite quantum field. And it's proven every time anyone does a remote viewing. It's like they get the target. So let's say I'm looking at something or someplace and I say, where am I? People just tune in, and I don't know how it happens, but it happens. And we train your mind to be aware of this right brain perception. It's about cognizing what the infinite mind is trying to always tell you. But, we're so dense and we're so overeducated that we've lost contact with our intuitive mind. So it's like that.
Beautiful. And it's a tangible modality that we have proof that exists that is tapping into our next dimensional talents, right?
Absolutely. So it's a tangible modality. That's exactly a great way. And everyone can do it. Some people are better because maybe that part of their brain is a little more developed. But, it's like I said, everyone can play the piano. Some people can actually play it more, but everyone can do this. Everyone is non-local because they are non-local, basically. And you prove it by actually doing remote viewing or psychic phenomena or animal communication or near-death experience or out-of-body. There's so many non-local modalities being available. Like Alyssa said, you don't have to die to prove the fact that you're not your body. But if you understand it, then you could work with that application of non-local consciousness. Like, I said, Uri Geller is paid to look for precious metals by mineral companies, and people are paid to find lost, missing people, or there's so much application for this. So imagine a world where everyone, where Russell Targ says there's no more secrets. That's the kind of world. Of course, some people might be upset if they really want to be a private person, but most people know that we're one anyway, that we're all linked in consciousness. So that's a possible future. Thank you, everyone. I'll put the link for my book. Okay, who's up next?
All right, so up next is Dana Makushi. Did you want to introduce her?
Oh, yeah, no, I know Dana for many, many years. Dana is a world traveler. She's an adventurer. Well, when I knew her, she was going around to sacred sites and kind of accessing the knowledge from all these sacred sites worldwide. She wrote a book about it. Let's bring her on and see what she has to say. Hey, Dana.
Hi, Alan. Thank you for that nice introduction. It's so nice to see you again.
Yes, it's great. We did an interview 10 years ago, right?
Or more. I think it was more than that. Well, let's see. Yeah, probably around 2011.
So I haven't kept up with you, but thank you, Rada, for your comment. But what are you doing now?
Oh, what am I doing now? Wow. Well, I've expanded my role in my business, where I do healing work with people one-on-one. I do mentorships with women, bringing them more into their divine feminine power. I still travel to sacred sites. I take groups still all over the world on spiritual retreats. And I have one coming up in Bimini, where we're going to delve into the wisdom tradition of Atlantis and swim with the dolphins. And I took a group to Egypt last year and then to Avalon. So much of my work, Alan, as you know, is really founded in the mystery school tradition and the mystery schools through time, going all the way back to Lemuria, to Atlantis, to the Essenes in the deserts of ancient Palestine, to the priests and priestesses of Avalon, the mystery schools of Egypt, and all part of that lineage of light, which I would imagine that any of us doing this work spent time in these mystery schools. And I loved your presentation, Alan. Wow.
Thank you.
I mean, the infinite nature of who we really are. And you said at one point, you talked about the involution of spirit into matter and the evolution back to spirit. That is the great mystery, because people say, what is a mystery school? This is about the initiates taking initiations, some of them extremely challenging and even threatening to their own lives, and to come deeper and deeper into this sacred knowledge, which ultimately is the knowledge of the self, as
Right.
you said,
Well,
in your own way, right?
well,
As
remote viewing was part of the ancient mystery schools, because the mystery school I was a part of, the Ramtha school, we learned remote viewing, sending and receiving.
yes,
So-
the Ramtha school. I was in that too. And oh my goodness. I mean, wow, that really brings you face to face with your gifts. If you hadn't discovered them up until then, you will in the Ramtha School of Enlightenment.
But the mystery school, yes, you're absolutely right, Dane. I didn't realize that's what you were doing. That is what we are doing, Ashley, as initiates of the source. We are all in this ancient mystery school. That's what Neil's doing here, right, Dana? Would you say?
Yes. Yes, I'd say this is the contemporary mystery school of our daily lives,
Right.
which is the ultimate test, especially during this great shift in consciousness. And we're so much immersed in the Great Awakening, people like us who are bringing the messages and the wisdom. And we know, Alan, that nobody owns this wisdom, right? It's of the perennial wisdom of the ages. And we are the emissaries, the ambassadors of light that are reminding people, who they really are. So
you're so right, Dana. I didn't realize you were so into that. That is exactly what we're doing.
Yes.
Because it's the time now. The Aquarian age is the reactivation of the mystery school traditions that were popular in Greece, in Egypt, in Atlantis, Lemuria, and they had to go underground because the materialistic consciousness wasn't ready, and they would defame the absolute treasures that were sought from the mystery schools.
Yes, exactly. And even to this day, there are some contemporary mystery schools which I think operate under the radar. I know of one in California that I attended. It's called Nine Gates Mystery School. Amazing place.
Oh, who was that person around the Nine Gates?
Well, it was founded by Gay Luce, who has since.
Oh, I love Gay Luce. I met Gay
yes.
Luce. She was such a magical. I did a huge labyrinth walk with Gay Luce. Out in the field on Mount Shasta, we walked for an hour in this labyrinth. And anyway, thank you for saying that, because she had
true.
Yeah.
I mean, what a visionary. And, I say she was, but she is, because like you said, we're so infinite and we live on and on and on. And
have you walked the labyrinth, Ashley?
I have not. I've been to Mount Shasta, but I've never.
Oh, well, they're everywhere. They're not just in Mount Shasta, but the labyrinth actually switches the left and right brain back and forth and what Gay said to us before we entered the labyrinth, and it was a huge labyrinth, he said, think of something you want to manifest, what you want to create. And as you're going this way and that way, because it's not like a maze, there's only one way in and one way out, your left and right brain start to switch back and forth. And when you reach the center, you reach the source and you're home.
Yes. And there's a huge labyrinth in Chartres, which is famous, outside of Paris, and labyrinths everywhere, which the Christian mystics, the Gnostics, if you will, that was one of their main contemplative practices. And Alan, don't you think the labyrinths kind of look like a human brain? If you really.
Well, exactly. I actually say that that it is a whole brain. It exactly is.
Yes.
And maybe it was meant to, to duplicate that. There's these round labyrinths that look like thanks for bringing that up. You're absolutely right.
Right. When you said it's, the left and the right, which you mentioned in your talk, and so much of it really is about this sacred intermarriage of opposites, right? On many different levels. And the Essenes, it's a mystery school I'm very close to, they taught, especially, all of them taught about this. But the sacred intermarriage, what we mean by that is all of the dualities, right? That define our earthly experience, the light and the dark, the masculine and feminine, heaven and earth, spirit and matter. All of these, as we come to know our infinite being and really step into that, they begin to integrate and unify, Alan, right? And people say, well, how do I perform the sacred intermarriage? And really, don't you think it happens over time through deep inner work? And for me, from my experience, it happens almost like an alchemical transformation within the crucible of our hearts. Okay.
Right.
And
You're
that,
absolutely right.
yes.
Well, you
and
know,
that
Phil Gruber, who's going to be speaking on this, he talks about the hierosgamos, which
yes,
means
that's what it is.
sacred which was a big part of the alchemical tradition. Have you studied
Right.
alchemy, Ashley, at all?
Yes, yes, a bit. I have.
Both of you have, yes. So you need to marry, well, those parts of your brain, but those ways of being to
Right.
become the whole being.
The whole being.
Inner marriage, you're right. People are always looking
yes.
for the outer marriage, which is great
Right.
too.
That's so true. You know, and then we have the great mystics of the ages. And then if we take the Essenes, you know, a common example, Yeshua and Mary Magdalene, who mastered the inner marriage and the outer marriage together.
Right.
And so that sacred inner marriage also, Alan, what I've learned is that the more fully present I am, that's such a practice, right? That's a lifetime practice, becoming present. And when we're present, we're in that infinite now that you spoke about. We're outside of space and time, which could reverse the aging process, by the way. But we also, in doing that, the sacred inner marriage, that alchemical transformation happens naturally. Because we have already, it's an organic process, you know, not like you have to take this step and that step, because we're all on our own paths of spiritual evolution and awakening, which is infinite.
Ashley, do you have any comments here? Because
when you're talking about the alchemical marriage, I think that we can actually assist ourselves in that process by following the astrology throughout the year and then correlating that to our organs. So cleansing, purifying, supporting our organs, that inner balance by noticing the stars and the systems of alchemy, correlating to astrological signs. Yeah.
See how everything is connected. It's really it's mind-blowing.
We're the micro to the macro, or we're the micro to macro.
So Dana, have you studied the mystery schools? Have you gone around? Is this what you want to talk about? Not to, I mean, you are talking about it, but is this your focus?
My focus really, and this has to do with all of the mystery schools, my focus is about embodying the wisdom of the heart, which might sound like a platitude. However, the heart, oh my goodness, through my travels, Alan, when we had the interview about my book, Sojourns of the Soul, one woman's journey around the world and into her truth, which is still available if people are interested, where I do delve deeply into the world's wisdom traditions at the sacred sites my soul called me to visit in a very deep revelatory way. I was sent on a magazine assignment, several assignments, but it was so much more because it was really about me growing and experiencing, you know, my own divine essence and power. And that's ongoing, as we know. So what happened on these journeys that you mentioned earlier, Alan, was taking me from, and I continue, yes, to travel the world, taking me from the Australian outback, for example, to Angkor in Cambodia, to Tibet, to Peru, to the Maya lands in the Yucatan, to Egypt. And I'm sure there's another one in there that I have. Oh, and there's a chapter even on New Mexico where I live, which is such a very powerful, energetic place. So all of these journeys outward, of course, led me further inward, and they all intersected at my heart center. As my experience continues to do, the overlapping and interweaving of the wisdom of these various traditions brought me consistently back to my heart. And for example, we could point to so many examples in these traditions, and there are many more that didn't make it into the book. The Egyptian tradition, you probably have heard of the weighing of the heart ceremony. So the whole point, and this is painted on the walls of the tombs and various temples, and it was really an important concept. The Egyptians talked about the heart constantly. If you read Awakening Osiris, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Awakening Osiris is a translation. It's always, the lines are so poetic, but they refer to the heart as molten gold. Okay, the light of the heart, and the road bordered by flowers, which we're all to walk on our ascension path, is the path of the heart. This is just from the Egyptian tradition. Now, the weighing of the heart ceremony was all about how light is your heart, right? They had the scale of Mott. They had a feather on one side of the scale, and then the, quote, deceased's heart, quote, because there is no death. Many of us agree, and with the soul lives on. And the Egyptians were all about a quest for immortality, the immortality of the soul. So the feather of Mott, which is the goddess of divine justice, was on the one side. And then if the person who, quote, passed, who, quote, I keep saying died, if their heart was not as light as the feather of Mott, they could not proceed on their journey to immortality, to life everlasting in the happy fields with Osiris. Osiris being the god, the everyman woman god of resurrection, of fertility, of new life, of the god of the underworld. So this is a very powerful tradition where the mystery schools of Egypt were all about teaching the initiates to master the energies of their 7 main energy centers. We have many more than 7, as we know, but the 7 main ones were a scaffolding for the ancient mystery school initiates. And they were to open and activate and rebalance and master these energies throughout many different wisdom traditions. And they had different names for them: the seals, the gates, in the yogic tradition, the chakras, and then names in the native languages. So the heart center was paramount, because once we were able to master the lower energy centers, it's the 7 main ones, the root, the sacral solar plexus, the heart is the place of unity. It is the place where we do make the 2 into the 1, as we were speaking about earlier. As above, so below, as within, so without. The sacred intermarriage happens in the alchemical crucible of our sacred hearts. And the initiates could not proceed further along their ascension path. And yes, they knew they were on an ascension path in all of these mystery schools, that they could not proceed unless they mastered the heart center, right? Think of its location right here at the intersection of the temporal and the eternal, which is like this, configuration of the cross. And that is, again, where the opposites intersect. It is the still point, the place of unity, the place wherein resides our Holy Christ presence. And I call it the launching pad of our ascension on our return path to source. So one could not back then, just as now, those of us in the contemporary mystery school of our daily lives cannot move forward on the ascension path until we begin to learn and really put into practice how to live fully in and through our sacred heart center. And along with the heart comes the high heart center, which is another energetic center. And this is a very exquisite experience to really connect with your high heart, because this is where we tap into universal love, to divine love for all that is, beyond the particular love that we feel, for our families, our friends, our pets, all of that, which is beautiful. But then this love for everything, right? And this is what the Essenes so exquisitely showed us in their mystery school. And we know Yeshua and his public mission, right, to move into his light body and to show us that we too are invincible and can conquer even, quote, death. We can conquer and transcend any of the limitations that we perceive as limitations on this earth plane: suffering, struggle, lack, limitation, despair, whatever it is. And then ultimately, quote, death. So it is so profound and even really not easy to put into words the feeling of what it is like, to live in and through your heart. And this involves seeing with the heart center. It involves trusting with the heart. Yes, feeling with the heart. And also leading with your heart. And so to just get back to Egypt, and Egypt is connected to ancient Atlantis because there were the people who did survive the cataclysm, the beings, the higher beings of light, really, who survived. Some of them surviving the cataclysm of the sinking of Atlantis came to Egypt with Master Thoth to really set a whole new pattern, to create a whole new realm pattern of consciousness. Okay, at the time of Zep-Tepi, which means the 0 point, the first time. So throughout history, we have these cycles of a whole new resetting of consciousness. Where are we now? We're at another Zep-Tepi. We're at another first time where we're really, really anchoring in a whole new way of being. We're really using the wisdom of the ages to catapult us forward on the ascension path in a way that we haven't before. So in the Egyptian mystery school, and this apparently also was prevalent in Atlantis, there was a temple of sacrifice and there was a temple of beauty. So the initiates would make their way up along the Nile through the various, what I call temples of light and transformation. Taking one example from one tradition. And each one involved a certain initiation. So by the time they worked their way up closer to the Nile Delta, they would get to the temple of sacrifice. This is known as Saqqara, the temple of sacrifice, the step pyramid, one of the oldest known constructions by man on this planet. So what do you think they had to sacrifice at Saqqara? They had to sacrifice their ego. The ego that we know is controlled by the mind, and move into such a place of infinite love, so free from the bounds of the ego, from the dictates of the ego. And only then, which was the penultimate temple, the penultimate initiation, could they then move on to the ultimate initiation. The ultimate initiation was to go to the temple of beauty. The temple of beauty. And now the temple of beauty was happened in the Great Pyramid of Egypt. The Great Pyramid of Egypt is where we came into full possession of all of our gifts and powers. Okay, so I don't know what this pink or purple color is doing on my computer, but we will continue because I don't want to disrupt.
Really quick, I think maybe your connection to your camera or something happened on that level. Maybe unplug it and plug it back in. Let's see if we can fix it.
My computer. Let's see. Okay, hold on, Neil. Hold on. Or I could just go back in to StreamYard. Maybe I could get out and come back in.
It looks like there's a connection issue with your camera. Do you have an external camera?
No, it's in my computer.
Computer.
Hold on 1 minute, Neil. I'll be right.
Yeah, go ahead. And let's go ahead and I guess we'll just banter for a bit, Ashley.
Yeah, so I have something to share.
Yeah,
that I would love to share with the community. So Dana was delivering a lot of that information from the initiates, like the natural mystery schools. In 2017, I met someone who was a catalyst. And I met them in the halls of two truths. And they would, what some might call a twin flame, although I don't believe in that. I think I'm my own twin flame. And from that point, I became everything that I once judged in others. So I watched myself behave and participate in these ways to move up into the heart center. So some of you in the community may have gone through this, maybe going through this now, where you can't understand, why am I behaving in these ways? Why is this happening to me? Why can't I control what I'm doing and why I'm doing it? This is your initiation, truly. And it's not always the easiest process. So I wanted to share that. And that was before I knew anything about my past lives. I met someone in the halls of two truths, and they became a catalyst for my spiritual journey.
Was this like some etheric realm, some kind of in
This
your
was a
mind's eye
physical
experience?
location called the Halls of Two
Where
Truths.
is this? Where is this location?
It was in Columbus, Ohio. It's no longer there.
Wow, that's a great way to start out with this awakening process, realizing you are the other and seeing yourself in that.
Oh my goodness, Neil. Well, I prepared for it 2 years prior. I was having dreams and visions of this person. And then
Wow.
they came to teach me one of the greatest lessons, that you actually are everything you judge others for. So if you can't have compassion for them, you're not going to ascend, basically. It was the initiation. It was the judgment of your heart.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's powerful.
We need to go deeper into this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some,
There's so much to unfold. And yeah, you know, we work with people in the community who are going through things and experiencing things that are, you know, synchronistic, and it's unexplainable logically, but you know there's something deeper there. It's soul. It's the blueprint. It's the way things are organizing around you to wake you up to who
yeah,
you truly are, which is all of it.
exactly. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me. Hi, Dana.
All right, here we go,
Hi.
Dana.
Can you see me and hear me okay?
We
Yeah,
can hear
you're
you. It's a little quiet.
a little low, yeah. But we can see you fine. Can you come a little closer, maybe?
Okay.
Or
That's good. I just thought I should try another device in case that purple thing happened again. I have
Okay.
to look into that. I'm sorry about that. But thank you for filling in. And we were talking about the mystery school in Egypt, which I talked about the Temple of Beauty. So when people were able to pass the initiation in the Temple of Sacrifice at Saqqara, then they could proceed to the Temple of Beauty and come into full possession of their gifts and powers. Only a few initiates would make it to this point. So the Temple of Sacrifice, remember, sacrificing the ego in service to the heart. Now the mind is connected to the ego. The mind is always in service to the heart. The mind agitates the heart, and this is what we want to correct. We can't blame ourselves, we have the whip to the back, but we want to correct the fact that we get sometimes too caught up in our heads. Okay, and this is what Alan was talking about our infinite nature. That has to do with our heart and high heart center working in tandem. Do you know the energy field, the toroidal field of the heart, that's the sacred geometry of the heart energy, comes out kind of like a donut shape, like extending horizontally. Okay, also the ascension process, we think of it as a vertical process. It's really also horizontal. You see, it's both. It's always both, making the two into the one. So that toroidal energy field of our heart center extends close to 5 miles from the heart center beyond us. And this has been scientifically measured and proven. It is the strongest energy field in our body, even stronger than that of the brain. And science has proven this. And so when people come into our presence, what do they feel? They feel the energy of our hearts. That is the place of infinity. That's the place from which we access our infinite being, knowing that we are everything everywhere, and from which we access that non-local consciousness. So the same thing happened in Atlantis with the Temple of Sacrifice and the Temple of Beauty. Some people don't like the word sacrifice, but we could call it, the process of letting go of our attachment to the doubts, the fears, the monkey mind, as the Buddhists call it, the judgments, everything that keeps us separate from our own divine nature, our higher selves, which our higher self is really our Holy Christ presence, and that keep us separate from each other and from our connection, most importantly, to God, spirit source. Now, I view source as beyond God. So we could say spirit, God, the creator, universal energy, which of course also creates the source. And a lot of this energy actually is centered around the suns of the sun of our solar system, the sun of the central sun in the Pleiades, and then the great central sun, which is, if one could even locate, I mean, it's everywhere, but the great central sun being the center of the Godhead of this galaxy, which is in Sirius. Okay, this is the constellation Sirius star system. So that's a whole other discussion. I did a webinar recently on the mysteries of the sun. And if you're interested, please contact me about that. So getting back to the heart center, I mean, I am endlessly fascinated by this energy center. And I gave you one example from the Egyptian tradition. Let's move to the Mayan tradition. Again, you know, I experienced the wisdom of various traditions on my travels around the world, which continue, but I did put some of them into my book, Sojourns of the Soul, which I mentioned earlier. My second book, spiritual book, I've written other books, but the second book after Sojourns of the Soul is called The Third Muse. And there I go into the high heart wisdom of Mary Magdalene and the Magdalene Order. So there's so much to say, but getting back to the Maya also knew, like the other mystery school initiates, the mystery school teachers, they knew that they had to master their heart centers, that they had to live in and through their hearts in complete unwavering connection to their I am presence, their immortal God presence, an electronic body of light that exists about an arm's length above your crown, which is your connection to God and then beyond to source. Okay, so that was the true test, the true test to determine your ability to have that unwavering focus at your heart center, because the heart of your I am presence, your immortal God presence, is at your heart center in what is called the threefold flame of your sacred heart, according to the Ascended Master's wisdom, which I'm also very close to. So a little bit later, I'm going to take you on a journey. We're going to have a lived, felt experience of what it really is like to be so aligned with and in tune and embodying your heart's energy. Okay, so the Maya had also various initiations. If you think of the word yoga, for example, which is coming in from the yogic tradition, it means to yoke the self with spirit. The Maya had a word called yoga. There are many similar words and similar practices in these various cultures. The Maya had a word called Butsa versus Buddha, the awakened one. The Butsas in the Mayan tradition were the awakened ones. And what did they have to do is to, again, through various breathing techniques, various meditations, time alone in solitude, other initiations where they had to be so fully centered at their heart in order to become what they called Kukulkan, the feathered serpent being. The feathered serpent being, if you can think of the feathers, the bird, right, close to heaven, and the serpent, the snake, close to earth. So really merging, unifying heaven and earth within yourself, which happens in the alchemical crucible of your sacred heart, in tandem with the high heart center, your very own high heart center. So, wow, to become the feathered serpent being, that was the goal of the Mayan initiates. That was the fully integrated, fully self-actualized, whole and completely healed human. Another word for that is the Christ, a Christ. So we say Jesus the Christ. The Christ means the anointed one. There are many Christs throughout history who showed us what it was like to realize their own Christed self. We could point to Master Saint Germain. We could point to Babaji, the deathless saint of the Himalayas, in all the wisdom traditions. Mary Magdalene, Mother Mary, all of these were Christ. We are on the path to personal Christhood. So it's not necessarily related or associated with a specific wisdom tradition or a religion at all. Okay, though we have heard that word in religion, in the Christian religion, which is fine. And, we're not demonizing religion. It's just that we, on this ascension path, have taken an alternative path. And a lot of this is based on the perennial wisdom of the ages, which is ultimately the wisdom of the heart and the high heart center. So imagine when you walk into somebody's energy field and whoa, you don't have to say anything because the toroidal field of your heart extends 5 miles. That's a lot of distance for the heart's energy to cover. And on the ascension path, as we become more and more of that Christed being, people talked about the second coming. I mean, that again is another religious term. The second coming really is beyond the bounds of religion. It's about the transfiguration, the transformation, if you will, of the human into the divine human of light, or homo luminous, as we have been called, the human of light. And this is where we're all headed. Some of us are focusing on the deep inner work, and therefore that path of becoming the homo luminous, of becoming one with our true divine essence and power is accelerated, okay? And others, they'll be on the path too at some point, and maybe in their own ways they are. But for the forerunners, for the way showers of the new earth, which is all of you watching, by the way, and all of the light that you anchor in to the earth and laying footprints of light wherever you go is just, it's so critical now and so important, because you have all the light workers, all of us, many, many more that we don't even know, have laid the energetic foundation for the ascension to move forward. So really give yourself some credit for this. It has been a tough path for many of us, with lots of twists and turns and lots of initiations, and really, polishing that lump of coal, our lower human self, into the diamond of our Christ light. And it's taken a lot. It's taken a lot of devotion, a lot of focus, attention, and intention, and we're getting there. The new earth, as we know, is here in a frequency. The new earth will begin to anchor in to the physical more and more over, again, quote, time, because ultimately there is really no time. The past, present, and future coexist, as physicists have shown us. So that this time, for lack of a better word, the great shift of the ages, the great awakening, could not be a more exciting time to be here on earth and to be a part of this transformation in consciousness that was predicted so long ago by so many of the ancients, including the Maya and their incredibly refined calendar, astronomical calendar of the ages that goes way into 26,000 year cycles, including the Hopi from the Native American tradition, who really, in so many of their, so much of their wisdom, speak about the fifth world, moving into the fifth world. It's a state of unity consciousness beyond all the separation that we have experienced thus far, and that we see playing out on the world stage so often. Okay, so right now at this critical threshold, the light workers are extremely important and valuable. And really, what does a light worker mean? It means one who works or plays with the light, one who embodies the light, and one who also emanates the light. So I've been saying in a lot of my talks now that in terms of what we call work, and work sounds like, oh boy, that's, it sounds heavy. It sounds like a burden. These are the times of the lightness of heart, getting back to the heart, of really being in a flow, the divine flow of life, of abundance, of having a kind of an effortless, magical experience no matter what you do. The days of struggle and suffering are over. And I've been saying that for a while, and more of us are coming on board with that, where the state of being of joy is the state of being that we should all aspire to. Joy is actually the highest vibration we can hold. And I remember years ago walking around to some galleries with an artist of mine who was very adept in color theory. And she pointed to some of these paintings and said, what do you think? What color has the highest vibration? And I said, oh, I don't know, purple. You know, purple, we think of it as the crown chakra. She said, no. The color with the highest vibration is orange. Why? Because orange is associated with the quality of joy, and it's beyond a quality, it's a state of being. Joy encompasses love. Okay, a state of being is something that extends and replicates and affects others. It's not a passing emotion. It is simply the way you are. So I also say that really what the light workers, getting back to that idea of work, have to do now is to just continually focus. And we've always had to do this, but more and more, just simply redirect your attention to your heart center in every moment. This was an ancient Toltec practice called stalking oneself, STALKING. Of observing, where are your thoughts in every moment? What are your actions? What are you feeling? Are they all aligned? Are you distracted? If so, that's okay. We're human. We get distracted. We simply notice and bring our attention back to our heart center, the still point, our inner GPS, our God positioning system, as I call it. And what happens then is that our focus immediately shifts to our I am presence, our own immortal God presence. And you could say it in another way. Yes, we are all sparks of God. We are God's creation. Right? So we all have that template of perfection that is God's creation. So the more and more that we rein our attention in every moment, yes, it does take focus. It does take some work. There's that word again. However, the more that we do this, it becomes natural. We naturally entrain with that divine flow. And when we're in the divine flow, what happens? We're in our heart center and we become more present. And when we're present, we're also in our heart centers most fully, meaning our attention is focused at our hearts. And then the magic happens. And then we get so many, what we've called over the years, synchronicities, miracle synchronicities, where we're thinking something and then something shows up in our outer life and the inner and the outer become one, right? And as within, so without, as above, so below, yet again, that alchemical formula, making the two into the one. The sacred inner marriage. And like I said earlier, happens naturally at the heart center. So we have so many other benefits. We feel more grounded, more peaceful, more balanced, yes, more joyful when we are focused at our heart center. And that state of presence, remember, takes us outside of time and space because we are living in the eternal now. And children, as we know, are so adept at this. They're not limited by worries of the future or memories of the past, where our minds often go, right? They're so enmeshed in the moment. We have what we want to manifest, or my word for creating now is magnetize. I feel that magnetizing is more of a divine feminine way to create, manifesting more of a divine masculine way. One is not better than the other. They're both equally effective. But for women, and even for some men who are very in tune with their divine feminine side, that now the energies are supporting us standing still. You see, this is wired naturally into us women, standing still and allowing whatever we wish to create to flow to us versus going out in a directed, active way to make something happen. So manifesting Yes, we can manifest with our mind, but also with our heart. There's no true manifestation or magnetization without the participation of the heart, because we need the feeling nature of what that is like to experience our desired outcome. There is no true healing without the participation of the heart. Okay. Healing is a word that means to be made whole. Healing is about coming back into balance. And the more and more of us who continue to redirect our attention to our heart center moment by moment, in the sense of that Toltec practice of stalking oneself, then the more and more we live from that unified place. And when we are in unity consciousness, beyond duality, beyond separation, there will be no need for healing. Healing will cease to exist in the fifth dimension and beyond, because we're really catapulting now. Some say that we have moved as a group, a collective, to the lower fourth dimension, and some of you are even beyond that. So moving at our own pace, but yet always remembering that this alchemical crucible of our sacred heart is really where it's at. And I'll give another example: the Trappist monk, who was beyond a monk in the Christian tradition. He was a mystic, okay? And he wrote many incredible books about his experience with the divine. And he had a word for this complete inner transformation that we're going through now, some of us more consciously than others, because that's the path we chose. It's called a metanoia, a complete inner transformation, which is the ongoing opening, softening, and yielding of our heart center, expanding of our heart center. This is the path of the ascension. This is the seat of our Christ presence. And as I said earlier, the launching pad of our ascension on a return path to God source. And importantly, ultimately, not one person goes home unless we all go home together, because, right, we are all one after all. And now, getting back to the heart center in a different way, I'll move into the Tibetan tradition. So I had the great privilege of spending about 10 days or so, probably a little more, but the chapter in my book is called 10 Days in Tibet. I was there at least 10 days. And wow, I mean, this was a challenging experience. This was quite a while ago now. I took myself to the, quote, top of the world, as Tibet is called, when I turned 40. So I was confronted at every moment with what I call the pendulum swing of emotion. The molecules of emotion that were mentioned earlier, coined by Candace Pert. Molecules of emotion hold us hostage to a lower frequency. And it's because we attach to these emotions. We've all done it. We're human. This is not something to punish ourselves for. It's simply something to notice and to let go, and to move into a state of what I call crystalline neutrality. And that's what I had to keep doing over and over again in Tibet as I witnessed their suffering, their own struggle as a collective, their oppression by another group of people. And so I had to constantly watch my own mind and what was happening and how my heart was affected, because remember, the mind agitates the heart. And now I had a group of people to judge, which wasn't a good thing, right? So I really understood as I watched this and rooted out, we can never condone suffering and struggle. We can never condone it. However, we don't have to attach to it, and we don't have to cling to the molecules of emotion that keep us in a constricted state. So the Tibetan masters have said anger is not justified. They talk about emptiness and how all of our phenomena is really a continual chain of cause and effect energies. So for the Tibetan Buddhists at the deepest level, there is no subject or object. Their philosophy obliterates the distinction between subject and object, which is us versus them, right? Him versus her versus her, whatever it is. And wow, I really got this at such a deep level as I really watched my own emotions move from just being so scattered and really throwing me off center to coming back over and over again into that state of crystalline neutrality, which is the ultimate state where we want to be. That is what's available to us when we live in and through our heart centers with our attention fully focused there. So the quantum physics has also shown that there is no subject or object because the consciousness of something exists because the consciousness of an observer has observed it. That's just so there's so much more I can say. I don't know if do I have time to do a short meditation?
I think we're coming up to time. I know we're a little bit behind. Neil put me on because it was about at time. But I wanted to let you know the chat is loving you. And you've helped us open our hearts. We have Mary, Mary, Mary. This is the divine feminine talking and throat clearing. We have Hip and City, be here now. Susie says, wow, Dana is also so right on time. Another great presentation.
Oh, thank you. So yes, it's really my passion. And, you know, we're all on this path together and everyone has their own particular gifts to share. And if you want to go through this meditation at another time, I'm happy to do this. I'm happy to create a webinar where I will take you into the activation of the Christed heart and the Christed mind. So please contact me, which I had planned for today, but as you said, we are running behind. So you can contact me at dana@danamacucci.com or go to my website where you can also contact me, danamacucci.com, and I'll spell it out, DANA. M for Mary, I for ice, C for cat, U for umbrella, C for cat, another C for cat, I for ice. It's a little bit of a harder last name. So danamacucci.com, and I'd love to see you there and connect with you. You'll find my books and you'll find a lot of my other work online there.
I made sure to share that in the chat so everyone can stay in contact with you. Thank you so much. This was a beautiful conversation and activation. You spoke to our heart.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. And it's always an honor to be here on Portal to Ascension. Thank you to Neil, even though I don't see him here right now.
He's on a call, but he'll be right back. He'll be right back. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker. We're going to have Adena. So let me pull up Adena's bio. So we have coming up next, Adena Sadanan Kamara de Melchizedek, aka Angela Anderson, lives her truth, soul integrated as an embodied, heart-centered conduit of divine frequencies. As divine channel, Adena anchors a frequency which activates within the resonant field of all who choose to align and attune, a multidimensional event which ignites awareness of the innate collective truth that we are the divine source of all creation. Welcome, Adena. Thank you. I think you might be muted. Okay. Did I pronounce your name right?
No, it's Andona, and that's a whole story. I'll give the story, but it's Andona Sananda Kumara.
Andona Sananda Kumara.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. We're excited.
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here. Nice. Shall I just go into my presentation?
You would like to, yeah. Do you want to just let us know what you're going to be sharing today? If there's anything else you want to share about yourself, feel free to do that.
Yeah, I will get into that. But first, I want to center the space. I want to set the space. I want to set the tone first before I get into my presentation. So I just want to invite everybody to take a deep breath and settle within that space of the heart. And as I settle the space, I'm going to allow my guidance to come through. I am very much connected to my guides. And so as I speak, they have a tendency to speak to me, and my body responds. And sometimes the energy that comes through comes out in the form of light language. So those of you who aren't familiar, we'll get into a little bit of an explanation of that. But I just want to set the tone for the space before I get into the presentation. So Settle within your heart space. Acknowledge yourself as being fully anchored between heaven and earth. Draw your awareness into that space of the heart on a deep inhale. And on that exhale, radiate out in all directions like the sun. And as you acknowledge all of the multidimensional aspects of you, everything that light that is you actually touches, draw your awareness back into that heart space on an inhale. And when you settle in that heart space, just allow yourself to float. Envision yourself floating on a cloud or floating on water. And in that space, open to receive. Mirahia tokan, yaso terbe arukbe on, ariaso terbe amatu rekbe an here resho terbe amatu rushandrebe atokan, yarahia, mirahia tokarbe o, resiandrebe atoka beruk mirish terbe akan, arahia, veriasho terbe atu mirak dusan. Mirahia tokarve uruk bean rahia variako tutun de kaiso terme adagan mirrosh terbe kan barahia tokarve veros ishon. Yes, and take a really deep breath and settle. And now I'll introduce myself. So I'll say greetings formally, greetings. I go by the name Andona Sananda Kumara, as was first announced. It's Andona. It looks like Adena, but it's Andona. And that's a whole trip that my guides gave, because it's a resonant reminder. It's a visual reminder of the way we as a collective have a tendency to operate. We tend to take things at surface level and never go deeper. And so that play on the name is a call to that, because it's a call to say you can't take this at surface level. It looks like Adena, but there's more to that name than presents, and there's a whole meaning behind that name. But I'm here today to share with you a little bit of what is unfolding as my body of work, and really it is a focus upon the art of becoming through the subtle mastery of being. And I call it the subtle mastery of being because it's that one thing we miss as a collective. Most of us get caught up in the doing, and rarely do we focus on what it is to essentially be. And our society is set up in that way to perpetuate the conditioning that we've found ourselves operating under. And so there's a lot to being, and it's important that we embrace the ability to be, because that's what we've come here to do. We each carry a unique frequency, and it's up to us as part of the game and as part of the challenge of life to allow yourself to come home to center and really walk what it is to be you, to live what it is to be you, to number one, discover what it is to be you beyond the parental and the societal standards and dictates that we've all been conditioned to operate within. So how does one be? How do you get to a space where you can allow yourself to simply be, to exist? This is the great aim of this life experience. And so within this conversation, we're going to focus on authenticity. We're going to focus on love. We're going to focus on joy, and we're going to focus on wholeness. And so when I ask my guidance, what are we going to discuss? Because typically I do not prepare for anything anymore. This is one of the great gifts of being of operating within your authenticity, because you no longer need to prepare, because literally you open up as conduit. You allow yourself to become the hollow bone through which the divine essence that is you has the opportunity to flow in an unhindered way. So there's no longer a need to prepare, because literally you just open up knowing that the words will come as they are needed for the situation at hand, and you just allow that to flow. So they did have some things that they wanted to level set, because this is the Great Awakening Conference, and there was a knowing that there would be people here who may not be as familiar with some of the things that exist within spiritual spaces. So we want to present some practical tools to walk through this awakening process, to basically integrate what this awakening process is, because there's a ton of information that exists, and a lot of it can be overwhelmingly complex. And so we want to bring it down to practical ways that can assist us in the day-to-day on how we live this thing called awakening, or what some people call ascension, or what others may call descension, because really it's the soul essence, the divine essence of self descending down into the form so that it might have its full capacity. It might be fully embodied to exist and experience this physical plane. It's getting the ego, the identity out of the way, or moving it into proper alignment underneath the operation of the soul, which is the captain of this ship, or this experience, this life experience. And so 5 principles that we want to get into, the 5 principles of living in the human avatar body on earth. The first thing is opening the awareness to more through exploration. And so this is a critical thing. This is about your curiosity. How curious are you? Do you have questions about yourself? Because if you find yourself without questions, that's a pretty significant indicator that you are operating within the program, because within the program, you always know what's coming next. There's never any need to question or become curious about anything, because you always know the next step. When you always know the next step, that's pretty good indication that you are operating within a perpetual loop. But you have to have a sense of curiosity in order to begin to bust up those patterns, to begin to question and draw to yourself new information that sparks further curiosity, that will take you into the rabbit hole. I remember when I first started to wake up, I met a friend. I had somebody new come into my life, because this is how things would work. I would always draw the next person or the next quote unquote teacher into my life when I was ready for the next thing, when I was ready to level up in the next way. But one thing that she would always ask is, do you have any questions? And in the beginning, I never had any question. And I really got agitated with her, number one, asking. And then number 2, always questioning, because I thought to myself, why are you always asking all these questions? Can't you just be and exist and live? But in hindsight, I realized that was that ego aspect of me trying to protect itself, because she was upsetting my apple cart by asking all these questions, because I was listening to those questions and having those seep into my subconscious mind and start to, bust things up, like cause it to question itself. But you have to have a curiosity. You have to have a curiosity about yourself, about your surroundings, about life, about the whys that you operate within. Why do I do this? Is it part of my conditioning as a kid? Or is it something that I inherently love to do, that exists as part of the being that I actually am within this physical existence? Now that's a huge one, and we could stay there a really long time, but I'm going to go through these and then I'll loop back if in the event that we need to. But I'm going to go on to the next one. So number 2 is, you must awaken to the presence of the divine on earth. And this is one of those things that most of us know intellectually, but it's a different thing once you step into the embodiment of that, because it's so much more than you think you know, right? You know there exists a God. Many people know that there exists a God, but really ask yourself, what is divine? Like, what is divine within the earth? right? Like ask yourself that question now and really think about your response to that. What is divine? In answering that question, if you didn't say everything, then there is work to do, because everything that exists is divine. Everything that exists is divine. Everything is part of the wholeness. Everything that exists is part of the source. Everything that exists is divine, or nothing at all is. That means the good and the bad. All of it is part of the oneness, a part of the wholeness. Everything is part of the sauce. Everything is divine, or nothing is. And we'll get to how to see, because we we have duality. We exist within duality, and there's always this concept of good and bad, light and dark, and all of these things. But we still have the ability to see the divine in all we witness, even the things that are not so great. The duality has just been the tool that we've used to come into experience and learning and expansion as souls within this physical plane. But it is part of our, part of the challenge, part of the game, part of the job, part of the task, to allow yourself to witness the divine in all that exists, acknowledge the divine. So we are souls having this human experience, not the other way around. And the shadows that we see as part of ourselves are really just part of those things we've attached to as limiting beliefs, those limiting beliefs. So we exist, divine essence, pure divine essence, pure source light, casting itself, projecting itself down into the physical plane. And what happens is we attach to those limiting beliefs, and they become like hindrances, hindering the brilliance of the light, casting itself down into physicality. But as we remove those limiting beliefs, because really, as divine beings, as extensions or individuations of the source itself, we aren't limited. We think we are limited, but we aren't limited. So we can move beyond that by dismantling all of our limiting beliefs. So acknowledging that you are divine, that you are a divine being, and based on that knowing, allowing yourself to assess your the beliefs that to which you have become attached, to which we have become attached. But we are all part of the oneness, and there is nothing to be attained. So I put some notes in here, and I'm trying to work my notes as I work this conversation. But we're all part of the oneness, and there's nothing to be achieved. There's nothing to be achieved. We think we get caught up in the everyday doing. We're all conditioned to do. And that puts us in a mindset that there's some grand goal to accomplish and achieve. But when we're doing this work and realizing ourselves as divine, there's a call to step into acceptance of all that is. There's a call to step into that general acceptance. And so I want to move on to number 3. There's the appreciation for the sovereignty of all beings. And so really, as you come to know yourself, as you begin to question yourself and honor yourself as a divine being, as you know yourself, are you able to then have an appreciation for the people that exist around you? So one of the things I want to highlight and talk about is that as light workers, sometimes when you wake up, the first thing you want to do is, you feel called to do, is to save the world, to use all your newfound abilities and gifts and all these things you come into awareness of and knowing of, and you want to take that and change the world or fix everybody else. But nobody can fix you. Everybody is responsible for fixing themselves. Everyone has to fix themselves. That's what we're all here to do as souls. Sovereignty says, I can witness the role that you've chosen, the role that anyone else has chosen, and not feel called to judge or fix them or make them see things my way or do things in the way that I would do them or the way that I believe that they should be doing them, right? Sovereignty says I can take my hands off and realize or acknowledge that this is the role that you've chosen to play in the way that you've chosen to play it. And that's the necessity of the soul, you as a soul, and what you come here to learn and the way that you've come here to learn it. So I can take my hands off and realize it's not my responsibility to fix or change you, right? We're all responsible for ourselves. So that puts the onus on each of us to do the work for ourselves, because it's the work that we do, it's the change that we exemplify, that we exude, that we walk in. It's in the beingness that we become that sets the tone for everything that exists around us. And how does that happen? It happens because each of us is projecting the life that we live. We are each projecting. Life is lived from the inside out, not from the outside in. There's this perception that things are happening to you, life is happening to you, but really you are projecting the life by virtue of your own resonance. And that's the thing that plays, resonance. So you have to be responsible for your own resonance. And rather than seeing life as something that's happening to you, acknowledge life for showing you you. Because at every moment, life is giving you a grand show of what it is that you hold, of every belief that you hold. It is mirroring back to you in every way, in every moment, you, an image of you. And so if you see something that you don't like, there's an opportunity to witness that for what it is and make the adjustments on the inside. Make the adjustments on the inside to what you believe, or why you believe what you believe, or what limitation you have attached to about yourself. And when you fix that, or when you come to a space of really being able to see that and acknowledge that and make the change, then your world magically, it seems like magic because it can change really fast. Magic, it changes like overnight by virtue of your own belief, because you've shifted that resonance or let go of something that's not serving you. That's what that means. Or transmuted, because you really can't let anything go in that sense, but because everything is part of the oneness. So really you are transmuting your own belief. That's the alchemy that happens. So you can utilize the world that you witness to make the changes on the inside. This is kind of how you can work the life game. So we're not here to fix anyone else. That's what sovereignty is. Sovereignty says I can let you do you in the way that you need to do you, to come into awareness of who it is that you are, as I do the same for myself. Okay. Number 4 is the breath of the flow of the feminine creatrix within the all. So this is realizing that everything that exists is part of the oneness, the divine, the divine source, the original creator or creatrix of life, because it's the feminine energy that creates. So the creation had to come from the feminine, the primordial feminine. So this is a recognition that the masculine and the feminine both exist within the womb of the original creatrix of this, of the all, right? And there's an expansion and contraction that exists within that space. Nothing ceases to move. Everything is ever evolving. It's an incessant feedback loop. And from my perspective, and from my guidance, the team that I work with, we exist on the leading edge of the physicality, or let's say physicality exists on the leading edge of that incessant feedback loop. And so as we live our lives, as we go about doing what it is that we do, we are basically serving as the leading edge of that. Some people call it like a data collection data collection mission where we're going out experiencing life such that the source can become aware of all that it might become. And it does that through the vehicle, which is us being on the leading edge of form. Source is really on a mission to determine what it might create. And that vehicle of creation is form. And we exist as that leading edge of creation. And so as we learn things, after we have new experiences, is that information sent back to the source. And it's like a giant toroidal field where we are on the leading edge of that, sending information back to the original source, which comes back to us as new information amalgamated with all of the information that every being in form that exists is sending information back to the source. We're taking that information and having new experiences and new insights and coming into new awarenesses and creating new things. So there's an incessant evolutionary process that is taking place as part of the creation, and we are a part of all of that. So our lives are so much bigger than the mundane day to day, the little things that we can get caught up in. When you look at life or the mundane things of life and compare it against the totality, the wholeness of all that is, and the role that we play within all of that, the role that we play individually and collectively within all of that, it kind of level sets you on what's important and what's trivial, what's not, what's contributing to the wholeness of the evolutionary process and what's not. So what you can let go of and what you can hold on to expand and grow and integrate within. So there's a need to conceptualize that to a great degree and honor that we are all part of one thing. Nothing is separate. And even if you think it's separate, it's not, because it exists within the context of the divine source, the primordial mother of all creation, of all that is. So there is no separating anything from any part of the creation. We're all connected as one. And the thing that connects us all as one is that sacred heart space, the very center of all of us. The heart, or the center point of any object, is a transcendent portal to all that is. It's the center point that connects us as a divine network. You can liken it to an internet where all information, every point, every destination, anything that exists is available to you from that sacred space of the heart. This is why I invited us at the very beginning to settle within that heart space, because the heart space is the portal that connects us to all things. All things means all things. So if you want to go somewhere, this physical vessel might be the physical point of focus. But if you want to travel, say like astral travel, out of body travel, all of that is really just a shift in focus, acknowledging that the bigger soul aspect of you encompasses the physical body. The physical body is just the center point of this earth experience. So you can shift your focus to anywhere you desire to be and be there. You can shift into your heart space and retrieve any information that you desire to experience. Why? Because information exists within the field as the field itself. The ether is the God essence. It exists all there. And so you can tap into it at any moment. So everything that you desire to have in terms of knowing exists from that sacred space of the heart. Now, we as humans have free will, so we can make a lot of stuff up. And that's where the illusion comes in, and you can get attached and entrenched within the illusion itself. But if you really want to know truth, then draw yourself back into the space of the heart. And from that center point, connect into all things. Commune with all things. Commune with divine beings. Commune with your spirit guides, your team, anything you want to connect within that space of of the heart is a very important space to be. It's the thing that helps us know what's real and what's not. Because going back to the way my name is written, but the way it's pronounced, the way that you know truth is to connect from the place of the heart. The eyes can be deceiving. We know this by virtue of everything that's being produced by AI. Sometimes you can't tell what's real and what's not, what's being computer generated and what's not. But if you get into your heart space, you can read right through that stuff extremely quickly, like in an instant. You know what's true and what's not by virtue of that discernment that's available from that space of the heart. But in order to do that, you have to get familiar with residing within that heart space, allowing that connectedness from the heart space to be the thing that leads over the mind, the thing that leads and guides the mind, the filter that is the mind. So you can trump that and not be fooled so easily. And so number 5 is the awareness of our creative capacity. The awareness of our creative capacity of all through the knowing of the shared embodiment of all. So this is just saying, reiterating what I just said. This is realizing our ability to create as part of the all, existing within the all. It's basically divine beings within this physical space. So we are the divine creators of our life experience. And there are many people who said that, but this is very, very important thing to know, because your thoughts create. You create by virtue of thought. Everything is created by virtue of thought. So this is basically acknowledging that everything is created by virtue of thought. And so to bring all of this together, we really want to highlight the importance of knowing who you are, getting familiar with who it is that you are, and allowing yourself to be fully present within this physical plane. Allowing yourself to be fully present. And what does it mean to be fully present? It means being fully anchored within the moment. And when you are fully anchored within the moment, you aren't worried about the past or the future, or how do I sound? What do people think? What are people going to say about this? What are people going to say about that? You are fully rooted and grounded, open, with an openness to receive within the present moment, which some people call the eternal now. You are a fully open vessel, ready to receive. When I first started, I do a podcast on YouTube, and where we get on and share a light language dialogue. And when we first opened that space up, there was a tendency to want to try to prepare or frame what we would do. We wanted to open the space in a certain way. We wanted to, lead people in a certain way. We had a very, very rigid structure for how we thought things should go in terms of, broadcasting a podcast. But what we realized is that things really opened up when we just decided to show up. The guide said, just create a container and just be present. But in order to be fully present, you have to trust that what you need is going to come when you need it. That you won't get on and that even if you flub words, it'll still be okay. You won't get in and not get in the space and not know what to say, because you trust in that your guides are going to give you everything that's needed for everyone who might listen, who's listening and who might listen, that they would really understand what it is that you're trying to get across, what you're trying to communicate. And so in order to be fully present, there's a call for a certain degree of trust, knowing that you will be met. And so I can hear somebody asking, well, how in the world would you even develop that level of trust to just show up, not prepared in the traditional sense that we've been kind of conditioned to believe that we need to prepare? Well, you just have to have a willingness to try it. You have to have the guts, the guts to just try it once or twice, try it for little amounts of time. And what I'll tell you is, as you try it, you are met. And you try it in little fragments of time. And as you surrender, that's the big word. As you surrender to those moments, is your confidence built, because you realize if you fully surrender to the divine essence that is truly you, if you surrender to the guidance that is your team, they always come through. They never let you down. They're not here to let you down. They are fully here to be leaned on by you as you do what it is that you came here to do. So there's a call to really focus in and trust that they have your best interests at heart. Utilizing your guides in the way, or I'll say communing, that's a much better word than utilize, but communing with your guides and allowing them to do what it is that they came here to do, because you have so much expertise based on whatever it is that you have that you need to do. You may have a different guide step forward to assist you within that space, but fully surrendering, knowing that your guidance is very much present. And so I want to touch on guides, because they're bringing that to the forefront for whatever reason, because maybe there's somebody out there who is wondering, how do you connect with your guides, or how do you even set that up? So I said my guides are very much present. They're all but physical, but they're so very much present that as they speak, my body is responding as they speak. Okay. But how do you get that clued in with your guidance? And I'll say it's acknowledging that you do have guides, number one, and now acknowledging that you can be spoken to, that you can be communed with, number two, and then really sitting down, and it might sound crazy, but sit down and say aloud to them that you want to have more conscious awareness of when they are guiding you, when they're providing you with guidance. And so I had a great teacher who once upon a time gave me some great advice. She said to establish a protocol with your guides. And this is a simple thing, but it is a very profound and necessary thing. And it's one of those things that kind of catalyzed myself in that regard. But she said to establish a protocol with your guides. And so I knew about pendulums at the time. I was working with pendulums, and I knew how pendulums work. And so I told my guides, I said out loud, I sat on the side of my bed and I said, I know you're very much present, and I know we can talk from time to time. I know we can commune together, because at that point they were giving me messages and I would kind of pick things up unconsciously, randomly from time to time. But I said, I know you're very much present. I know what a pendulum is. I'm putting the pendulum away, and I will be the pendulum. And so when there's an answer, when the answer is yes, I want to nod yes. When the answer is no, if I ask a question, it's no. And if it's a maybe, then I want to do one of these things right here. And when I woke up the next day, I randomly asked a question in my mind, not intentionally, but just some random thing that kind of came through my mind, and my head responded. And so that was the start, and it's expanded since then. And so I'm very much clued in to communing with the guides. And so you can commune with your guides in any number of ways. You can set up a system where they can commune with you by giving you sensations on a certain side of the body. It can be anything, whatever works best for you, but get within that space, get connected with your guides, because trusting comes with kind of having that presence there. They will assist you in really developing and stepping into the fullness of what it is to be you, and having the confidence to walk in the fullness of you. And so that brings us to authentic being, which is definitely part of being fully present. It's acknowledging that you can't get you wrong. you can't get you wrong. There's only one you. We're not here to be sheeple. like sheep. We're not here to follow trends and be like everybody else. Everybody wants to be like these, model themselves after these superstars and stuff. They see fashions, and you have big groups of people wanting to follow these fashion trends. This is authentic being. This is you being you, period. Like, there is no other you. There's no one else that can tell you that you are getting you wrong. You're the only one who carries the frequency that you hold. Nobody else can validate you. You don't need anyone else to validate you. This is why it's important to isolate yourself and get familiar with what it is to be you, what it is to feel into your own energy, what it is to walk, live, and breathe as you, not as you doing what mama used to do, right? not doing what your best friend does because you guys love each other and want to create that camaraderie and companionship and do things just alike, dress just alike, and all those things that we used to do as kids. No, this is you standing within your own space, within your own power, understanding what it is to live, breathe, and be as you. And that takes guts. Because it won't look like everybody else's. There's nobody who can tell you that this is right and this is wrong, to give you that comfort, to give you that sense of, knowing that it's okay. It's a call to you to walk in your truth as you, fully empowered in doing so, and recognizing that it's okay. Well, it's not only okay, but that's really the call of the moment for each of us to walk in the fullness of us. And so why is that important? It's important because we each carry a unique frequency. It's important because we've each come here into this physical plane and we bring something with us. And the way that we do it is unlike the way anyone else can do it. And as we do it, do we serve as catalysts for the people around us to begin to get curious and follow suit in discovering what it is to be them, right? As we allow ourselves to walk in our weirdness, do we give other people the safe space to do the same, to follow suit and discover what it is to be them? So this is all paramount. So really, the call of the moment is not so much doing. The call of the moment is to simply be, to allow yourself to get into a space that you can allow yourself to be and emanate being from you as a point of focus, so that might be the catalyst to the people that exist around you. So you don't have to preach and proselytize and all these things and try to get people to come on over to the light. You don't have to do any of that. You can operate in a profound sense of grace and ease, because really you don't have to do anything. And when it comes to manifesting, it's the same thing. Everything that aligns to you will be drawn to you by virtue of being and being alone.
So good. So good.
Beautiful. Thank you, Adena. Beautiful. How can people find you?
You can find me on Linktree at Andona Sananda Kumara. So again, it's Andona Sananda Kumara. It looks like Andina, but it's pronounced Andona Sananda Kumara. Yes.
Right. Where are you located in the world?
I am located in Florida.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much for your wisdom and enthusiasm and, spreading the word of what's possible.
Something stood out with her presentation when she said leading through the heart. And I don't know if you use these exact words, but it came to me as a new lens of perception. And what I've noticed, and tell me if you've experienced this, is that when you shift authority to the heart and you lead through the heart, you can see beyond the matrix. You can see beyond the programs. You can navigate in a way where spirit speaks to you and confirms and affirms. Do you have anything?
Oh, absolutely. Well, absolutely. That's it. That's the crux of it. Is walking in the heart space. That way you aren't deceived. You are walking fully in your power, within your truth. Yeah, there's no other way to do that.
I like to imagine my heart opening, expanding, and creating a shield around me through which I view the world through.
Beautiful.
That's how I do it. Yeah, nice. I loved your presentation and your call to focus and trust.
Yes.
Your guidance.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. See you soon. See you again. So,
awesome.
Ashley, thanks for being here. I want to introduce you to one of my favorite people coming up. Can we bring Raquel on the screen? And she is a master astrologer. There she is.
Hi.
It's been a while since I've had a chance to introduce Raquel, but I am so enthusiastic about her work, her enthusiasm for astrology, her wisdom of connecting with the stars and the constellation. I was just telling Ashley, you are an evolutionary astrologer and have mapped out particularly this time of transformation as people's consciousnesses expand. Raquel has the map for that. So it's a fantastic presentation. She always does. I'm really excited about today. What particularly are you talking about today, Raquel?
Oh, thank you, Alan. And hi, Ashleigh.
Ashley. Yep.
Ashley. Okay, nice to meet you.
Wonderful.
Thank you both. And thank you, all of you, for just being here and this Great Awakening Conference. It's such a pleasure to be here. Just representing one more voice, one more heart, one more voice, and one more soul. At the end of the day, we're all one, discovering ourselves. Mm-hmm. So I'm a fourth generation astrologer and mystic from Brazil, born and raised in Brazil and living here in the US for a few years now, since 2016. And I have a large group of people that, learn astrology with me and also follow the updates. And I just love to use astrology to support people through their evolutionary process, whether it's one-on-one, whether it's to students, whether it's through the newsletters that I send, or whether it's through conferences like this. We are here for one reason and one reason alone, and that is to evolve. And so I find astrology as one of the best tools for that. Astrology really helps us to know ourselves and also to understand our place within the greater picture. So I love to use astrology as this tool for self-discovery, for knowing ourselves, and in that knowing we evolve. So I recently started using astrology in regard to helping people understand what this entire transition is all about. When I myself was faced with the very question that most of us have been asking ourselves, what is going on? And I asked myself that every day, every night for about 2 years in that 2020 turn, until I finally realized that my entire existence up until this moment has been to prepare me for this moment. And to prepare me for being this messenger, this spokesperson of enlightenment of what is happening through the cosmos and being reflected through us. So I would love to speak a little bit into this today and also help people understand their place in this transition at this time that we're in. And if we have time, addressing the dragon energies, this is the year of the dragon as well, as most of you may be aware of, and how that all ties into this whole process.
Beautiful. Go for it, Raquel. I'm anxious to see where you connect the dots. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I know you, Alan, for sure. And probably a lot of people here as well have already heard me and give the whole spiel on what has been happening up until now astrologically. So I'll just give a very brief summary. I won't go into depth, but this has to do with much greater cycles that are very clearly mapped out through the cycles of the stars and the planets, and what we call astrology. Astrology is merely a language that helps us understand the cycles. So basically, we are following a series of events that have been the catalyst for a new era. Okay, I don't mean to get too out there, but we kind of are already out there, and we are opening the door to a brand new reality. This is not anything that is unrealistic when you look at humanity and when you look at history from the big perspective. And every so often, depending on the cycle, we have these moments of transition. Now, some are bigger than others. And essentially what they cause are these quantum leaps in the way that we see the world, and the way that we see ourselves, and the way that we use our faculties, even in this biology as humans. We've been in this very slow process of evolving biologically, spiritually as well, essentially so we can integrate spirit in this body. And so we've gone through this beautiful process, and the last phase of this process has been all revolved around these great, great, great masters and teachers. All the avatars, and even religion has played a part in this, and many different traditions that have been helping us understand who we are. And so basically, we've been moving from this age of teachers and masters paving the way for us and showing us, how to step into that. And now we're going into a brand new phase, which has to do with embodying this aspect of ourselves. Instead of having someone lead the way and show us or tell us how it's done, we are ready to embody a big chunk of our higher self, if you will, of our consciousness. And so this is a transition into a greater stage of consciousness. And it's very powerful, very, very powerful when you see the big picture and understand what's happening. And this is why we've been slowly paving the way for this in regard to having, many people get in touch with their higher selves, for example, and even connect with the cosmos and connect with different aspects of, where our soul family comes from. And of course, ETs play a big part in it, and beings from other planets and other dimensions. These have all been seeping into our reality for a few decades now, but it's all been a part of this transition to pave the way for us to embody more of who we are at our essence. So we're at a very catalyst moment right now. Okay, this transition doesn't happen overnight. We've been paving the way for this for decades, and depending on your perspective, even centuries, that we've been paving the way for this transition. And we will still continue throughout a few more decades and even a few more centuries until we're fully into this new era that many know as the Age of Aquarius. But we've already begun. There's no turning back. And more, the tendency is to embody this in a very strong way, more and more, not just in who we are, but also how we live our life, the way society is built, the way, the infrastructures of society are built upon. This is all going to change. So we are at a very crucial stage right now where, since COVID began, we had a massive opportunity, basically from 2020 to 2023, and even part of 2024 as well, to clean the slates. Now, what is clean the slates? Mostly, this had to do with karma. This had to do with all of the past lives that we've had over and over and over again, slowly building the bricks, the foundation, so we could learn a little bit more about ourselves, learn that maybe this path doesn't work. If we kill someone or if we steal from someone, we're going to have to, do that again in another life, or sometimes even in the same life. So we've been learning this process in a very, very, very slow way, through this wheel of reincarnation. And we basically, it's like every time, okay, we come and we live our life, and depending on how we lived our life, if we were able to learn and evolve from the previous life, then we die and we're able to come back into this incarnation with just a little bit more of our essence, a little bit more of our consciousness. And so this karmic process would go on and on and on and on and on, so that whenever we would reincarnate with a little bit more of our consciousness. What happens is that because we're entering into a new era, this process of reincarnation no longer is needed. So we had to come to a pivotal stop where we wrap things up. Like, this lifetime in many ways has been this last lifetime, in the sense that we have to clear things up in this lifetime. There is no plan B. There is no coming back from the reincarnation wheel. Not saying that we can't come back to this planet. Of course we will. But that whole structure of having to come back to learn those lessons and pay off those debts, that's coming to an end. So we had to go through this process of cleaning things up, meaning anything pending that we had to learn, anything that we had to settle accounts, with other people and other relationships and so forth. It had to be done. So we were on this really intense evolutionary process to clean up the karma and do it quickly. And this is also why there has also been so many challenges. Even I remember even myself asking myself, what happened to the world? Like, I remember when I was a kid, life wasn't so difficult. Like, it wasn't the turmoil, the energetic density wasn't like this. Like, what's happening to the world? What's happening is that we're speeding up the process. It's like we have been living many lifetimes in this lifetime so that we could wrap things up and go to the finish line to start the new era. In this same light, we also have been having a shift in our perception of time. Okay, this is a whole other topic, but our perception of time has been shifting rather fast. Okay, and it's also part of the process, because in this new era, we're going to understand time in a different way, potentially even measure it in a different way. So the first thing that happens is we start to lose track of time. Time is going by so fast. And in that regard, we are facing our karma and our lessons in a much faster way. And in many instances, instantaneously as well. I don't know if you've heard of the instantaneous karma effect, where you do something and right away you have to account for it, especially as a soul. We can't get by anymore with a whole lifetime of just behaving in whatever way we want without any consequences. So it's been a really profound time, a really profound process of navigating from that segment into where we are now. And astrologically, there's been this really incredible series of alignments and events as well that have brought about this cleaning of the slates. Okay. And I'm not saying that obviously we don't have more to learn, but this process of having to come back and reincarnate to keep doing things over and over and over and over and over again is done. And so now what is happening is that we are in many ways in a fresh new start, a new beginning, and a new beginning of understanding about life. What is life? What are we here for? Who are we really? And what do we do moving forward? So ever since this year, 2024, June of 2024 marked a pivotal moment, because it marked the very, 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 very beginning of this new stage. So a big part of this stage that we're in now, up safely until the end of this decade, what we are doing is we are realizing what no longer works. Certain types of behaviors, certain types of thought patterns, certain types of, the way that we take care of our bodies, the food that we eat, the things that we do, they're just no longer working, no longer resonating. So this phase now until the end of the decade, there's going to be a big cleanup on all levels of, because we as a society, we need to currently, where we're at now, wake up to the fact that we have a planet to take care of. That's the number one most important thing. Okay, aside from, of course, waking up ourselves, because if we don't wake up, we can't possibly think about helping the planet. But just as a civilization, as a society, it is our responsibility to take care of the mothership that we are on. So humans, for the most part, are waking up to this. What are we doing with the planet? What are we doing with our resources? We don't have much time left. If we are going to keep living like this, I guarantee you, astrologically, there's not much time left before we have some serious catastrophe, due to weather shifts or other aspects of the planet that are going to have no other choice but to wake us up in that way. And are we really going to get to that point? So this is why it's very, very essential that we as humans start to wake up ourselves and wake up to our responsibility as divine humans and stewards of this planet. And then the next thing after we look at the planet, in my opinion, and I know many of you will agree with me, is to look at our children. Our children are the closest embodiment of our planet. They're so pure. They're so fresh. They've just freshly arrived as newborn humans on this planet. And all of us, children and adults alike, we are all aspects of this planet. We are all embodiment of Gaia. So children are that pure essence that have just fresh come from Gaia herself. And of course, there is a component of spirit and consciousness as well, but it's a marriage between both. And children carry so much infinite potential that has been purposely corrupted over this last century. Purposely. Why do you think children have been targeted, literally targeted as one of the biggest priorities in this planet? Our children have been targeted through the foods they eat, through the things they watch, through the examples that they see of what is right, what is wrong, the way that they treat each other and themselves. And it's just so distorted. It's a mess. So our sacred responsibility right now, after we ourselves wake up, is to be of service to the planet and to our children, because they are the future. They are the new leaders. They are the new school directors, the new presidents and the new, way showers and leaders of in every walk of life. Our children are the future. So we need to really take this seriously, because part of waking up is that we also wake up to things that we can't deny anymore. And because of this instantaneous karma, if we don't get on it, we are going to go through serious consequences in this lifetime. Immediate karma. So at this stage, we have this until the end of the decade to start to clean up, really, really clean up the planet. And I mean in serious ways. And in this process, we are also going through a clean slate individually, where many people are finding themselves in jobs, in homes, in lifestyles that they don't resonate with anymore, including in spirituality. There is a huge shift coming. This shift is a shift of perception, of understanding what spirituality is. This is no longer about praying to something. It's about embodying that. This is a whole new mentality for every walk of life. So right now, people are just kind of like newborns in many ways, realizing that the old won't work anymore. Even the old traditions, even the old teachers or the old forms of spirituality is just not enough anymore. It's not really fitting into the context of where we're going. And there is also something very key happening here, whereas it would take us many, many, many lifetimes to very slowly, if we did it right, when we came back, very slowly, we could incorporate more of our light, incorporate more of our soul, more of our consciousness. And in this lifetime, we're having a quantum leap with that. This is partly what the solar flares are all about. The solar flares are creating this burst of consciousness that is coming through in this way of, like, whether you like it or not, whether you understand this or not, here it is. Whew. Huge blast, huge waves. All these solar flares, they are blasting through information to us. And it's information that a lot of people can't receive because their vessel has not been adequately prepared for this. And so there are many people in the world right now that are either losing their consciousness or, getting even more triggered or more angry. Some people just going crazy, going mad, and a lot of side effects, if you will, to this. But this is that time where it is, whether you like it or not, whether you're ready for this or not, here it comes. And so we are getting these blasts of higher consciousness to come into our planet. And those of us that have been preparing for this and allowing our bodies to assimilate this, even though it's not easy physically, it's like we're going through a time warp, we are still being able to receive this. And of course, we are going to continue integrating it. But we are essentially receiving huge chunks at a time, which has been unprecedented before. Before, like I said, we had to reincarnate to come back with a little bit more of our soul, a little bit more of our consciousness. Now it's just like a huge blast of consciousness that is integrating with this body. And that is also another reason why so many people are experiencing what they're going through, both incredible aha moments of awakening, discoveries, seeing life in a different way, starting to connect with soul family, starting to connect with higher self. But at the same time, there are these side effects, feeling more tired, maybe more pains, maybe things in the body. The body is trying to rapidly adjust to all of this while still living in a very polluted environment. So it is a very real process. It is a very real process. I like I said in the beginning, I don't want to be too woo-woo or get too out there, but I mean, what are you going to say? It is what it is, right? This is the process. This is what's happening. And as an astrologer, I can clearly see these pivotal moments, these landmarks where these energies, they keep going. And they keep integrating together with the previous cycle in order to bring us closer and closer and closer to that new era. And there's no denying it. So what I've been advising people for the most part, and my community and all the talks that I give around this, one of the most important things of this phase that we are all in is that we are, on one hand, not resonating anymore with many, many things, including relationships, especially relationships. This is why you see many friends or family members or people that used to be a part of your reality. You're just not interested anymore in that way. People are kind of rearranging themselves during this time. As we are also letting go of old models of lifestyles, the things we've been attracted to, the way that we've been doing our jobs, our work, and even the way that we view life. Do kids really need to go to school? Does it need to look this way? Or maybe there is another alternative. Do we, have different lifestyles that we've had so far? Do we have them moving forward? Do we have different laws and aspects about society that may not be useful anymore, may not make sense? These are all very big questions that many, many, many people are going through. So in this process, what I've been recommending to people is silence the voices and go within. This is what this year of 2024 is all about. If you look outside in the world, it's going to be a mess, chaos, and it's not going anywhere. The world will be going through their upheavals to see that doesn't work anymore. You can't get away anymore with just going and bombing places and shooting and not having consequences. That doesn't work anymore. And so there will be many people starting to use their voices to speak up, to start to demand transparency behind a lot of the systems in place. The food regulations, the real ingredients behind food, and all the different aspects of education and laws and the system. People are going to start to use their voice to speak up. So that's one part of the process, and a very necessary one. And in that, you focus on yourself. You go within yourself to come into your heart's truth for this next phase. This is a very crucial phase where there is no manual to where we're going next. There is no instructions, and there is no, nobody telling us what to do. Even our masters and teachers, they've only served the point of getting us here now. They only serve the purpose of getting us here now to this place. And now we're on our own. Because if we are to integrate our higher consciousness, we have to take responsibility for our reality, for our choices, and not have someone to rely on. So this year has been about discovering who we are today, each one of us individually. So after we clean our slate, we clean a lot of karmic debts and contracts, and we find that we don't resonate anymore with certain aspects of life and people and so forth, we have to be bold and brave enough to take this step into what we know is our heart's truth. And this is where the energy of the year of the dragon, because I can see that I only have 10 minutes left here, but I'm going to just weave this together. And the year of the dragon is purposely here in 2024 to help us step into this authentic leader inside of us, where we can clearly feel and know our truth. This is a very important phase, because if we are not ready for this, then we are not ready to make contact with ETs or soul family out there. If we can't even, this is a very basic step to then be able to access the higher levels of consciousness and integrate them with our reality. So we have to come into this very authentic place with ourselves and with our truth. And the year of the dragon is here to help us with that. The dragons are ethereal beings. Okay, they are one of the primordial holders and keepers of wisdom and of creation. And so the original ones, they are considered dragons because they actually have no shape or form. And they can be just this big wave of energy that it can seem like any animal. It can seem like any even monster. It is huge. It is just a big, big, big consciousness. And these are the original keepers of truth and wisdom. And they hold the blueprint of creation. Now, through them, of course, there are many fractals of each one of their lineages. I was shown that there are these four keepers of wisdom, and that hold the original blueprint for creation. And from these four, there are, of course, many other fractals. And then from there, of course, we have many other expressions of the dragons and many other lineages that come from these four main lineages. And at this time, what I'm going to share with you right now is that the dragon essence is returning. It is returning to the planet at this time so that we can wake up. The dragon essence is here to help us wake up into our divine essence. They are a very strong, fierce feminine energy, fierce feminine power, which is what is needed on the planet right now. We're not going to create change with the traditional gentle and soft and covered with veils aspect of the feminine. This is really a time to step into your fierce embodiment of truth. And when I say fierce, this doesn't mean through separation, through having to yell or fight your way through. This is about unwavering focus. You can feel it in someone's field as sharp as a knife when you get close to them. And if you get too close, yeah, depending on what frequency you're in, it will hurt. But it is so laser sharp focus. It will not accept anything else but that one point of focus. And this is the power that we are remembering and that we are now starting to embody. So this is why silencing the voices is so imperative. There are so many opinions. There are so many aspects of old programming that are falling away together with new programs trying to come in. And it's a huge mess out there. It's a huge battle out there for who's going to come in next and be steering the consciousness. So you just want to get yourself away from all of that and really dedicate yourself to coming into your heart's wisdom, coming into your heart's truth. One of the best allies you can have during this time is using your right brain. Okay. And oh, okay. I'm just getting distracted here with the chat. And even Ashley was the one who was sharing about, the heart and feeling the heart and being guided by the heart. That's the right brain. So that's one of the best things you can do right now is to reinforce your right brain. We've been disconnected from letting our right brain lead. We've been programmed into thinking that the left brain is the strongest and the one that needs to, make the decisions or needs to lead, where it's the opposite. The right brain is designed to lead, and the left brain is designed to execute what the right brain decides or becomes aware of. So when you can give yourself this gift of coming back to your creativity, reinforcing your creativity, which comes from the heart, it's all one and the same. You're going to see that you're going to start to see life in a totally different way. And you're going to see that you actually start to engage with life in a very different way. The field of possibilities all of a sudden becomes quantum. And you are not operating by fear, which is a very real biological mechanism that we have, but it's been way too reinforced in our society. So we've just been totally misled and misguided by it. So we are moving away from that fear-based reality into a limitless field reality. So focus on your creativity. What I currently do in my life is whenever I'm faced with anything, an opportunity to engage with someone or to do a project I've already been doing or to initiate a new one, I'm always asking myself, how can I do this in a new way? Mostly just to train myself to think differently. You know how some people, you may have heard this as well, brush your teeth with the left instead of the right, or, take a step this way instead of that way. Like if you leave your house and you automatically always go to the right, try going to the left, and, always try to break your routine and go a step further, really start to incorporate creativity. See how creative you can get with anything you do. And play around with it, have fun, because creativity is a key component for where humanity is going next. Actually, creativity is going to be something that will very rapidly be supported and encouraged throughout the world. So start now. Dare to Step away from the old matrix and away from the old models. Find your true, authentic leader. Know that the voice of your heart is in territory that it never has been before. So don't worry if you can't find a point of reference from the past. You are creating a new. And the year of the dragon is here to help you step into that, to feel that fierce truth with devotion, with commitment, and with focus. So I know I have just a couple minutes here before before my time's up. But let me see, maybe I can leave you with practice, just on a short ending note here before we wrap up. And in light of, accessing your creativity, I think I already gave one suggestion, which is what I do is always try to think of new ways of doing things. Try to think outside the box. Get creative with the way that you conduct certain things in your life, certain aspects of your life, and including the new ones that come to you, new responsibilities, new ventures. Try to think outside the box and how you're going to execute them or how you're going to experience them. That's one of them. The other tip I'm going to give you, this is really, really helpful to connect with your heart and your right brain at any time that you need. I would definitely recommend to do this several times a day and just practice taking a nice, long, deep breath. Okay, and if you can do 3 of them, inhale all the way in and exhale all the way out. And you do it again, inhale all the way in, and then all the way out. Now, one last time, all the way in. And whenever you're ready, you exhale all the way out. Everybody has their own timing to do this, but you can notice that you start to immediately relax. What happens here is you are actually literally sending signals from your brain to your body to relax. And that's one of the most important things you can do several times a day, because we don't realize how much pressure we end up carrying around, how much tense, when we tense our muscles and contract our or even our organs and our nerves, everything contracts and we don't notice that. So the breath automatically brings you into that harmony with your heart, mind, body, and spirit. And then the next thing that I would recommend for you to do after the 3 long breaths is just place your hand on your heart, on your chest. Because when you do that, it will help you focus. And that's ultimately what you want to do, is you just want to focus on your heart field. And you want to especially do this before you're going to face something that can be quite stressful or intense, or if you're in the middle of feeling something stressful and intense, just stop everything. Stop your thought as well. It's very important. You can always come back to your thought later, but give your body this gift to relax. And when you're done breathing, touch your heart. Be aware of it. Be aware of its own field of intelligence, even while the brain may try to come in with whatever situation you're thinking about or whatever the list of things that you just honor that time and just focus on the heart. When you do that, really embrace any sense of gratitude that comes through at that time. Any sense of love, any sense of relaxation, just relax into it. Feel yourself be washed into this endless feminine river of love and nurture of the Divine Mother and of the feminine. And know that you are just an aspect of the whole. Feel yourself loved and surrounded and nurtured by this great river of the feminine that you are a part of. And do this a few times during the day and stop what you're doing. And if you can, do that while you are in nature. Do that while you are looking at something beautiful so you can engage your senses as well. Or if you have essential oils that you like to use, and just smell a little bit of that and use that in this process of inhalation, exhalation, touching your heart, connecting with this field. And then from that place, use your creativity. You can send all this relaxation and this information to your mind and activate your right brain. See your right brain light up and invite that creativity to come in spite of anything that's happening around you, in spite of, you're still inviting that creativity. Okay, this is the new way. Anything else won't work. That whole go, 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 that system of pushing and the linear thinking, it's not a vibrational match anymore to the blueprint that we are entering. So silence the voices, go within. I hope that this tip can be helpful to all of you. And I'm sending you much love and blessings on this great awakening that we are all a part of. Much love.
All right, that was beautiful. I think we felt that transmission from Raquel. There was a lot of activity in the chat. Really beautiful. Okay, we are back. And we have another presenter coming up here shortly. Do we have an Alan or Neil? Are you guys there?
Yeah, I'm here. I had a camera issue here.
Okay.
Okay, I just got back. What did I miss?
Not much. Raquel did a beautiful transmission, and then we have Hillis Pew up next.
Okay, Raquel's all done. I thought her camera got cut. She's good.
She said goodbye, blew us a kiss.
She's right here. So
Yes, I just left to give a chance for the next person to come in because my time was already up.
Okay, I love you, Raquel.
But yes, I had an amazing experience here with the viewers and just sharing all the love and all the information that I could share about this whole transition and the great awakening that we're all in.
Raquel, you said something? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to share my website in case anybody wants to message me or connect more or learn more. It's just my name, raquelspring.com. So it's all together, www.raquelspring.com. And then you can contact me and we can go deeper in this journey.
Beautiful. Thank you, Raquel.
I made sure to share that in the chat.
Thank you.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Okay, awesome. How's it going, Ashley?
It's going great. She said something in regards to it's okay if you can't reference your past. And I think that's really profound. And we should really take that with us. Referencing the better version of yourself, that future version of you, that's your new reference point. Allowing that old stuff to die off, because that's exactly what's happening. So that stood out to me.
I love that. Yeah, I used to say like, I want to drop my old stories, okay? And now I've shifted that a bit, and it's not about dropping the old stories is creating a new chapter.
I
You
like
know,
that
and
too.
the next chapter wouldn't be anything if there wasn't the chapter before that. You don't just start in the middle of the chapter. So it's like you learn the lessons from that, and you don't hold yourself to it. You move on from that chapter into the next one. You know.
Yeah, that's powerful.
hmm Okay, shall we move on to Hillis?
We have Hillis next. Would you like to
Yes.
introduce him, or would you like me
Yeah,
to?
I'll introduce Hillis. So very excited, Hillis, brother, to see you and bring you on here because Hillis has been in communication with me for a long time. And as you guys know, that we are, 75% or so, plus or minus, people on this event today are completely new to Portal to Ascension. And Hillis has been reaching out to me, I don't even know, maybe for a couple of years, and just haven't had the ability to connect and to bring him onto an event. And he's one of the people that inspired me to create an event where I can bring people on that I've been reaching out to. So we get to experience Hillis together today and introduce him, welcome him to Portal Ascension family. So Hillis Pew is an author, teacher, speaker, holistic practitioner, utilizing the gifts and tools to empower others on their journey. The reason why he chooses to do this work is to guide others on their path to let them know they're not alone. Hillis mentors each soul on their path to lift them up so they can see what he sees. Beyond the physical realm, Hillis is an energy facilitator working with modalities such as psychic mediumship, Reiki, and Lemurian light energy to co-create a deeper connection to the soul. We work together in universal sync of exploration of your inner space to be expressed outwardly. Hey, Hillis, welcome, brother.
Neil, Ashley.
Finally.
Oh, so and I'm listening to you, and I did not know that I inspired you to create events. So I mean, wow.
Yeah, no, I definitely, because you've been reaching out for a while, and I was thinking that, I don't have time to do things because I plan things like a year in advance, right? So I
Yeah.
wanted to create an experience where I could bring everybody in, and you were one of the first people that we brought into this. So I'm just glad that we're finally connected, brother. I'm excited to
Me
experience it.
too. I mean, yeah, we've been in each other's orbit for quite some time. So now
Yeah.
gravity, the magnetic forces that be allowed us to attract and be in each other's, orbit even more. So I appreciate this
Yes.
opportunity.
Thank you, brother. So it's all yours. You want to take it away?
Sure, definitely. Thank you so much, Neil. Thank you, Ashley. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another day. My name is Hillis Pew. I am a soul mentor and energy facilitator. And today there have been a few topics that I want to get into before I go into a transmission of love and joy and peace and to assist in bringing in this new energy. But what I want to first talk about is understanding where we are on the planet, where we are as a collective, where we are as humanity. And when I speak of humanity, I speak in humanity in terms of the full expression. And I spell humanity a little bit different, which is HUEMAN. And that truly identifies the full spectrum of who we are as a collective. The hue, the full spectrum is the humanity, the full range of races, the full range of beings that are inhabited in our planet, in our DNA, in who we are as an individual, but most importantly as a collective. And with this collective energy, we then can tap into the full spectrum of uniquely identifying who we are at the soul level. And it's that at the soul level that we really can truly tap into the wholeness, the oneness, the uniqueness, the full spectrum of who we really are. And it just really brings me so much joy to step into the space of full understanding of the human soul. And what is the human? As I just spoke about, it's the full spectrum. But aside from that, we carry this energy in our DNA. We carry this wisdom in our DNA. We carry all the information of who we are in our DNA. And in my recent research and studies of this, of the first civilization of Mu, come to find out that this energy, this space, this land, this continent existed 70,000 years ago. And this was a full inhabitants of beings way arranging a wide range of beings from, skin complexion to hair color to peaceful race all the way through savagery. And so it's in this space that we begin to embrace who we are. And who we are is back at the roots and understanding the origins of our creation, understanding the origins of our birth as humans. And when you begin to understand that, you then can begin to fully understand and embrace what that is as a person, as a soul, as everything that we are. But in that beautiful pot of energy that is the universe, what does your soul say to you? What does your soul speak to you? And this is how we have to really truly understand what this means and what this is. And what does that mean for you? I'd like to know, so you guys can put in the chat, what does this mean for you? What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to really be in touch with your soul? And as I await some of the comments to come in, I want to also move into really understanding the energy that we are as a collective, and that is fourth density energy. I heard Raquel speaking about where we're going and what we're moving into. But to really truly put it in perspective, to really allow for this energy to be put into perspective, the fourth density energy is a space for us to really begin to allow ourselves to let go of what no longer serves our best and highest good moving forward in this divine energy and this divine light. We often speak of fifth dimensional energy, the space of unconditional love. But in order to get there, in order to receive this space, this gift of unconditional love, we first must understand what it is that we have to be free of. Be free of the past experiences that no longer serve us. Understand the lessons that we have. Understand the lessons that we have received in our lifetime to really be that, to understand that, to begin to coexist with the energies that are rapidly changing. And this is the first time in our planetary history that we are undergoing a great space of deconstruction and construction simultaneously. This has never happened before because we are in fourth density. And this is what fourth density means. It means the tearing down of the old, which is why most of us are feeling this, unconsolable grief at times. Sometimes we feel the impossible overwhelming of emotions, the heightened of joy, or the opposite of crying and sorrow. It is in this space of opportunity for us to begin to truly understand the lessons that we have learned. And even myself, although I'm sitting here presenting in front of you as an energy facilitator, as a psychic medium, one who has access to these abilities, I too experience the depth of this grief, the depth of loss, and really understanding how to let go of that energy, of the lessons, and understand that they were just lessons for me to learn, to allow myself to evolve, to grow, to nurture that energy, to get to the next level, which is where we are now, is in fourth density. And how do we allow ourselves to be in a space of comfort and forth density? And simply, dear ones, it is to let go, to surrender to the flow that is you, to surrender to the identity that you think is you. Because we all have this space of thought and thinking, and instead of tapping into what we know, instead of tapping into what we feel. And this is the biggest part of really tapping into our intuitive space, into our innate knowing, to the creator consciousness. When we allow ourselves to tap into that internal knowing, into that depth of space, we then can arise and take that step forward to surrender, to let go of the trauma, the pain, the shame, the guilt, the grief. And, just sitting here, just feeling the emotions, just flowing through as I sit here and hold back tears. It's just the beauty of that surrender. It is the beauty of that space to allow ourselves to let go, to step back into the space of origin of our human self, to remove all the fairy tales, to remove all the fancy vocabulary, to really hone what is us, what is self, by becoming free of the distractions and whatever is a distraction for you. And the distractions are holding us in a space where we are unable to move forward. And as I see some of the comments, from one individual, on a deep level, my soul feels like color, frequency, and I feel on some levels I am learning what it's like to be a part of humankind and the opportunity to explore, yes, the human body. And so when we allow ourselves to surrender in this space, to become open, to become more aware, it is in this place of intuition, it is in this space of awareness, it is in this space of knowing, where we allow ourselves to connect to the Heavenly Father and the Earthly Mother, the Creator Consciousness itself. But you must remember that before we all existed, there was chaos, there was disorder, there was madness. And this is just a natural progression of things. This is a natural progression of life, of existence. And as chaos ensued, the Creator put forth 4 primary forces. We can also call them elements. We can also call them builders. We can also call them architects. Whatever phrase of your choosing to make you most comfortable, it is what it needs to be for you. Know that these 4 primary forces have existed throughout time and has always changed and shifted to suit the period of the collective. But in the beginning, you have to understand that this was the first law, the law of order, because the 4 primary elements, the forces, builders, architects, whatever you wish to call, they were put in charge to bring order to the chaos, order to the universe. Before there was the law of one, before there was all these spiritual laws, the law of vibration, before any of these ever existed, it was the law of order. And how do we bring order to our life? How do we bring order to the universe? How do we bring this energy that we know of to tap into that? to our innate knowing. Yes, exactly. I am empath. Order is heaven's first law. Exactly. And it is in this space that when we tap into that innate knowing, when we allow ourselves to be in our power, calm, centered, feeling powerful. And this could be a feeling of unconditional love. It could be whatever feeling that you feel that you are connected, that you are in that power. Order tends to follow. Organization tends to follow that energy, that uplifting, vital life force energy tends to follow. And this life force energy that you hold is in your DNA. The memories of your soul is in your DNA. The memories of this first law of order is in your DNA, because we are all stardust. We are all creators. We are all creator consciousness. We all have access to this energy, but we have forgotten how. And so as we move through this fourth density energy, we are stripping away these distractions, stripping away the old and beginning to remember anew, remembering how to access this energy of unconditional love, this energy of life force energy, the energy of these four primary forces that live within us. Because we are the force, we are the energy. People often talk about the Jedi and the Jedi Order. This is true. Getting in touch with that energy. Why would they show us things, and keep us hooked into it, and begin to live out a fantasy of our mind and begin to have these things around us, to distract us from the potential of our soul, the potential of our being, and the things that we strive for. There are people now on this planet that are using their telekinesis, their telepathy. There are people who are levitating and teleporting all on this planet. I've seen it. And it gives me hope of a greater tomorrow, a greater future that we embrace once we have stripped away the distractions, as we step into our order, as we step into this energy of our human, embracing the full spectrum of who we really are. Because right now we're only about that much, or maybe about that much connected to who we are on a soul level, of who we are energetically. And it is in this energy that we allow ourselves to move forward, to stretch out and embrace all that we are. We often criticize ourselves of, what to eat, what not to eat, what should I do, what should I do, what music should I listen to. We trivialize everything, every choice, every decision that is made, we trivialize it. Sometimes we have to make, seemingly hard choices from an emotional space. And it is in this emotional space where things can be difficult. It can be challenging, sometimes illogical. But it's in this space that we have the most power. It's in this space where once we have the ability to control our emotions, to control our thoughts, to take hold of this energy, moving to fifth density and beyond, the fifth dimensional space and beyond, is a beautiful thing. Once we allow ourselves to surrender, to be whole, to connect to the energy that is us. And how do we connect? Everyone is different. Everyone has a unique way. Everyone has a unique experience in how they connect. But part of that connection is through emotions, through your breath, by understanding how you remain centered and calm, free from chaos, free from being erratic, You know, that is quite the energy right now on the planet. Erratic. You know, at least that's the energy that is being portrayed. It's this erratic energy. But don't allow that to distract you from your purpose. And that is to get to the next level. And whether you have a practice of meditation, journaling, whatever practice that you have, honor that and make it sacred for you. Because when you honor the practice, you hone and channel that energy of creative consciousness. And just a little story that I like to share. And my first love, and will always be my love, is poetry. I'm a poet by nature. You know, the movements and the fluidity of words to create a message that is going to allow for the person to read it to connect and have an emotional experience, to emote something, to let something go, to be free. And it's in this experience of emotions that we allow ourselves to connect to creative energy. So I ask of you, what are you connecting to? What are you connecting to? What is your heart singing to you as we move through this energy of fourth density as a collective? Some of us are moving through the third, fourth, and fifth, and some of us are higher. But as we move through these range of dimensions and densities, it is where our heart wants us to live. You know, with the law of order. The law of order is of the heart. Law of order is of love. And there's no one thing that could truly define that. You know, if you ever take a screaming child or one who's upset and they are just in an unpredictable swirl of emotions, and when you take a moment to show them empathy, when you take a moment to show them love, their energy changes. You affect them because you show you care. And this is how the universe speaks to us. Through love, through energy, through all that we care. And it's in that caring space that all thrive and all live. And this is where we're moving to. You know, as Raquel talked about just moments ago, we're in the energy of the dragon. And here I am, born the year of the dragon, living in the year of the dragon. It is in this space that we allow ourselves to be loyal to ourselves and protectors of others, and hold this wisdom and share this wisdom and honor this wisdom. Honor the keepers of this wisdom that I allow myself to be open and receptive to give to you. To allow for this space, this beautiful space of fourth density and beyond for you to receive. You know, it is in this space of truly mastering your emotional space, bringing order to that through whatever practice that you have. But it's in that space that you become the master, because we are all masters of self. This is one of the things that we have to truly understand, that we have to get to, understanding self-mastery. You know, we learn by watching, we learn by seeing what others are doing. But begin now to go inward into your heart, into your soul, and connect to that space. And see and feel what your heart and soul are telling you. What is best for you? What is best for me to arrive into this space prepared with confidence, with love, in order, putting everything in order, putting everything in the space that it was meant for. And understanding what the first civilization has done all those thousands of years ago, what they created through their science, through their practice, through the inspired and inspirational writings, and how do we now begin to allow for that to manifest in this space? Understanding the symbology, understanding who we are, understanding the interactions with Creator, understanding the interactions of our soul. And as I feel this energy, feel this shift, and know that I've been transmitting energy this whole entire time through words, through thoughts, through emotions, to help guide you on your path of truly understanding who you are and who you are becoming in this human spectrum of life. Bringing order to yourself, connecting to you. And now I bring to you the full transmission of this energy, bringing forth great energy to assist you, to allow for you to connect and hone these energies. My gift to you from creator energy, source energy, whatever you wish to call, allow yourself to be open and receive. But before we begin, just a reminder, I know there have been a lot of transmissions, a lot of gifts of energy given today. Just a reminder to stay hydrated and rest when needed. This is important for the integration of this energy, for your learning and releasing, the letting go of what you held on to that you desire no longer to hold on to. As we now bring in the energy of order and organization into your life, into your being. So wherever you are, whatever you're doing, allow yourself to take in a nice big deep breath. Close your eyes and relax. And allow for this energy to come in to be of assistance and service to you. As we call forth the creator consciousness, open up the channels. And I just want you to imagine with me a golden circle, and this circle can be empty or full, but just a golden circle in your third eye. And allow for this golden circle to connect with you. And as you inhale, allow you to connect with this creator consciousness. Allowing the acceptance of this energy. And now as you allow yourself to breathe regularly in the normal breath, with every breath that you inhale, allow for the golden circle to expand. And with the exhale, allow this golden circle to contract. As it is part of your life force energy, this wisdom and knowledge. And in this moment, you can ask your soul, yourself, consciousness, creator consciousness, your teams, what am I to do to bring order to my life? What am I to do to bring order to my life? Because when you bring order to your life, you be the example for others, and they bring order to their life. Allowing for this energy to guide you, to hold you, to connect with you. Feeling this beautiful light energy to be you, become the conscious creator, become God, become source energy, because this energy is already within you, imbued in every cell in the mitochondria, in the DNA. It's part of you. And this is a part that we have ignored for far too long because we did not believe this. Some of us still don't believe this. And Buddha and Jesus were some of the greatest examples for us to follow. Follow in their steps. Follow in their wisdom. But not the wisdom that has been rewritten. The wisdom that you now will have access to. In their Akashic records, in this great library that is now making itself known on the planet with the real meaning of these shapes and symbols that you foresee in your mind's eye as I transmit this energy, this wisdom of knowledge to you. To remember who you are. And allow for this golden circle now to become a piercing light that is moving through your chakra system, down your back, down your spine, into your nerves and nervous system, lighting this energy up. Lighting this energy up in your chakras, in your meridian system, your energetic system, being lit up by this beautiful golden light of creator consciousness. For you to remember who you are, who and what you are, your soul. And knowing that each of you exists only because of love, which is why we have this innate and desire to be in fifth density, the space of unconditional love. And that space comes from us, not outside of us. Remember, know that this energy, this emotion of love comes from us. And once we allow ourselves to walk in that, live in that, breathe in that energy, we will be a more harmonious human collective. Allowing this golden light to move and transmit to your friends, to your family, to your neighbors, to your pets. Allow for this light to permeate in your home, in your space, in your car, in your work. Allowing for this energy to permeate in all that you are and all that you do. It begins and ends with love because we were created in the energy of love. This we know. Everything else beyond that, outside of that, were lessons. Lessons for us to learn, because without the contrast, how would we know and appreciate the energy of love? How will we value the energy of love? Love is the one true constant. Yes, there are variations of this, but you know the absolute love, the unconditional love, never wavers once we allow our faith, our belief, our joy, our energy, our emotions, our thoughts to resonate with this. Because our thoughts fuel the emotions that carry us. And these emotions allow us to speak the words of love or any other words that come out of our voice box, from our thoughts, into our heart, and out of our mouth. This is how we've learned. But now it's time for us to allow for the energy of order to organize the thoughts, for us to be master of the thoughts, master of what we speak from the heart and not from our experiences. And just continue to hold this image of this golden light moving through all that you are, through all that you touch. And if you feel a bit warm, that's okay. Just know that you are being embraced by this love. If you are shedding a tear, know that you are letting go of the grief and the pain and the suffering. And know that better is here. Better has arrived. We just have to allow ourselves to be open to see it, to feel it, to be receptive to it, and yet have patience. Because there are moments, there are things still moving for things to be ready. There's still movement, and have patience, but yet with this patience comes the order, the direction. As this golden light moves through all, touches all, this rainbow spectrum of light delivers to you, into your heart, into your body, into your system, the love that you've wanted, the love of self, the validation of self, the validation from creator consciousness. That you matter, that you are loved, that everyone has a role to play. Everyone is important. No one is no less than anyone. We are all equal. In his, in her eyes, in our eyes, we see, the Creator sees. And when you begin to see through the Creator's eyes, which you will, you then can begin to see one's true heart, one's true intention. We just have to practice. And with practice comes patience, and patience comes practice, and then comes order. And the vibrations, the resonance, the frequencies of self-care, what is good for you. And just allow yourself to focus on what is good for you. Then you can allow yourself to be of service and example for others. And I just want to end with this story that I'm being reminded to share. As I live the life of being an example, on my spiritual path, my spiritual journey, I'm being reminded to share with you this story of how sometimes children are always the best examples. And I, being a child, as we all once were children, that on my path, as my mother was becoming more aware of who I am and my abilities and what I can do, she decided to change her life. And we had this one amazing conversation to where my mom finally understood, or she finally got who Hillis was and what I am to do. After that conversation, that was the last conversation we had. or at least in physical form. She made her transition a few weeks later. But I say that to say that we are all children, and we all are the best examples for one another. So remember that when you walk, when you get up every morning and take that first step, when you take that first breath of the day, where you are aware of who you are, when you are aware of where you are, you can breathe life into the example of the day and set your intention for that day and ask yourself. And this is something that I've been recently reminded of, as I used to have this practice, and now I feel it's important to do again. Because as we learn, we evolve, we grow, we have an abundance of tools in our toolbox that we can reference at any point. And sometimes we forget about things, and then we are reminded. It's like, yes, remember that one thing that did so well. Let's go back and get that. Let's go back and get that tool, shine it up, polish it off, and begin to use it to its full potential. Because sometimes with tools, and this goes with affirmations, meditations, whatever tool, we don't understand its full potential until we go back and revisit that. And so what I ask of you today is to look in your toolbox. See what things you've neglected that can be shined up and reutilized. And this is my gift to you. When you wake up every day, ask yourself of the Heavenly Father and the Earthly Mother, what would you have me do today? Ask yourself. You'll be surprised at the endless opportunities that come your way when you allow yourself to be open, vulnerable, and surrender to the order of the life force energy, the order of who you are. And your soul and conscious creator will gladly, gleefully respond to something that makes your heart sing. Thank you, everyone, for this time, this day, and all that exists.
Yeah, that
Beautiful.
was really powerful. I felt that when you got towards the end of the meditation, I felt it in my throat, in my heart, and before you even mentioned your mother, I could like feel that expansion that you experienced. And we talk so much about sovereignty, right? But we have community and the we. And I feel like we connecting our heart tones, we can go further together. So I want to thank you for your true vulnerability and authenticity, because I feel like now we are stronger.
Yeah. And now it's so just coming back into my body. Well, not coming back into my body, coming back into the awareness of who I am. And I'm just grateful to have this opportunity to share this message with everyone, because we have to remember where we are, number one. Number two, where we are going. And three, how do we get there? And that's the most important. When I started studying about the law of attraction, the law of vibration, people often talk about focus on the what and the what and the why, and the how would take care of itself.
Ooh.
But now we are moving into the space, since we are collectively in fourth density, fourth dimensional energy. We have to now allow ourselves to begin to focus on the how, because as I mentioned in the beginning, we are in the space of construction and destruction. And sometimes when we don't know what our true intentions are, what our intentions are, and what the energy is, our thoughts get scattered. So which is why it's important for us to have that moment of understanding the how we go about something, how we go about our day, being more mindful, being more purposeful, being more intentive
Yeah.
in that space. Because right now, the how is the most important, because the what is taken care of, because what it is unconditional love. We know that's where we're going. We know that's where we're headed. Why? Because we're tired of all the craziness that's happened. We're tired of all the density, the heaviness, the grief, the sorrow, the suffering. We're tired of all of that. And so now the how is the most important. So how do we get there? How do we take that first step? How do we breathe in this existence into our everyday? You know?
Yeah, beautifully shared, brother. And kind of that's almost like the action component, right? The how is the taking the action.
Yeah.
And the law of attraction, I think in The Secret it says thought equals action, action equals manifestation in this
Yes.
reality. We
Yes.
get to a
How
world eventually where we can just manifest, but right now we need to take the action to get there, right?
Exactly. And one of the things in this, and I'm glad you brought that up because I feel this is most important when studying, the law of attraction. And the law of attraction comes out of the law of vibration, which is the third spiritual law, is an immutable law, meaning that it cannot be changed.
Hmm.
And when we are in that space, when we understand our emotions, when we understand and have control over that, then we begin to master our thoughts, which master our emotions. And when we have mastery of our thoughts, we then can
Mm,
step into the energy of true thought power, which is, why, people talk about, the Jedis and this and that, having mastery of your thoughts and emotions, because it's important. It's important to understand how to master these subtle energies as we move forward. Because if there's no mastery over the subtle energies, it can create this bubble of chaos all over again. Which is why it's important to bring the energy of order. Because when we have the energy of order, we can then truly understand the mastery of self and truly understand who we are, what we are, and how we're going to go about doing it by whatever practice that those who are watching, have in place. And that's important to understand that how we go about it every day.
Yeah, I like what you mentioned about who we are, where we are, really taking control over this vehicle. This is our manifestation body. And if we don't know who we are or where we are or even what we're thinking or feeling, it is chaos.
Yeah, which is why, I can say that I've done plant medicine for over 10 years. And, whether if it was with, and mostly done with spiritual intentions, I had my moments where I just wanted to have fun with it. But even in those moments of fun, there was a lot of learning in that space. And sometimes when you allow yourself to go, and this is even when I work with clients or just doing a very powerful meditation, it is in that space where I have to allow myself to know where I am at all times. Because if I don't know where I am, I don't know how to allow myself to be of service. And this goes with everyone. If you don't know where you are, just like at work, you're at work, you have a purpose, you have something to fulfill. Just like with me going off into the ether somewhere, that's my work. That's where I go to do what I got to do. But if we are not anchored in, don't have an anchor point, don't have that intention, then chaos ensues. And then we get lost and confused and don't understand. And this is how some of the things happen where people get mislabeled as schizophrenic or things of that nature, because we don't understand where we are, what we're doing, because we've got lost on our journey.
mhm. Beautiful, man. It's the mastery of self, I guess, right? And what you're sharing, because I mentioned a couple times here, I was just at Vipassana, got out a week ago, so it's 10 days of silence, and I've done it 5 times before, right? And
Yeah.
every other time it was not as hard as this time, because this time I wasn't in like a 20-acre place, I was in like a 20-yard place, and I had to
Yeah.
sit and walk like 5 feet every day back and forth for like hours. And it was going insane, but I was seeing my brain controlling my reality. And I had some things come up for me right before I went in, and it took over my whole experience. Every single day, every meditation, 8 hours of meditation a day, I was literally reeling in my brain of all the potential outcomes for this one situation that took me into the
Yeah.
other ones. And being at that level of quiet for so long, I got to see how my brain works, and I got to see how chaotic it is and how it controls me, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And after day 6 was insane. I was like screaming inside my head. But day 7, I could stare at a wall for 3 hours without any thoughts. So I was like, it was a
Yeah.
bit, but it was
I'm glad you shared
fantastic.
that because that's important. You know, even with and one of even with the food that we eat, when we go through a detox, when we go through a cleanse, the energy of the parasitic energy comes up. Or if we have a particular illness, that comes up. And then they hijack the nervous system or they hijack parts of the brain and they tell us
Yeah.
what to do and what to eat and to feed that as opposed to bringing the order to that, bringing the cleanliness to that. So it works on all levels.
Yeah. And unless you get to a place where you can maybe sit with yourself, you don't really won't see how you operate on the subtle levels, because all the
Yeah.
words you're saying are part of the discourse every night. Understanding
Yeah.
the subtle body and what's going on the deepest level of the root of what's happening with your body. On day 4, my brain regressed to 5-year-old Neil, and I was a jumpy dude, straight up. When I was a kid, I used to get yelled at a lot, in trouble a lot. When I
Yeah.
was a young adult, my mom used to open the door, screaming at me at 6 a.m., waking me up abruptly because I'm not working. And so every time someone opens a door, this is like letting you into know my deepest secrets now. I jump anytime I hear a door open, like
Oh
that, right?
wow.
I jump.
Yeah.
And I worked through a lot of it, but I meditated so hardcore that I literally regressed. And every noise, every cough, every sneeze, my brain kept jumping. And I was like, whoa, like this is getting to the root of where this stuff comes from. And
Yeah.
I saw myself as this little kid, just like scared of everything. Like it's just that fear. But then when you grow older with these
It's
childhood
the
traumas,
residual energy.
yeah, and then it could become aggressive. It could
Yeah.
become detrimental to society because you
Yeah.
don't know where that root is. So it's important for us to be able to sit with this and to feel and heal, right?
Yeah. And this is the work that I do. I mean, I work with people on the soul level intentionally because that's where everything is stored. Everything is stored at a soul level. And when
Hmm.
we have that energy stored, I then can work with people on a bit gentler, a bit easier, because that's where it's stored and we can clear out the trauma and then clear out the anxiety, clear out the PTSD, clear out all that stuff because that's not who we are. Those are the experiences we had that we feel begin to define us and our
Yeah, man.
experiences. But when we allow ourselves to sit like you have in control or sit with a mentor or plant medicine, whatever it is you want to sit with, or just journal for 5 days, whatever it is, as long as you sit with it, honor that energy, say, oh, okay, well, now I know. And now you bring order to that chaos. You bring order to that. And so I'm happy that you've done it. That's a beautiful to share. Thank you, Neil.
Yeah, for sure. So before we close out, brother, I heard you're a poet. You mentioned that you do poetry. So if you're ready to go, I'd love for you to drop some bars right now. You open
Oh
for
my
that?
goodness. You know what? And it's so funny as you said that. I actually do have, I don't have it memorized, but I have one that's like 80, 90% ready. Just got to pull it up on my
All right.
phone really quick.
Yep. Let's do it.
And and actually, I did this one a couple of weeks ago because and actually not did it. I put it up a couple of weeks ago on social media, but I feel it's important because it's where we are as a collective. And I wrote this 11 years ago.
Hmm.
And it goes to show you how timeless some poetry is, especially if you're in the ether, so to speak.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So the name of this one is called Exalted. I've been here before. One time, another place. An illusion created to remember. Overcome with grief to release the former. Lost in confusion. What to release as I move into a new dimension? 3 to 5, a new light, a new life, assimilated as the old fell away. fully present in the ever happening now, flashing to conceive light, remembering the choice made to be here, remember the actions taken to remember, risen to light of oneness, risen to being of self with you, being whole, being united, being us. We have risen.
There's that we again.
It's all about the we.
Yeah. Yeah.
Beautiful, brother. Thank you so much, Hillis. Appreciate you, man, and really just your heart just emanates through your being, you know, and the way you communicate. Just really feel it just from the words that you speak, you know. So appreciate you, and I'm really happy we're finally doing this together, and we're going to continue. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Neil. You guys have an amazing night and the rest of day 1 and an amazing day 2 tomorrow. I'll be sure to watch.
Thank you, brother. We'll speak soon.
Likewise.
Okay, bye-bye. Beautiful. All right. So we're going to get into, we have 2 more speakers left for today, everybody. Again, the schedule is on the website, on Great Awakening site. You can take a look. For tomorrow, you can check out there as well. Our next speaker is going to be Ashley, and I'm going to do an intro for her in a minute, and then we're going to close out with Jay Clay. But before we get into Ashley, we're going to have a word from our sponsors, and our sponsors are actually us. We sponsor ourselves, guys. we don't have a sponsor. We are our own biggest sponsor. So, and I want to show you the Glastonbury trailer for the conference there, and we're going to be there September 27th, 28th, 29th in Glastonbury in Avalon, all the way West England. On the 25th and 26th, we're doing Tours of Avalon, King Arthur Tour. And then with Oliver Huntley, we have 3 days of the conference. We have post-conference workshops with Laura Eisenhower, Tim Tactics, and Adam Apollo. And then we do an Avery Stone Circle tour, okay? So you can come for all of it, some of it, just the conference. And I'll show you the trailer right now. And one other announcement again, I'm doing a prize raffle. So if you want to go ahead, if you love what you're seeing here and you want us to create more free events, we're doing an 11-day one, which I'll speak about tomorrow. Please go ahead and you can contribute and donate. I'll throw the link up in the chat. And everybody who donates, you get entered to a raffle. 2 people are going to be selected to win a month of free events at Portal to Ascension. We do like 3 events a month on different topics. So we'll go ahead and put you into the drawing for that as well. So here we go, Glastonbury trailer, and then we'll get on with today's show. All right, so that's ascensionglastonbury.com. Tune in. You can join us in person, or you can tune into the live stream. Honestly, one of the most fun experiences we put together, just the whole area of Glastonbury, what we do there, being literally a 30-second walk from King Arthur and Guinevere's tombstones in the King Arthur's Abbey, being next to this amazing kind of like mystical underground cave with this water coming through it that's energized with iron that ancient priestess mystery schools used to go to all the time, not even a 1-minute walk from that entrance. And it's just the most mystical experience ever, tapping into pre-Christian roots of the Europeans, you know, so ascensionglastonbury.com. All right, everybody. So now let's get into our next guest. And you've seen her throughout the day. And next is Ashley. And I'm excited to bring on Ashley. And Ashley, let's bring you on a second here because I want to make sure I say your last name correctly because I keep messing it up. It's Pfeiffer, right?
Yeah, like pie.
Okay, so Ashley Pfeiffer, and as I shared earlier, if you guys were here, that we've been, I guess, in each other's orbit for a little while now. And just recently, we started working together, and she was on the Lemurian Conference, now the Great Awakening Conference. It's going to be a part of the Galactic Origins Cruise. And I'm just really excited to not only have a new teammate to come in and do this together with, but also a new person to be contributing to emceeing these events, right? Because normally it's Alan and myself, sometimes Michelle Anderson. So Ashley is now joining the team for that. And a little bit about Ashley. She's known as Metaphysical Ash, is a catalyst for personal and organizational transformation through customized events, workshops, speaking engagements, and one-on-one education. Her journey commenced with a transformative spontaneous Kundalini awakening, navigating misunderstood physical ailments and making profound shifts in mindset, diet, and behavior over the years. This awakening included interdimensional extraterrestrial contact, and it ignited her mission to help others experience similar paths. She spent years in self-study. Her journey began in childhood with experiences of psychic sensitivities, and as a teenager delved into occult, which eventually led her to more practical applications as an adult, studying neuroscience and the psychology of thought patterns. Through her understanding of how these patterns contribute to our reality, Ashley creates transformational workshops and events, utilizing guided meditation to shift individuals at a foundational frequency level. And her mission is to awaken individual authenticity, honor uniqueness, and promote unity, understanding, and acceptance. So, Ashley, excited for what you're going to share today. And as always, I appreciate you. I love your energy, your smile, your frequency that you bring to these events. So.
And I love that you have created Portal to Ascension to remind us that we are that portal.
Exactly. Thank you. So what are you sharing with us today?
So today I was thinking I would share a bit from one of my courses for empaths. We're going to talk about the high heart.
Okay, let's do it. Are you sharing screen or?
I'm going to share my screen. So I'll go share screen. Okay.
And as we wait, I'm putting in the Glassberry link for everybody here in the chat. Oh, we lost Ashley for a second. So let's wait a moment here for Ashley to come back. And as you're doing that, let me do a little tap dancing for you guys. And I guess instead of getting into anything, because she'll probably be back in 1 minute, I'll do a little poem for you. How about that? So this poem is called Meditate and Levitate. Let's put on a cool little background image here. All right, Ashley, I see you in. I'm doing a poem while we wait. Go ahead and share screen. And when I see it come up, I'll bring you on, okay? Meditate and levitate. Waves of frequencies resonate higher. I'm connected to the provider. Source of cosmic energy. We're going to be one single entity. Expansion remedied. Oneness must breathe. Exhale and let free. Consciousness to be. Experiences of you and me. Souls of interdimensional beings to feel, hear, and see this third-dimensional planetary existence. All time can be found in one instance. In this realm of linearity, atoms in anarchy, quantum polarity. The epitome of creation. Facing our egos, acquiring patience. Waiting to let go of our nations and join the Federation of Souls that will take us to the fifth world. And join the Federation of Souls that will take us to the fifth world. All right, little commercial break there. Let's bring Ashley on. Hey, Ashley. Okay.
Hey, Neil. How are we looking? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we see it. You're on slide 34. I don't know if you want to start from somewhere else, but
it's quite a long course.
Okay.
So this is exactly where I wanted to start. I feel like it goes right on trend with a lot of things we've been talking about today. And the
Perfect.
high heart is that space between your throat and your heart. So I'm not able to see the chat box, although I wish I could.
Yeah, there's two options. You would have to upload it to StreamYard to see the chat box since it's
Okay.
screen sharing. Yeah, let's just keep it like this.
That's okay. It's learning. This is my first time using StreamYard. So I want to make this an experiential experience for everybody. So if you want to take a breath, we're going to connect with our body. We're going to notice where we are in space and time. And if any of you resonate with being an empath, you likely have an awakened heart chakra. So that is the space in between your heart and your throat. So as you take a deep breath, your breath is your tool. Notice your body from the top of your head to the bottom of your feet, 360 degrees. So we're coming into this space. We're coming into this place. We're using breath as our tool. And notice your physical form, the vehicle for your ascension, your manifestation body. We're going to just take a couple moments to get to know our high heart chakra, which is often active in highly empathic people and star seeds. This is also a place where I've noticed a lot of cordings and vulnerabilities to the external environment. So just as you're able to communicate your energy with the environment communicates with you. So the high heart chakra is an area that activates, it sparks, it awakens during the ascension process, and we're not always prepared for that. So not everyone has an active high heart chakra, as it often remains inactive in those who have closed hardened hearts or limited biological capabilities. Therefore, it's crucial to exercise discernment in interactions and connections to protect this vital energetic center. Being aware of the high heart chakra enhances discernment, impacting how we think, feel, and act, influencing our energetic and higher consciousness levels. Personally, throughout my journey, I've noticed a correlation between the high heart chakra, overstimulation in certain environments, and how we hold tension and energy in between our shoulder blades. So the fascia gets tight. The high heart chakra awakens and activates, opens, tends to suck in energy from the environment or cords from other people who can feel your empathy, your capacity to acknowledge their pain, hold their pain. The high heart chakra is an area of vulnerability for a lot of starseeds and those on the awakening journey. So take a deep breath, notice your body, any physical sensations you feel, wiggle your fingers and toes. So this is how you come into presence. You notice your physical form, the skin, and then the energy within you. Just by bringing awareness to your high heart chakra, you're going to notice when that space is vulnerable, when you may be overstimulated in the high heart chakra. This gets our adrenals running. It gets our thymus area really overstimulated. A lot of things that can help with this are our diet. So you want to make sure you have proper minerals, zinc, magnesium, iodine, all the minerals you would need. Cell salts. Cell salts are really helpful as you go through your spiritual awakening and you're regulating your nervous system. But this area specifically, I've noticed, and I can see it in people in the environment, it becomes overstimulated. It becomes corded. You can feel it in the front, or you might feel it in the back. So as we evolve in consciousness, which is influenced by factors like our biology, our hypersensory perception, and empathy, they begin to activate previously dormant energy centers. Mine personally was dormant until I had that spontaneous Kundalini awakening. And I thought that I actually had heart problems because of what I was feeling sensationally in between my heart and my throat. Some are born with these centers active, while others are awakening them now. For empaths, the focus is on the high heart chakra, which links to the fifth dimensional consciousness and our human energy field. Our bodies are multidimensional, and awakening dormant DNA enhances higher sensory perceptions. This awakening shapes our interpretation of the world, extending beyond the 5 basic senses to include energetic understanding and intuitive clairvoyant insights. If you're someone who considers yourself electrosensitive, bringing awareness to that high heart chakra center is going to help you navigate environments where there is a lot of EMFs or a lot of people congregating in a small space. If you become burnout by moving into these environments where there's a lot of people in a small space, it's highly likely that you have a vulnerable high heart chakra. So bringing awareness to the body as you notice your breath and as you imagine and begin to sense the space around you. And notice what you can sense. Can you sense the front of your body, the back of your body, the top of your head, the bottom of your feet, side to side? Because your body is formed within your spirit. And there is a field, there is an instruction set called your morphogenetic field, which speaks to this form. It speaks to all the organs. So we want to connect first intentionally, intending to connect with the subtle fields around your body. And then physically, if you can feel the space around you, noticing the skin, and then the subtle field of energy that exists around your body, you can begin building energetic shielding around the front of your high heart chakra and the back of your high heart chakra. You can actually build that through awareness and discipline of those subtle fields. Your breath is your tool. Your physical form is going to assist you as you notice your skin. And then you just focus on that. You come out of mind into body, the physical senses. So that space right there, the thymus, up above the ribs, and you can actually use your bone structure to strengthen your energetic shielding. So if you can imagine, as we're going through this experiential experience on this awakening conference, your bones. So where have you positioned yourself in space and time? This is how we know where we are. We focus on the form, the essence of our being. So you notice your bone structure. Can you bring awareness to your ribs, to your rib cage? Can you connect with the breath? As you breathe in, notice how that expands the lungs, connecting with the body. Maybe you get some expansion in your spinal column. So we're coming into presence by noticing our physical form and then expanding on that as you connect with these different systems of your body. You can reclaim and recommand them in service to God, Source, or what I like to call the living light. The more you do that, the more your body's going to communicate with you what you need and when you need it. Certain minerals, foods, to help rehabilitate, heal, and awaken dormant DNA inside of you. We need that support. It's very important. I like to take cell salts. I found that really, really helpful, healing my nervous system. Visualization is going to be a powerful tool for you. As you can see, the image of this individual, he has surrounded himself, he, she, they have surrounded themselves in a sphere of light, securing their high heart. Visualization is a tool. By practicing meditation and visualization, you can increase your awareness of the subtle energy field and the sensations you feel. This heightened awareness helps strengthen your energetic and psychic boundaries, enhancing your ability to shield yourself efficiently. As you practice pure presence by noticing the structure of your body and the essence of your being, this can also help you strengthen your psychic abilities. So those subtle fields of energy that communicate with us through the different clairs, you're going to strengthen that by coming out of the mind and coming into the body. And then your mind becomes a tool. Your mind becomes a tool for you to use as the way it's meant to, rather than an authority. Light and sound frequencies can support you as well. By focusing on your body through spatial awareness, that's 360 degrees, and you can use the universal sound of Om. You can cleanse and fortify your energetic field. Additionally, listening to specific sound frequencies that resonate with you further clear, strengthen, and balance your energy, promoting a state of harmony. There is a group on YouTube called Arcturian Sound Healing, and they have amazing frequencies to help you kind of shift yourself and clear any of the density you may be accumulating. And then your own sound tone. So Om is a beginner for feeling the emotion that runs through your body. You can expand on that. Different breath work and sound, you can actually take that inward into different areas of your body and start breaking up some of that density. And then natural tools for harmonization. Utilizing elements like crystals and tapping into the frequencies of Mother Nature and Earth can enhance your energetic field. This approach helps release discordant energies and interference, realigning your natural rhythm with the universe. Embracing these organic tools and elements fosters greater harmony within yourself and your environment. So crystals are the ultimate organic technology. They're piezoelectric. You can program them to help shift the subtle energy fields of your body, which holds the instruction set, the morphogenetic field, intelligence, which creates and renders you in space and time, your physical form. So we're moving in the natural harmonies of nature. Throughout this day, different presenters have, shared different tools and modalities. And I think the one thing that connects us all is that awareness, is that heart awareness, those higher sensory perceptions that will connect you with the organic fields of intelligence and help you recognize when you're intermingling with the artificial algorithms that have been positioned in the field. And I'm going to, I'm going to stop this share. I'm going to check the chat box. Let's see. Are you guys still with me? Comments. Okay. So I'm opening the chat box for some questions. Let's see. Yes, the music of the spheres. So getting to know your own sound tone. So as you notice yourself in space and time, like take a deep breath. Go and see how that feels. You can connect with your own sound tone. Jane, what are cell salts? Cell salts, it's a substance. It's a homeopathic tablet that you take. And cell salts is a mix of a bunch of different minerals that you take to support your nervous system. And I actually have some. They're by Highlands Natural. It's homeopathic medicine. And that helped me tremendously. So that in combination with detox and then stillness. So just as much as I act, actually, to be completely honest, more than I act, I am present. I am present. This is how we make quantum leaps, because the structure of reality is you. And as we recalibrate and reformulate that inner through stillness, by letting our higher self come in, by surrendering to that, we're going to position ourselves in a new structure of reality. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions as you notice your body, where you are in space and time? We're coming into presence. So how are you feeling? Can you observe the front of your body, the back of your body, the top of your head, side to side? Are you fully aware of the spirit that is manifesting your body in space and time? If there's any areas that you're unable to perceive, bring attention to that now. Sometimes it helps to close your eyes and to notice your physical form. So we're going to take a deep breath. Notice my voice, where you are. Notice the back of your head and the back of your neck. Nelson says, when looking at myself from behind, what direction should this? Okay, so I'm going to be honest, through my work and with myself personally, it's different. Some of them spin left, some of them spin right. Some people don't even hardly have chakras. It's a line. It's an integrated line. So it really just depends on the specific individual where your light body is. Nelson, set your intention to harmonize by the power within me as God that I am. Harmonize my chakras. And then notice your body. A harmonious, light body should feel spherical. You shouldn't have any dead zones. And if you do, it's okay. We're giving ourselves grace and compassion as we secure ourselves in space and time and align as much as we can with the laws of nature, which is spherical. And we start to remove those dead zones. A lot of it, you're going to need different diet and mineral support. I think we really need to, especially if you live in the States, we need mineral support to support the shifts and changes at a cellular level. Like, how are you supporting your mitochondria? I started incorporating high-level MSM, which is sulfur, into my diet, and I noticed a significant difference with my connective tissue, the fascia, which speaks to a lot of the organs. Yes. So Dorothea, Highlands Bioplasma 12-in-1 cell salts, helping you get your nervous system intact, build your light body. Rockers, Los Angeles, do you have any preferences for breathing while meditating? On my website, I have the Protecting Your Peace tool, and it's a 444. But as you connect with that breath, as you get to know your body, where you hold tension, allow yourself to naturally breathe in a way that feels right. I've had certain meditations where I'll take myself in and I'll start increasing the breath, and I'll breathe through certain areas. This one right here. This was an area that I worked a lot on. My high heart, when that thing started to spark and became active, I was so vulnerable. Any environment would overstimulate me. And I'm still building that security between me and the outside world to own my sovereignty. It's a process, so we're patient. Yes. The information has to flow freely from cell to cell. Yes. So how can we do that? There's a quote that I heard. I can't remember who said this, but a healthy mind is a flexible mind. A healthy body is a flexible body. So even when you're presented with information, some of what we're sharing today may resonate with you, some of it may not. Don't create resistance to what is within your structure of reality, because your cells listen to that. So if it resonates, take it. If it doesn't, let it flow like water. Let it flow like water. And become bathed in the sea of your spirit through the breath. Breath is your tool, and that intention to connect with your highest expression of self. SMA, SEMA. You're constantly holding your breath. Okay. So I want to deliver a little bit of like a tough truth. I speak, therefore I am. So you're going to tell your body, I breathe easily and often. She breathes easily and often. You command the vessel in service. So try that for those on the call with us and for those who watch later. If you're one of those, because we do this, we hold our breath. Take a deep breath in and speak that. I breathe freely and often. There you go. I like that. Easily. Okay, I breathe easily and often. Thank you, Neil. So we're connecting deeply. And I'd like to take everyone through a short meditation. I'm going to attempt to play some music. Neil, can you let me know how this sounds? And if it doesn't sound well, then I'll just
Sure. Are you putting it on a phone? Are you screen sharing it?
I was going to play it on the phone.
Okay, let's see how it sounds.
Okay. How does it sound?
Yeah, sounds good.
It sounds good? Okay. So let's connect with our bodies. And it's up to you if you want to close your eyes or not. Some do, some don't.
When you speak, though, it cuts out.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Okay. It's okay. We'll skip the music. So we're going to go into an experience. For those on this call in the chat, feel free to share as I guide you. The intention with this is just to open up your vehicle, your vessel, to allow more of your light in, more of your soul essence in. So you're going to connect with the breath, taking a deep breath in through the nose. Low belly should fill. And notice the body, front, back, side to side, top to bottom. We set our intention today to awaken our electric heart. Breathing in, front, back, side to side, top to bottom. Taking that breath in through the nose, circulating it up, down the spine, till it reaches the very base of your spine. The very end of your spine, which is another area of vulnerability. See if you can bring awareness to that. See if you can bring that breath in through the nose, pushing it up, down the spine, all the way down to the low spine. And if you have any discomfort, those are areas that require a little bit more awareness, a little bit more work, a little bit more love, care. Breathing in, notice the front of your chest. So we're working on our light body. We're working on connecting coherence with our physical body. Mind-body connection through the awareness. If you find it challenging to feel, wiggle your fingers and toes. Introduce yourself to the nervous system. Taking a deep breath in. I am present. Conscious, aware. Now notice the space in between your ribs, the electric heart. Connecting with the breath. You're fully present in the body. So we're not exiting our body. We are within it. Notice your nose, back of the head, shoulders, chest, entire spinal column. 360-degree awareness of your physical form here and now. So breath is your tool. Taking a deep breath in, notice that electric heart. And I want you to imagine connecting with the intelligence of your electric heart. It is electric. Imagine a platinum spark within the center of your chest. And I want you to think of a memory or an idea, a desire that just brings you so much joy and excitement. Imagine that in the center of your chest, helping awaken the electric heart, our connection point to the infinite. So think of that time, that memory, that idea that just brings you so much bliss, excitement, where you felt as if all was right, everything was whole. And I want you to feel the sensation of that. Maybe it's holding your child for the first time, or a bunny, or exchanging vows with your significant other, whatever brings you into that feeling sensation and awakens the electric heart. And breathe into that. Using breath as your tool, push that down to the electric heart and allow that light to expand within you, filling the entire space within the skin with that feeling sensation, awakening that electric heart and that divine frequency that is available to you at any time. Breath is your tool to expand that feeling sensation in your body. And this is how you awaken your electric heart. This is how you shift dimensions. It is the feeling. As you notice that electric heart, that energy pixelating within you, spreading throughout your entire body like waves of the divine light, flowing through you, sparking every cell in your entire being, filling you with that frequency. Noticing your entire body, front of the body, back of the body, top of the head, bottom of the feet. Breathe. Breath is your tool. 360-degree awareness of who you are and how you are. Your next inhale, as you notice that electric heart, we're going to create a line from the electric heart up to the mind. That electric heart connecting right up to your mind, harmonizing both hemispheres of the brain, left to right, right to left, front to back, encasing your entire brain in those divine light frequencies, harmonizing both hemispheres, shifting authority to the electric heart. Using breath as your tool to strengthen that connection link, to reset the authority to the electric heart, and noticing how you feel in this place, in this space. If thoughts come in, let them flow like waves. feeling into the body, into the now, noticing what supports you, temperature of the air, taste in your mouth, clothing on the skin. Using your breath to strengthen that intention, shifting authority to the electric heart. Notice your body from the top to the bottom, front to back, side to side. 360-degree awareness. Notice your shoulders, your throat, that space between the heart and the throat, that high heart. And really check in there. Are there any areas that feel dense where we need to bring awareness? Using breath as your tool, reclaiming all systems of the body in service to the living light, in service to your higher self, shifting you at a soul level, allowing the divine to come in with new instruction sets, connecting with our full capabilities within the DNA. And notice how you feel. Now what you want to do is bring awareness 360 degrees, top of the head, bottom of the feet. We're going to lock ourselves in this space, this place, this time, this frequency. It's a dimension. So if you could imagine yourself locked in to this sphere of energy, connected directly to God through the electric heart, the seed of creation, that is you. This is your stabilization point. Releasing anything external that may be holding you back, cording you. Taking a deep breath in, securing your I am state. I am love. I am safe. Allowing each of those words to pixelate through your body. As you know, none of you is solid. Connecting with every single cell inside the sphere of divine protection. Breathing. I am aligned. My highest expression of self in this now moment. I am connected to the essence of creation that exists within me, reclaiming any and all aspects of myself throughout all time and space to be fully aligned with the living light. And as you notice how you feel, moving awareness to the high heart, I want you to ask yourself, what is necessary to be known at this time so that I may fully align with my divinity? And let what's meant for you come. Let it come in. No judgment. Sit with that. When you are ready, wiggle your fingers and toes. securing yourself in that dimension. 360 degrees, secure in a new place and space and time. Aligned with your spirit and your divinity. Notice how you feel. If you feel inclined, share in the chat any revelations or wisdom that came. Anything you feel inclined, share with the group. If you experienced any challenges throughout the exercise, feel free to share that as well. And we just marinate within our spirit, within that sphere of divine protection, which is available to you in any moment. You can connect to that. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? Neil, are you there? Would you like to come back on with me?
Sure.
That's beautiful, Michelle. Michelle said I received a message to reach out more.
Mm.
Iron Empath says, thank you kindly for this exercise. From trauma, different to feel the body sometimes. Feeling that light, Rucker says. I feel like this is how we do it. This is how we shift dimensions. We own our sovereignty. We hold frequency, even in places and spaces where people may want us to come down and meet them. We hold frequency.
Yeah. You really set the energy and slowed things down. And I felt that drop into the heart, connected to the breath, so it's just beautiful and perfect. We're really connecting with the breath. We're our own biggest tool. We have these tools to connect ourselves without anything external.
That's right. That's right. We do.
And like you just mentioned it slightly as well and throughout your presentation, but it's like, how do you get to a place where you don't let the outside world dictate how you feel? And when you're at a place where your internal harmony dictates and how you feel, you're able to take more informed action and create harmony in the world, rather than being like manipulated into all these different twists and turns, right?
Goodness, you're so right, Neil. Like, we become the cause of the environment rather than being affected by it. So for some people, so many people have said, I can't meditate. I don't meditate. Like, my meditation is having a cigarette. My meditation is cooking. My meditation is exercise. It's a completely different way the brain operates when you truly meditate.
Yeah.
It's completely different. So just taking the time to do this, you can create quantum leaps in your life.
Exactly. So a few more comments. Do you want to read these, and maybe you want to share something else before you close out?
Yeah. Julia, see, everyone's feeling it. And that's what I love about Portal to Ascension. You're the portal. And guess what? We have this collective sphere of all these powerful souls that have come here. Thank you, Neil, for Portal to Ascension. We've descended into these bodies, and now we're going to harmonize and create waves. So there's a lot of power here in these containers. I love these communities because you can always feel it. It's palpable. Julia says, peace and frequency of love. Dorothea, very beautiful. Nathan, a peace and calmness. Oneness came over me. Thank you. No, thank you for being here and doing the work, because you're making waves. One enlightened person can light up. I don't know. Someone said on their 5 miles.
What do you mean
was
5 miles?
Was it Dana?
I'm not sure.
She said that it was a 5-mile circumference of the capability of our heart. I think that's what she said. I had never heard that, but I believe it. I think that we can reach quite a ways out by the power of our heart, holding that peace, holding that frequency, especially in the midst of, challenge, adversity. If you live in a city where there's a ton of EMFs and technology all around, like, become the glitch. Become the glitch. Shauna says you have a beautiful and powerful voice. Thank you. My voice changed when I had my third wave of awakening. I started speaking differently. Thank you all. Rocker says, I recently gone through some brutal shadow work sessions. The meditation was refreshing. Good. Love that. Hopefully it was just what you needed. Radha says it was difficult to bring all the energy inside my body as I get a lot of sensation in my head. Very lightheaded and buzzy, feeling almost like feeling on the edge of Kundalini, wanting to flow up, but I feel like I want to bring it down. Yeah, grounding. You need grounding vegetables. And my advice is to research foods, see what resonates with you, but what foods can you incorporate in your diet that are very grounding? That's what I'm going to suggest, because I know exactly what you mean. Mine used to get stuck in the back of my neck and I couldn't get it down. And it was really, really uncomfortable. So remember, your body, this is the vehicle. And we need to support every system, all the organs. And there's certain foods that will be your medicine. Roger, it's called, see, he asked me what was the Arcturian music. If you go on YouTube, Arcturian sound healing. Great frequencies on there.
Oh yeah, I forgot we're fellow Arcturians, you and I.
I mean, I've connected with so many, and I sent you that photo of the mantis. The mantis has been coming.
Yeah. You got to actually show that photo tomorrow. Those photos, if you want.
Okay.
That'd be kind of cool. I think we can all tune into that frequency.
Yeah. This was great. Kath says, always relaxing and insightful. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Beautiful. All right. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Thank you for that frequency and dropping us into our heart. Yeah. All right, everybody. So moving on here, I am excited for our final presenter for today. And what to even say about Jay Clay. I'll do the official bio. And so this is the final presentation, and then maybe close out with a couple announcements. And then tomorrow we're back at it again, same time. Going to just a little bit earlier, so we'll end like an hour before right now. And the schedule again is on our website. You go to the Great Awakening Conference where you signed up. Check out Sunday's schedule over there and tune into all the bios and who we're going to be having tomorrow. So today, as we close out, we're going to go ahead and bring on Jay Clay. And it's interesting, I see Jay Clay in the back there. Hey, brother, we met 365 days ago from 2 days from now. I met him a year ago at the IONS conference. Yeah, I met him at the IONS conference, which I'm going to go live stream because Jay Clay was on stage, bringing in a whole different frequency that normally is not at that conference, bringing in his music, his poetry, his visual arts, and his hip hop music that was just next level. And when he was done, it was like the final presentation for the day. Came up to the live stream booth because we were all having a conversation, and I was just like, oh, dude, I do music as well. We had that kind of connection, and I just loved what he was doing. So we communicated about possibly working together and doing a project together. And then a few months ago, we finally connected. And a week or two ago, we finished a song together remotely. And it's just the beginning of a lot of what we're going to be creating and doing together in the future. So I'm excited to introduce Jay Clay to all of you in Portal to Ascension. Jay Clay is a spiritual rap artist that makes music to heal even the most reluctant of minds. His mission is to help people around the world to find and keep peace always. He's one of the leaders of the spiritual hip-hop movement, using music to expose the false beliefs that limit growth. Jay Clay's album, I Am Nobody, I Am Someone, has been endorsed by industry and psychology professionals, music fans, and is being heralded as a tool in healing the mind. The way Jay Clay is able to break down the mind-body-soul connection in song form
in reference to healing is truly remarkable. That's a quote by Dr. Nicole LaPera, holistic psychologist. As one fan said, if Jesus rapped, it would be this.
That's awesome.
Jay Clay, maybe it did. Jay Clay is thrilled to change how music can be used to heal for good. So everybody join us in welcoming Jay Clay.
Hey.
Hey,
How's it going?
good, man. It's good to see you.
Yeah, same. I'm excited. I'm excited about to bring the song that we have too. Not today, but one of these days.
Well, I have it recorded. Are you okay with when we're done for today? I have it on here. I play it as we close out.
Yeah, I'm cool.
All right, cool. So what are you sharing with us today?
I'll do 3 songs today. I'll do Shine Blind, Let Go, and Take It Higher.
All right, brother. We're ready for it.
All right, and it's cool too because it's the yin to the yang. Like we just got to be able to be mellow but still spiritually high. Now we can get hyped.
That's the wave.
Yeah,
that's a good way to close it out. Yeah. All right. Are you going to be performing or are you sharing music?
I'm gonna perform and share at the same time.
Okay.
I tested this out, so this should work out good. Let's see.
Well, we got Betty in the room too. How cool is that?
All right. Can you reminder that we all are made of that light, and we sometimes dim our own light, thinking that somehow it would do something for others. Like if we don't shine our own light, that we'll overshadow others. But actually, it's the opposite. We shine away all that stuff that doesn't matter. We shine away so that people can uncover their own light. So by each of us shining our light the brightest that we can, we shine away all the other stuff that people think they are, so they can see their real selves. And yeah, that song just gets me there. And I want to read what Iron Empath said. Exactly. Kids need to hear this. Shauna said, woohoo, appreciate y'all. Yeah, and I guess I'll keep it moving. So one way to shine your light the brightest is letting go of those things that don't really matter, those thoughts, those feelings, those things from the past that aren't even here right now that we let replay in our mind when it's not even affecting us now. And yeah, let's get into that as well. So let me share this. This is a powerful healing song. Yeah. Why you holding on? You don't need that. They just feeding BS super strong. You don't need that. They telling you that you was on your own. You believe that? You get everything you ever want. You can see that. But you feeling stripped cause your grip tight. Now that grip is a fist. All you wanna do is fight. So your work don't work and your worth won't rise. You think you just bought your money but you want what it can't buy. You can never sit alone cause them voices so loud. But you always on your own cause you push them all aside. At least that's what you see when you look through closed eyes. Having a bad past contest like you got to win a prize. Like, I had it worse. Nah, I had it worse. Nah, man, I had it worse. Let go. You only scared cause they told you should be. You only there cause they told you they would be. Why don't you care what I told you could be? Why you prepare for everywhere but what it could be? Your life is like what you know you not gonna like, but you must like it cause you recite it every night like it's on mics. It's like you chained to what you foster. It's like your brain is your imposter. It's like you glory in your story like your pain's your badge of honor. Let go. Why do you stay here? Let's go. Why do you play here? Let's grow. Why do you not do you instead dwell in the hell that you live through? That's old. Remember only the weak have enemies and the strong have inner peace. Only the weak have enemies, and the strong have inner peace. Let go. 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 Hey, what you holding on to? Guilt, pain, shame, man, that's what you don't do. Nah, hey, what you holding on for? It's pain what you wanna be known for? Man, let go. 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 Thinking that you woke, but you still tired. Want God to take the wheel, but you still drive. With your half full glasses, are you still blind? Yeah, you look good, but do you feel fine? Hey, yeah, you look good, but do you feel mine? It's yours, nothing is forced. Making these judgments about life, who's your source? Feeling almighty, now you're like, oh Lord, I need a victory. But let me ask you, who are you without your history? Man, everything is, nothing was, created by, with, and for love. One more time. Everything is, nothing was, created by, with, and for love. Let go. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta cough for a second. All right, I had to let that out. Yeah, man, this song has been a godsend. It's one of those where I was kind of open to the idea that I might be channeling when I write songs. When I write songs, I have an idea in mind, I have an intention in mind, and I go for it. It's like I hone in, I lock in, I create it's like a dialogue with the instrumental, and it just flows out. And I can honestly say that this song has helped me so much as it has helped others as well. Thank you. I'm reading the comments. Betty says, "Is pain what you want to be known for?" Fire. Iron empath, the strong have inner peace. Yes. Jenny M, beautiful. Thank you. And just a little bit about me too, real quick. I made music my whole life. I started off as a producer. I made regular rap music. Like I had a name for myself, me and this group in Texas. Like we were, we had our merchandise was in all the major malls in Houston and Dallas Fort Worth areas. We even had a jeweler back in the day. Like we had a nice underground name for ourselves. Things didn't pan out, which I didn't know at the time was the best thing for me, because each time it was like the divine stepped in and was like, no, you're not going to make it like this. And I was hurt because it was like I felt I was doing everything right. But each time it taught me to go within even more and see like it's got to be something more to it. And through searching, through practicing meditation and things, I found A Course in Miracles, and it was the missing piece that just changed everything. And I knew that I couldn't make the same type of music again. I knew that, I wanted to make sure that every song was sowing seeds of peace, sowing seeds of harmony, and not the opposite. Not to say that my songs before were negative, but they were little nuggets that could lead people to not really shining their light, and believing in the illusion of others harming people, or the illusion of pain, things of that nature. And I want to shine a light on all that to show that only what's real will endure, and it only matters. So, yeah. And so just moving right along, I'll end it with this next song, which is kind of like a sequel to Let Go. It's like it's the next step. So like if you're feeling overwhelmed with circumstances and things that's just happening, you can always rise above. And once you do that, like it's easy. You can look down at your problems like, oh, I was worried about that. Yeah, it's nothing. So here we go. Yeah. Take it higher. Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? No. Can you hear me? Sun shines every single day, and I know exactly where it stays. So I'ma take it higher. I'ma take it higher. Take it high, ayy, yeah. People think somebody gotta lose. I'ma show you never have to choose. So I'ma take them high. I'ma take them high. Ayy, yeah. I had a dream of an awakened state. We all make corrections, we don't make mistakes. We are like reflectors, so we always safe. What we see as death is just a change in space. What we see as death is just a shadow or an illusion, confusion, believe lore. A belief in time is to be lived in poor. Since truth is timeless, life is yours. Death cannot exist without life. Death cannot exist within life. so death cannot exist, right? So never shall I give it my light. Never shall I give it my life. So why do we believe in sacrifice? Like, what age do you really start dying? Let's just start living, stop trying. Hey, the sun shines every single day, and I know exactly where it stays. So I'ma take it high, hey, I'ma take it high, hey, yeah. People think somebody gotta lose. I'ma show you never have to choose. So I'ma take them high, hey, I'ma take them high, hey. Never have I ever been wronged. Never will I never could I ever be alone. I can see in heaven when I'm fully present. Can't take my possessions, now I get the lesson. I can't take my past cause it's not here. I just had to laugh cause I'm right here. I just had to dwell on it. Every single second holds a special moment, but we make each moment hold a lifetime. Being covered makes it hard to see our light shine. Let the kids show us, have to go get us. Then we pass down fear saying we know better. Every day sending kids to the teachers, but God keeps sending the kids to teach us. The sun shines every single day, and I know exactly where it stays. So I'ma take it high, I'ma take it high, yeah. People think somebody gotta lose. I'ma show you never have to choose. So I'ma take them high, hey, I'ma take them high, hey, yeah. Never been a bad person ever. What you show is my reflection, and I'm grateful forever. We seek witnesses to our thoughts, so if I think you out to get me, you just giving me what I bought. And you perceive me as past transgressions, so you never see me, you see past heaven. So you never see me or even anything. Stuck in a world made of dreams. And we all wake when it's time to. And that's my single purpose, is to remind you of what you are, not what you will be or was, or what you are. You are, hush. And that will never change. Even when you let go of who you think you are, you remain. You are formless. You were never born. Ideas were born out of you. Never worship the form. And that will never change. Even when you let go of who you think you are, you remain. You are formless. You were never born. Ideas were born out of you. Never worship the form. Yeah. And yeah, take it higher.
I was vibing.
Appreciate
Full
it.
body chills.
Yeah.
Full body chills, brother.
Appreciate you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Especially the second one. That was just like, oh, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you for being the frequency. You know, and we have a comment here from Julia, and this kind of wraps it up. And she said, I love all the message. Just to let you know, I'm 78 years old who plans to live to 120. And your music brings me the energy that I know the world is in good hands.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's so powerful. Appreciate you, brother. Do you want to share anything else as we close out here? And, you know, maybe also what's going on with you, where they can find more out. And Ashley, go ahead.
I thought maybe we had one more song that was going to be released.
We're going to do that as we close out.
Okay, just making sure.
I'll be the finale, because what I would love for you to do, J. Clay, just express anything from your heart right now, and also where people will find out more about you. And then the official closing, I would love for you to introduce the OOK song, because it was your idea and why you wanted to do it and how it came about, and then we'll play it, and that'll be it for today.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, if you want to know more about me, my website, jclay.org, has everything on my music. Sign up for the email list. I'm excited. I have a new album in the works that's coming. I'll probably release the new single in a couple months. I'm wrapping up the album now, getting everything together. And yeah, I'm excited to share it, because it's funny, like this album that I already have out that has the music I played today, it was one of those... It was a new thing, but it was powerful. And I was like, I'm never going to top this. This is straight from Spirit. It's amazing. But, you know, Spirit, they're never done with this. And this next album is just as powerful, even more powerful. So, I'm excited to share it with y'all soon. And I guess...
the visual journeys, right? I'd love for you to speak about, because you showed that visual journey I think it was the Trip Through Space or something where you were doing this voiceover, and I know that's a project that you're working on. Are you still working on that? And you're going to create that soon? Because that was so much talent, brother. Just the way you put that together.
Oh, thank you. And what Neil is talking about is called A Story of Life. I'm working on it with Loretta. Shout out to Loretta. It's sharing different spiritual stories of different entities and things that might not have had a voice to share. Like, what's the sun story? What's the story of the moon? Just different energies and frequencies. And so, yes, that is in the works too. I don't have a release date for that yet, but it's still in the works.
Beautiful. All right, everybody. So before we close out and we have Jay Clay go ahead and talk about the intention for this next song. Ashley, any final words for today? How do you feel? How was the day for you?
I think this was a wonderful container. I hope everyone is really soaking in everything that was cultivated and created here. And Jay Clay, when you have those spiritual messages come through, I'm really looking forward to hear what those spirits have to share.
Yeah. Thank you.
And Neil, thank you so much, for creating Portal to Ascension. And I know I've said this before, but I really do believe like every single one of you, watching this in the recording and then those who might see it later, you are the portal. So as you participate in these frequencies, like you are entangling with something so much greater. We're constructing a grid of awakened hearts and new earth leaders. And I'm just excited to be a part of the Portal to Ascension community and to help bring in something new that's never been here before.
Yes, not only with the wisdom and awareness you share, but your individual unique signature, Ashley, that you bring to these experiences. The energy that you bring is beautiful.
Thank you.
And this is like, that's a whole other story. It's like almost like a presentation to speak about the journey of the word Portal to Ascension. And it is a play on words, because it is literally, we are the portal to ascension. And then since we have so much information, so many topics, it's like you go through this portal and it's almost like Alice going down the rabbit hole, but every single piece of furniture she sees is another piece of information. We're going through the wormhole and the portal of a one-stop shop for all this awareness. And truly, it is an external reflection of the wisdom and the information within us. And I just love doing this event. I feel so grateful to be able to do this full time and bring this awareness. And I'm really just happy about this event in particular because so much new information and awareness here. I feel that it flowed very well. So I just appreciate you, Ashley, Jay Clay, all the presenters. And we're going to go at it again tomorrow. We're only halfway, okay? So tomorrow we'll be back, same time. And excited to share with you quite a few new people as well and keep going deeper and get this awareness out to the masses. So Jay Clay, you want to go ahead and tell us about this song?
Yeah, real quick, let me answer. Iron Empath said, what's the title of the last song? It's called Take It Higher, Take It Higher. And so the song that Neil and I did is called OK. And what's special about OK, it's something I've used for a long time. Like sometimes people think if someone is saying something to you that you don't agree with, that you have to necessarily combat it. You don't always have to combat it. You can just say okay. You can accept it. It's a way of saying I acknowledge what you're saying, but you're not necessarily disagreeing or agreeing. You're just acknowledging it. And in some ways, it's kind of like Hakuna Matata, but it's just different. It's like, oh, okay, and you can go on, and it doesn't have to affect your energy. Certain things that happen to you doesn't have to affect your energy, and that's the basis of this song.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
Ashley, Jay Clay, appreciate you guys.
Thanks.
See you guys soon. And let's play this. Okay, everybody have a beautiful night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Y'all always rapping about positivity, always being all happy and all the good in the world, but you don't know what it's like to be around people with real problems. You don't understand. Oh, okay.
Looks like you lost another one.
You can hit them with that okay like we do. You can hit them with that okay like we do. You can hit them with that okay like we do. You can hit them with that okay like we do. You can hit them with that okay like we do. You can hit them with that okay like we do. You can hit them with that okay like we do. You can hit them with that okay like we do. closed sometimes. I open eyes to lower vibes. I open wide to focus on what goes beyond. I'm gonna miss some times, but this the time to envision what's the mission, your position. It's decision time. Am I gonna fall into this energy trap and feed what's probably gonna eat me back until I get mad and be reactive? Live with glib at many acts of violence, outbursts and silence, please. I get highly irritable when my mind's not at ease. So I won't go there, I won't show that love. Well, I will, but probably won't be feeling obligated to become a resident there. I'm from a distance, cross paths an instant in this instant. Yeah. What up my incense, don't bring no foul, cause I say, oh, okay. And okay, wait now. Hey.
I know my role, I know why I'm here. Yo, I spend the time to write these rhymes, what I choose to put my heart and mind. Bringing the divine of this timeline, I bite my time, waiting for a sign to know there is more to what the matrix had in store. Now listing what was perceived to be the reality that someone like me should adopt and adore. I had to listen to my soul, my core. There's a war between light and darkness on this planet. A sacred dance, we will vanish. I choose not to damage my soul. I already know my mission, my role. It's time to liberate our souls. We have a collective mission, a divine role.
We do. You get them without okay like 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 we do. You get it without okay like we do. You get it without okay like we do. And it works for everything. Somebody says something you don't agree with? Oh, okay. Someone tells you something that you need to do that you don't feel like doing? Oh, okay. Someone wants to start a fight with you, come at you sideways, in any kind of way. Oh, okay. It works. Even to what I'm saying right now, you can know okay me. Oh, okay. MC.
All right, everybody, there we go. Thank you for tuning in once again. And that was a debut, everybody. That was a debut of a song that we literally, Jay Clay created the song. We talked on the phone a month ago and we said, how can we work together? We're on Zoom. And we're like, well, let's start with a song. So we created a song, made the chorus, sent it to me in Thailand. I recorded it about 2 weeks ago and we put it together. So we're going to create a project together as well and release that pretty soon. So excited for that. And love you all. Love you too, Ashley.
Love you guys.
Okay, have a beautiful rest of your day, and we will see you again tomorrow. And I put the link once again if you want to go ahead and donate and be part of the raffle that we're going to draw. Depending on, we might wait another day, but we'll draw, and 2 people are going to win 1 month of free events at Portal to Ascension. And tomorrow we're going to announce the 11-day free awakening conference as well. So tune in, and we have a lot to share, and we're going to go deep. So good night, everybody. See you soon. Bye-bye.